It's fucking amazing. Mormons is a thing.
一枚めくりっていうその作業はですね、ほっといてもめくれていくというふうには思えないですよね。で、一つめくると次の層が見えてきます。で、次の層が見えたときに、じゃあ次の、手法をどういうふうにめくっていくかっていうふうに。As we've seen filmmaking in Germany,
Who do you think's number one? I think I am.
With radical and about identity. Jump to here, Senegal, in West Africa, in the second tower, and a whole new world of radical religion comes up. A manifesto called Towards a Third Cinema, notes and experiences for the development of a cinema of liberation in the Third World, by South Americans Fernando Solanas and Octavio Catani. I believe criticise cinema.
I know his stats. He had a lot of fucking touchdowns. 50 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. That's like 9. That's crazy.
Manifesto had a huge impact.
Who is one? No one knows. I thought it was 2 motherfuckers of peace. I had 6 touchdowns.
The manifesto said that there are 3 types of film. The first, mostly commercial entertainment. Second type of cinema is a modernist art movie genre made by individual directors like Godard, Bergman, and Third cinema, opposed to the industrial and autobiographical art cinema, is political, about post-colonial identity, and made in a non-Western world after 1969.
Caleb Williams went from 1 to 10. That's fucking crazy. He had 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
These people are going to football match.
See what you're going to Still number 1, picking it up. Not yet. I want to know some guys. How about that one guy? Who do you have?
This famous woman, black girl,
Who lives in Kingston? Xavier one.
This Tarzan's scrubbed clean white family having breakfast in a fantasy jungle.
No fucking.
They're still the most popular creators.
Where are those guys? Dude, go back. So that one guy wasn't even really good.
There's no sync sound, Arabic music.
He wasn't even close.
Films make really preserved.
I wonder why. 22 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
Director Asya Jaybar's main character sees
pretty boring.
his horse. She towers over him and falls.
Not wearing that iron until the next one. He stays good. He's here, man. What is you?
He's in a wheelchair.
For whom are you? Sam?
Jaybar's is no fantasy Africa. She lives in Nigeria through a feminist lens.
Estimate not ranked. 18 touchdowns.
In West Africa in the 70s, third cinema movies about identity were on a roll too. Scorsese and Coppola and the rest were kicking down the doors of Hollywood. In this city, Dakar, tens of thousands of miles away from the pool parties and Oscar ceremonies in Los Angeles, films buzzing and cameras were on the streets. Usman Songbele was still leading the way. His follow-up to the black girl, Hala was funny and rude. It was about the move from colonial to post-colonial identity. It starts here, the Chamber of Commerce in Dakar, the end of colonial rule. Senegalese triumphantly kick out the symbols of the French state, including jackboots and a gendarme cap. They live for long, time is gone. But in the very next scene, new businessmen are aping their colonizers. Some then box their new trophy briefcases.
Self-first 27 touchdown, 3 receptions.
One of the businessmen has his car washed from Evian. Some men's tired of the short decadence of the new regime. Some men was against religion.
Right, this some shit. I've been designing one for Riz.
This is his house.
You think he's number 1? No. 2?
From the
No.
front to the left of this image, you can see that it's just meters
But how highly? No. There he is.
Some men planted
He
his
started
tripod
at
in the soil
25.
of Senegal, created
8
a new
interceptions.
radical
Oh,
type of African
26
cinema,
touchdowns.
third cinema.
Ooh.
This man, Gibraltar Rabbi, seemed to love cinema even more. He spoke slowly in an almost dreamlike way, as this interview shows.
I found him. Ugh, that sucked. Is it the worst thing of all time? You fucking close, dude. West Side Gangster. Week 18. I bet if you played your cards right, it's played your cards right, actually. That's correctly, yeah. You play your cards correctly. Yeah, it says it there. Son. What?
Some men's point of view was ideologically
Somebody's
certain.
playing GoldenEye.
Chopped up such certainty into fragments.
Motherfuckers are playing GoldenEye.
Mombetti's films had to create African modernism.
West Side's playing
This scene in this
GoldenEye.
caustic second shot
West
by
Side.
West
West
a
Side.
man and a boy
Final
sat on a
power
horse,
rankings.
very
Who do you think's number 1?
with the
Baltimore or
repetition
San
of
Francisco?
Salah
Who deserves to be number 1?
standing up,
San
looking
Francisco.
down,
Who's going to be number 1? Baltimore.
give it an abstract
Wow.
jagginess.
You were pretty fucking close. 1. And then who deserves it? Oh, Baltimore could win it. That is good, but good though. Dallas start fish 3. The Lions
Mombeti said, "You're either engaged in
are
stylistic
4.
research or
The
just
Bills are 5. Are they getting in the fucking? Are they in?
He struggled to get financing for his films. His punkiness found little favor. In 1982,
Miami.
he made this masterpiece
Disappointing. They were 7 over 5. 7
This woman
Cleveland.
was half made of gold.
Philly.
His return to the village where she fell in love with this man. And then
No,
spun.
Philly they won this one.
She's as rich as the World Bank. This is director Mombeti himself.
Kansas City underperformed.
She treats the villagers to luxuries.
LA Rams. What do you think of Bears in the top 20? No way.
They want more.
No way the Bears in the top 20. Nope. 22.
The villager comes to a shopping channel, a fun fair to celebrate the joys of capitalism.
23. 24. 25, 26,
Then,
27.
devastating,
Who's going to be the worst? Cardinals?
you
28.
can have more luxuries.
29.
There's a
No.
price to pay
Who's worse at Carolina is
to
the worst?
kill the man who's
Right? 30.
They're so hooked
31
on
is the
cutting
Washington Commanders.
they do kill.
32 Carolina Panthers. Son.
Betty filmed the lynching where he himself grew up. The mob closes in.
Who is your favorite Panther of all time? Okay. No, another person. I don't know. The Panthers are really tough too. Name one person who's been on the team.
Mob Betty
Steve
becomes
Smith.
angry
Name
at
another.
consumerism.
No,
As
no.
Vaseline
Cameron.
So Ben and Mob Betty showed that African
Wait,
filmmakers were making
let's
cinema
go
say
back
what
in.
they wanted
I
it to
believe
say.
that I thought that I would
About
punch
who
it not in the list,
West Africans were.
but the rankings.
The result was exciting, joy of discovery, new types of African symbolism and storytelling, and other directors emerged. Safi Faye, Africa's first important female director, filmed this film, Peasant Lady, in 1874. She shows her village at dawn, the beauty of the smoke, mid-sized framings, everyday scenes, off-screen in a gentle voice. She describes what we see. The film is a show and tell on the outside world. An Ethiopian, Haile Jeremiah, made this remarkable film, Harvest 3,000 Years. The story stretches across 3 millennia. It starts at dawn, as if all of history has been just one day. Low contrast, black and white, extremely long lenses to telescope the land and eternity. This makes us feel distant. Jeremiah is passionate. He shows farmers treated like shit by a drill behind armchair tyrant.
Yours. Look at this one. Yours. Look at this one.
Beginning shop lines, barking orders. Then comes this old madman, Kebebe. Kebebe tells a story about the Queen of England.
የእንግሊዝ ሀገር ንግስት ለጉብኝት ስትመጣ ነው ተብሎ ዝግጅት ሲደረግ ንግስቲቱ ዕዳ ያየች እንደሆነ ራሷን ያማታል የሚል ወሬ ስለተሰማ ስንቱ ዕዳ መሰለህ በገዛ ሀገሩ ላይ ዘርግ ከብት እየተመሰተ ይገርምሃል። ብዙ የሚያስደንቅ ነገር ነው። አታባያቸው
Colonial this to everyone under one.
ብዙ አቤቱታና ጉዳይ ያላቸው እየታሰሩ
2 hours into the film, Kebebe batters the landlord with a stick. Voices begin to flood the soundtrack. People are beginning to talk to each other. A key idea in third cinema.
West side. I'm back to no fun.
Popular radicalism of third cinema made movies innovative across the world. In the Middle East, the great films of the 70s were about identity and national liberation. The most notorious Middle Eastern filmmaker of the 70s was this Kurdish man, Yilmaz. This is him acting in the film Hope. His ripped clothing shows how blue he is. He's a scruffy, masculine hero, Kurdish Sean Connery. Plays here and An illiterate man who's been searching for treasure to feed his family has almost gone mad, spinning in space, let down
Oh,
by life.
you ready for this? He's very athletic, man.
Then Goonie started directing. Here's a film he wrote and co-directed. Y'all, the man has been released from prison for 5 days. He's happy, free, running with his dog, wide open spaces, long lens filming, wind in the grass. Comes to his village, smiles, looks to camera. Then the smile dies on his face. The village is cowering. The music dies. The state military. Still life shots of confrontation. No words needed. People look imprisoned in their own windows and doorways. Goonie is credited as co-director of the film. He said Gorin was remarkable. He was in prison for the whole shoot. He escaped and died through post-production. He sent out explicit notes on how shots should be filmed. He was accused of killing an anti-communist judge in a restaurant. It was probably Goonie's nephew that did it. This character in Y'all is typical of Goonie's men. Fashioned, proud, but powerless, their hopes dashed, banging their heads against the wall of life. Goonie was a communist, a spokesperson for ordinary people, unadored. Y'all were the main prize at the Cannes Film Festival. Back in South America, where the third cinema ideas were born, this, one of the most compelling third cinema films, was made. It was about identity and portrayal, filmmaking that makes you feel in the center of the action. Marxist Salvador Allende was democratically elected president of Chile in 1970. On September the 11th, 1973, Allende gives what will be his last radio broadcast. In the military, led by General Pinochet, who's in director Patricio Guzman and his team filmed from rooftops with handheld cameras, zoomed in to see soldiers running like ants. They'd been shooting for months before the violent coup, which was supported by the CIA. History dramatically unfolded in front of them. They were sometimes hiding. Some walls and railings would half obscure their view. They used direct sound, no gloss, no distance. The Battle of Chile said, here's what we are, here's what we're losing. We end our tour of identity movies around the world in the 70s with this unforgettable, outrageous film. It was made by a Chilean-born director too, but it's far more about identity and psychedelics than portrayal. A near-naked thief climbs a vast tower. Below him is a mad world of fascists and religious obsessives who use his body as a mold to make images of Christ. Here's the third cinema setup. top of the tower, the film becomes something like The Wizard of Oz, a strange corridor like a rainbow. See the fancies. He meets a man dressed in white, flanked by goats, a naked woman, and a camel. It's the director, Alejandro Jodorowsky. Jodorowsky studied mind powers. He believed in Zen Buddhism, the idea that people should dethrone themselves. And he studied Carl Jung, the sealing away as a mankind inside his own mind, where he discovers strange images and archetypes that he shares with all human beings. Indian music lives. Jodorowsky's man in white is an alchemist. He asks the thief if he wants gold. He does, of course. Yet the manner of its making is extraordinary. The thief must defecate and give the alchemist his own sweat. The thief's spiritual awakening begins. Eventually, his own excrement becomes gold. Jodorowsky certainly had a sense of humor. But his journey to the holy mountain of self-discovery and self-loss is only just beginning. Primary colors, egg shapes, pelican, nudity, and very 70s production design.
You are excrement. You can change yourself into gold.
The thief's journey of self-discovery mirrored that of 70s cinema itself. Its political, innovative filmmakers had stripped cinema naked, loaded it with symbolism about selfhood, and turned it into gold. And above and beyond these things, they used movies to ask, who are we as modern Europeans, Asians, Africans, South Americans? But movies in the 70s weren't only innovative when they were political or about identity. Mainstream and entertainment directors in Mumbai, Hong Kong, and Hollywood in the 70s were about to change the story of film forever. In this chapter, we look at Bollywood's greatest film, TRILLIONAIRE, and feel the force of a movie called Star Wars. Movie fans around the world, most of them will have heard of the box office smash hits of the 70s. Jaws, Star Wars, The Exorcist, the Bruce Lee movies from Hong Kong, and the Indian epic Sholay. These films are some of the world's most famous entertainments. They were also innovative. Just as in previous decades, so in the 70s and onwards, the best of the mainstream films did new things. To see how? Let's start here. Hong Kong. Less than a century previously, Hong Kong looked like this. Now it's this. No city, except New York, has been more filmed. For 40 years, Hong Kong was a kind of refugee camp, transit lounge, and capitalist catch-up for Chinese filmmakers fleeing Mao or the Kuomintang's nationalism, or censorship, or seriousness. Low-cost, money-savvy production has ruled here. The cinema of the migrant maybe. Movies made by those who know what quickens the pulse of people in other countries and who want to make a fast buck. Maybe this old lady can remember Hong Kong's first very golden age, the 1950s. It was the gold rush. The emperor of those times, Hong Kong's Louis B. Mayer, was Rabbi Shaw. In 1957, he came here, bought 46 acres of this land at 45 cents per square foot, and built the largest private film studio. The Shaw brothers employed 1,400 staff in 25 departments. These buildings were Asia's dream factories. The legends of China's 4,000 years of history were acted out here. See the Shaw Brothers logo, orange silk, hold it to perspective, fanfare music, was to be transported to another world. A 50s world like this one. Feminine, studio set, highly coloured, musical, with perfect trees and clothes. But then this man in blue, King Hu, became a director and changed the world of Hong Kong cinema from feminine to this. Wider screen, more aggressive, fast, swishing camera and swords. Every move designed. Graceful, exquisitely engineered cinema. If John Ford had been into Buddhism, ballet, and zero gravity, he might have made films like King Hu. Styles of fighting called Kung Fu had taken over Hong Kong cinema. In 500 AD, the Bodhidharma, a Buddhist monk from India, is said to have moved to the Shaolin Temple in China. He stared at a wall for 9 years without speaking, then taught Buddhist breathing and meditation techniques to the other monks. This caught on. It became a new martial art, transmitted from master to pupil. Loyalty and discipline were key. It spread through Asia. The Shaolin Temple was destroyed in 1674. The surviving monks formed secret societies. They became swordsmen. Folk tales were told about them. Fantasies were spun. Myths became legends, epic, romantic, or supernatural. It was a no-brainer that such legends would become cinema, as the myth of the Wild West did in America. And they did, and Kung Fu cinema was born. But King Hu's A Touch of Zen is no ordinary Kung Fu movie. It starts as an action movie of sorts, set in a village during the Ming Dynasty, but then it turns into a ghost story, and then a reverie. Sunlight cuts like a sword. It sounds like steel. The Buddhist monks levitate. A social film turns into a transcendental one. This was action cinema at its most innovative. King Hu's daring changed film history. Most Asian directors revere it. Taiwanese director Ang Lee's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was a homage to him. It had a bouncing fight in a bamboo forest as stylized and beautiful as this one. King Hu made Hong Kong cinema of the 60s somewhat more masculine, and in the 70s came this, the enraged dragon of Hong Kong cinema. Bruce Lee's fighting before attack, sweat, and rage. The rage came from the storylines, but also from Lee's private life. He'd experienced racism, wanted anything. His real anger in Lee's face. His body, filmed in slow motion, had its own kind of muscular hyper-realism. Hong Kong director Stanley Kwan sees the shift to masculinity as part of a bigger trend.
咁到咗60年代，成個香港經濟開始轉型，就好多嗰啲輕工業啊、手工業啊，提供咗大量機會俾一啲女性，本來唔係由屋企走出嚟開始入工廠做嘢，佢哋開始甚至有佢哋自己嘅消費能力，稍稍富裕咗嚇，佢哋有佢自己經濟能力，咁所以你睇到呢集。譬如小白領啊，或者女工啊，佢梗係高過一啲，即係聲色燦爛啊，即係唱歌跳舞啊，即係佢梗係希望自己係戲裏邊嗰啲歌舞片嘅女主角啊，好靚嘅愛情文藝片嘅女主角啊咁。OK， 到咗70年代，成個香港經濟係起飛，咁培育咗一個比較年青啲嘅觀眾，即係譬如你父母有錢，你都願意俾多少零用錢個仔去睇下戲啊。佢開始年青化咗成個觀眾層面，咁所以我相信邵氏起咗一個好大嘅作用嘅 ，as a big studio 咧，佢 provide 咗好多唔同嘅類型電影，但係結果佢哋睇到嗰隻張徹電影。好 masculine 嘅男性情 male bonding 嘅電影係好受歡迎，即係我相信係同觀眾年齡層降低咗有關係。
But for all the dynamism of the Bruce Lee films, if we look again at them, we see that though he was fast and furious, the camera work was anything but. He patiently recorded the action and stayed out of the fight. There wasn't much editing in Hong Kong movies of the 70s. Imagery was steady and wide. Then, in 1986, came this. We're in the world of the Hong Kong triads who run black market businesses. 80s clothes, sex, hedonism. A rowdy lunch. A story about male bonding, loyalty, and betrayal again. What was really new, however, was the style of the movie. Influenced by Kurosawa and Sam Peckinpah films, director John Woo filmed shootouts with several cameras, some of them tracking, and used slow motion. Some called it the aesthetic of the glance. Scenes were broken down into fragments. Sequels followed fast. A cycle about immoral, heroic gangsters was born. Hollywood couldn't fail to notice filmmaking this intense, or box office on this scale. So Wu was soon in America, directing Jean-Claude Van Damme movies, and then Mission Impossible 2. Hong Kong imagery looked different now. New non-linear editing systems, and John Woo's brilliant eye got the credit. Looking back, there were other reasons for Hong Kong's new dynamism. The first is this man, Master Yuen Woo-ping, who started making films in the 70s. Look at this fight scene from the end of The Iron Monkey, which he directed and choreographed. The cuttings as fast as in a John Woo movie, and the camera angles were as numerous. What was happening in front of the camera, the fight, was equally choreographed. Where Bruce Lee's feet were firmly on the ground, Master Yuen, borrowing from King Hu and making opera, spun his characters into the air.
當你打嘅時候就我行邊度試行邊度啫，佢哋已經感覺到啦，即係嗰種功夫做動作先喺嗰係種傳統嗰種功夫嘅感覺係喺邊度？當然成件事都係火燒啦，但佢一路打一路行住喺度，即係喺動作上面之間一路行一路打啦，就比較難度高好多啦，即係要試好多次，行多次練多次咁有時要借助下啲威亞啦，嚟到幫下佢哋啦，其實幫可以準啲。所以我好少咁想即係接到人家睇嗰陣時，開始慢慢眼構思，當然唔睇即刻構思到啦。跟住佢話當然即係瞓覺啊，或者食飯啊，或者甚至廁所啊，都會一路諗下嘅啫。由原本開始構思嘅時間都幾長下嘅構思時間。
Master Yuen's innovation impressed Hollywood, of course. This time, it was the Wachowski brothers who made the call. They were planning a film called The Matrix.
係真係好唔同，好唔同。我同導演傾接觸嘅時候咧，佢就以前將我哋中國香港嘅功夫融入去佢嘅即係做出一種新嘅效果出嚟睇啦。
And we can see Master Yuen's influence in this scene.
Whatever they get, whatever people,
Enjoy what you've done. The gravity-defying of Hong Kong cinema is the feet fighting of Bruce Lee, fast constant punching of Kung Fu.
我覺得係好新鮮啦，應該係有種新嘅感覺出嚟嘅。唔同嘅時候，唔同嘅就係設計動作上面嘅嘢啦，因為佢好多係電腦做 demo 出嚟做一個出嚟，即係個動作，我睇咗就係跟住佢哋做設計。係有啲唔同啦，同埋跟住最辛苦就個已經唔識打，即係打拳都唔識打嗰陣時候，我睇到我頭痛，所以就要同啲醫院一路催定4個月，跟住將每場嘅動作設計好晒，俾啲醫院練好晒，跟住根據比較特技嘅動作，我哋設計好晒俾佢練，同佢威亞各方面嘅借助威亞嘅力量啊，最唔同嘅呢啲即係導演話俾佢聽，我想點，個人物性格點樣，我就跟個人物性格嘅設計，我哋做電影人，我哋就所以冚唪唥一 經食到晒啲嘢㗎啦，有時碌出晒嚟啊，跟住小波嚟到啊，你屋企去做啊，即係雖然我睇小波，但係我覺得有啲唔好嘅，我都會同佢講咗，佢講得最好睇嚟先啊。香港電影只係大件，同埋個創作性比較強啲。
John Woo and Master Yin were key innovators in Hong Kong cinema after the 70s, but this man is more central to the story than either of them. Chow Hak is a Steven Spielberg of Hong Kong. He produced both A Better Tomorrow and Iron Monkey and controlled the editing of them. He has directed 44 films himself. Look at this scene from Choi Hak's Once Upon a Time in China. This character is a legendary kung fu master. Europeans and Americans are invading China. The story needs the guy to clock that the enemy is advancing by sea. And also meet the westernized woman who will intrigue him for much of the movie. It could have been staged simply. But Choi Hak puts the guy on a roof, mending it. He sees the woman because he slipped down the thatch. His first glimpse of her is a dramatic high angle. Chaw films him from her low angle point of view. No ordinary first encounter. But then the director sets a slapstick rabbit running. 2 buckets of glue or paint begin to tumble. The guy tumbles too, but in John Woo or Sam Peckinpah's slow motion and spinning just for the sake of it. And he hits the ground in slow-mo too. And the glue gets its punchline. And then another. There was no rational reason for staging such a small scene as if it was a gunfight. With more than 25 shots, 5 would have been enough. And look at this scene from Dragon Inn. Maggie Chung is the owner of an inn in the desert. She's on set with Richard Lin. They fight. What a fight. It's like there's a whirlwind in the room. Dance, erotics, grace, and of course, spinning. Chaw Hak produced and strongly influenced this film. His hyperactivity as a person makes for hyperactive, innovative cinema. Choi Hak made Hong Kong cinema in the 90s spin. Many of his smash hit movies led to their own spin-offs. Dragon in itself was a remake of a King Hu movie. Everything went in circles. A quietly simmering kettle was a key image in the calm Asian films of the 1930s. In Hong Kong cinema, the kettle boiled over with intensity. Not since Soviet films of the 1920s had movies space been so fragmented. Not since the 50s had emotions been so heightened. And what about the Shaw Brothers, where mainstream Hong Kong cinema got going? This is their vast new studio in the hills above Hong Kong. It's state-of-the-art and built on rubber to sound perfect. Hollywood, be afraid, be very afraid. But this place is nearly empty. Hong Kongers remember with envy the days of Bruce, when its movies dealt a body blow to world filmmaking. Where Hong Kong seemed to turn masculine and frenzied in the 70s, mainstream Indian cinema, what in the West is called Bollywood, grew in scale, but also in inventiveness. India, in all its photogenic luminosity, had quietly built the biggest film industry in the world. Epics from the 60s, such as this one, Rugoyazam, took both the box office and the sound of music did in the West. A dancer enters the royal court, a sparkling scene with mirrored sets. The crown prince her married. Director K.S. wanted to make the film in colour but couldn't. Recently it has been colorized. A process that's looked down upon. Look at the results. Pink and pistachio. By the 70s, the Bollywood bubble got bigger and shinier. In 1971 alone, India made 433 films. At least as many as were made in America in the same year. Mainstream Hindi entertainment cinema was magnetic. When last we met her, Sharmila Tagore was understated, using tiny head movements and close-up, in this fine-grained masterpiece by Satyajit Ray. Look at her now. Tagore is the queen of Bollywood, the bright red, with Swami Elizabeth Taylor in a full-throttle musical.
Listen.
The film is Mauser, made by the great director and lyricist Gulzar, without whom 70s Indian cinema is unthinkable. Tagore's character is in love with this doctor, played by the legendary Sanjeev Kumar. Tagore's modern look, hair and eyeliner influenced a generation of Indian women. But life's tragic for Tagore's character, and this is where Gulzar's innovation comes in. It shows Tagore and Kumar in a romantic moment on a mountainside. Then over the crest of the mountain walks an older Kumar, looking back at his younger, happier self. Past and present, the joy of love and its pain, all in the same scene. Indian cinema was great at such master strokes of storytelling.
Listen.
Our films in Bombay were different, like songs, for instance. There's a lot of usage of songs, which was part of the narrative, so to speak. And it was always a little bit more flowery, more not quite reality, but slightly more made up reality, so to say. So that was quite different and more glamour, more dressing up, more accent on beauty, more accent on youth, and very general. So a lot of generalization, not pinpointing where you come from or which time we are talking about. Like every time I worked in a Hindi cinema, And if I took a little longer to say something or give a little extra pause, I was very teasingly told that this is not a race cinema. You have to speed up and speak up a little. And of course, in Bengali, it would be exactly the opposite. And I would be told now, this is not Bollywood. You have to, of course, Bollywood wasn't called Bollywood. In this cinema, you have to pause, react. So yes, because both the forms were very different.
If Tagore was the queen of Bollywood, there's no doubt who was the king. Amitabh Bachchan. Not since the days of silent cinema and Charlie Chaplin had world movies gilded one human being with such fear.
I love the cinema. That's the only job I've been in films for 40 years now. 15th of February 1969, when I signed my first contract in the film industry. It's been 40 years, over 150 films. I still work. I have 4 or 5 films on the floor. Hopefully there'll be many more. I enjoy that. I wanted to express myself through a medium which was going to project me in different circumstances, situations, different characters to dress me up, in colorful clothes, and give me lovely moments and emotions to evoke. I was interested in that, and I found the medium attractive enough for me to join that to be able for me to exercise these wonderful desires of mine.
Here's Bachchan as an honest cop in the 70s classic Zanjeer. Zooms, freezes, close-ups, dramatic fragments of fear, rage, and realization. Bells ring, music crashes like waves, a whirlwind of a scene.
I do feel that in the late 60s and early 70s there was a desire to communicate ideas, spend a lot more time in expressing those ideas. The written word had a great amount of importance, whether it was the lyrics in our songs, whether it was dialogues of our films. In the 60s and the 70s, there was the beginning of a kind of turmoil within the youth of the country. They were not happy with the way the system was functioning, and they felt that they needed a vigilante or some single force to suddenly come up and take charge and solve their problems. And they were all stories of a person that rose virtually from the gutter and came up fighting against the system single-handedly, taking charge of affairs, raising a voice against the system, and correcting it in his own manner, so to say, and then becoming a great hero.
And Bachchan plays the hero of this movie, Sholay, the innovative colossus of 70s cinema. Widescreen titles like an epic, landscape like a western, music like an adventure film. Sholay was all these things. The greatest Bollywood film of its time and one of the most influential movies in the story of film. It was co-written by this man, Javad Akhtar, the great Urdu poet and screenwriter, who tried to capture the spirit of the times in his screenplay.
As a matter of fact, 17 was in a way a traumatic. Slightly after the partition, after the independence, was changing. In 47, India got democracy, an impeccable constitution, secularism, freedom of expression, so on and so forth. And we started believing that prosperity, next picture on. But by the time we reached 70, we realized that it is not so. And that was the time when everything was, idealism was shattered. When idealism shattered, art gets into trouble. Art gets into a kind of a drama. And you see that drama existing in short story, art, theater, and that reflected in mainstream commercial cinema. And you saw an angry young man emerging. This man was a vigilante. This man was a believer that art will come to him. And this kind of belief is developed in moments when an average person feels that perhaps the institutions are not going to help.
Surely captured the spirit of its time so much that it was a huge box office success and played in this cinema for 7 years. This scene is the dramatic core of the movie. The family of a policeman is brutally gunned down. Freeze frames, slow motion. The squeak of a swing. His trauma electrifies the film and propels its operatic emotions. Policeman's need for revenge. This is the killer of one of cinema's most psychotic characters. Surely looks like the Magnificent Seven or Sergio Leone's Once Upon a Time in the West. That's because it's very like both. It's full of ideas and conventions ripped from other movies.
You must have seen children playing with the ice string and a pencil. They tie a string in a pencil and they start swinging it over their head. And slowly they keep leaving this string. And it makes bigger and bigger sound. Now, this pebble is the revolt from the tradition. It wants to move away. But the pebble is the tradition. The string is the tradition, the continuity. It is holding it. But if you break the string, the pebble will fall. If you remove the pebble, the string cannot go that far. This tension of tradition and revolt against the tradition are in a way contradictory. But as a matter of fact, it is a synthesis. You will always find the synthesis of tradition and revolt from the tradition together in any good art.
And Cholet's revolt is in its fearlessly inventive shifts in tone. Bacha, here in a sidecar, plays a crook who's hired by the policeman to avenge the murder of his family. The movie finds room for this famous musical scene. Bacha and his friend, carefree, singing in the sunshine, the open road, constant movement, friendship celebrated. One minute it's a light buddy musical. Then we have what looks like a big Hollywood production number for the Festival of Color. Purple dust in the air, a camera on a Ferris wheel, a carousel. But the rapture of this is suddenly blasted away. Driving percussion or frenetic action. Entering this scene, Near the end, the killer has the brassy girlfriend of Bachan's sidekick dance for the sidekick's life. To add to the intensity, he has a broken glass scattered under her feet. No Hollywood musical, not even the dark ones like Cabaret or Scorsese's New York, New York, has dared to film a dance scene this grim. Cholet melds Chaplin and Leone to have Richard musicals and horror cinema in its furnace.
Surely when the cops are out, take charge of everything. It's really enough. Had we gone according to the original idea of the script, it's just he lost his hands. He is going to take his revenge with the help of these two trees. That was the end of the story. But we have to show the end. We have to show the lawyer's agreement has to come in. So a lot of the films restructured the way they made these films or added this little bit to the end. The cops like them after the whole thing is over, after the drama and emotion, come and take over and say, okay, now you're in the hands of the law.
मैं जानता हूँ आपका क्या खुशी है, लेकिन ये न भूलिए कि आप एक ऐसे पुलिस अफसर रहे हैं जिसकी मिसाल आज भी दी जाती है।
Surely have become some kind of a watershed, some kind of a milestone in cinema. But let me tell you, I try to remember. Think of a film in the world that has so many unforgettable characters. When there are like in Godfather, you remember Star Wars, you remember some characters. But not to the extent of Surely was released in 1935. And the big players, the big characters who appeared in one scene, those characters are calibrated like moving advertisements. Surely can boast of at least 10 unforgettable films.
In a way, Cholet is potent because, as Bachan says,
I used to ask my father, it's no longer alive, but the great version of it. What is it about Indian cinema that makes it so exciting? The most exciting thing about Indian cinema is that you can poetic justice in poetic justice in the lifetimes of the years. And that is the most attractive thing. We give, Indian cinema gives poetic justice.
Bollywood was hugely popular in the Middle East and North Africa too, but Arab filmmakers themselves didn't shy away from epic popular cinema of the 70s. Far from it. Take this movie, Muhammad, Messenger of God. Perhaps seen by as many people as have seen any film in cinema history. It looks like a conventional biblical epic, and in some ways it is. It took 4 months to build the sets, crowd scenes, period costumes, and the like. But look at this widescreen shot, for example.
We have to defend ourselves. You are a messenger of God. They mocked, abused, and plunder us, and we do nothing. In the baggage of war, we are pathetic.
American actor Anthony Quinn is talking to camera.
I know how you hate the sword, but we have to fight.
And he walks away. We expect a reverse angle to the person he's been talking to, but it doesn't come.
I say, I can't get back!
Instead, the camera raises up and walks towards him. We don't see or hear the person because Quinn's character is talking to the Prophet Muhammad, his nephew, not after the Prophet has ascended to paradise, whilst he's still here on earth. Islam doesn't allow the depiction of the Prophet, so this most visual of mediums, cinema, refuses to picture him. Filmmaker Mustafa Akkad even leaves gaps in the soundtrack where Muhammad's voice would be. Akkad shot the film in Arabic too, with Abdullah Gaith playing the uncle. Akkad could have simply dubbed the film into Arabic with the vast Arab audience, but he didn't. He felt that Western and Arab acting styles are so different that he should make two versions.
أنا أعمل فتوى للسويس، ولكن لو تركناهم نفقد كرامتنا بعد أرضنا.
Here, director Akkad walks from the English language into the suite to the Arab one. The documentary footage shows that he was a calm, hard worker in the 70s, juggling tasks. Akkad went on to produce the famous Halloween horror films. He and his daughter were killed by an Al-Qaeda suicide bomb in a hotel in Jordan in 2005. In Egypt, pioneering director Yusuf Shaheen was both populist and angry in the 70s.
And the third word, the third word, Jesus Christ, I've been around 7,000 years. And we've proven that we were civilized 7,000 years ago. Are we so underdeveloped? That's not civilization. Civilization is how you contact the other people. You know how to love, you know how to care. This is civilization. If you go to a very poor man here and he has nothing to give you, you go and borrow from his neighbor's loaf of bread and then he'd offer it to you. In Europe, you may faint and drop dead in the street and people will just walk away from you and they don't give a shit. So we have to know what the word civilization means. And then we could say first word, third word, then. If you're still a savage, I'm not talking about you personally, I like Irish people.
ولا نستطيع أن نخفي على أنفسنا أننا واجهنا.
Shaheen's film Sparrow is a stunning account of a terrible moment in Arab history. The Egyptian president Nasser announces on TV that Egypt has lost territory to Israel in the Six Days War. Shaheen films his actors watching the broadcast, dismayed.
وإن كنا نحتاج في ذلك
He dollies in to capture the emotion, the shock.
والشجاعة ومقدرة العمل الخدامي. ولقد
This is Bahia, who owns the house where people have gathered to watch.
لقد قررت أن أتنحى تماما.
Shaheen's famous ending, Bahia runs out onto the streets. Shaheen tracks in front of her. The windows open. Despair spills out and becomes a collective feeling. One of the most famous moments in Arab filmmaking.
and they still wanted to make it look like it was a victory. So I wanted to show the real people, the people who went down into the streets.
This interview was done 5 years before the revolution in Egypt that threw Hosni Mubarak out of office, which he interfered.
I hate the word, not to prophesize, but you must predict what is going to happen in view of all the factors that you see around you, especially economically right now. It's really bad. And the authority is always very violent. So I decided I would buy some very hard sticks, preferably in iron, and give them as a gift to the university. I mean, the students just go out with nothing, so they get beaten each time. You have to say no to somebody, otherwise they become big-headed. They become demigods like Mugabe or Gaddafi or our own.
Hong Kong, Indian, and Arab movies wowed cinema audiences in the 70s and 60s. But something happened in American cinema which changed everything. A movie about a shark took $260 million in the US box office. A scary film about a girl possessed by the devil took $200 million in the box office. A sci-fi movie about the good force or the evil Darth Vader demolished all records by taking nearly $500 million. Cinema was on a roller coaster. There'd never been figures like this before. The Exorcist, Jaws, and Star Wars changed American and then world cinema. Producers started to make films about things that people fantasized about seeing: the devil, a monster shark, spaceships, dinosaurs, the sinking of the Titanic. Like very early cinema, the promise of thrill, of sensation, lured people back to the cinema. This came to be known in Hollywood as want to see what the culture wants to see. New movie theaters called multiplexes were built. The era of the blockbuster had begun. Here's The Exorcist, a believable middle-class home. Mom's all dolled up. A maid. Ben screaming of evil. A handheld, wide-angle shot captures the rush of fear. And then this. Director William Friedkin's innovation was to slap horror cinema in the face with realism. The Exorcist tells the story of a teenage girl possessed by the devil. The devil's voice was throaty, cigarette-y, phlegmy. Friedkin hired the brilliant actress Mercedes McCambridge to do it.
And I'm the devil. Now kindly undo these straps.
They had a feeling that fight could become
An entity, not a voice. That drives me crazy when people say you were the voice of the Exorcist. No. I tried very hard to create a character Lucifer was a part of it.
To increase the realism of the sound, McCambridge swallowed raw eggs, smoked cigarettes, and got drunk to make a bronchial voice gurgle and emotional.
Strange. They tore the sheet up, and they restrained me. My hands, my knees, my feet, my neck. Look what happens to your voice. First, when you have no freedom, the only way I can do it now is by clenching my hands behind me.
One of the most innovative vocal performances in movie history. But Friedkin pushed other actors hard too. He slapped this one who's paying a
My
good
luck
priest
is that
on the
you're
face,
here.
then immediately filmed his trembling response. Friedkin's techniques were traditional too. He said, I just want to tell a straight story from beginning to end with no crapper glue. Got this no-nonsense approach from, of all people, veteran director Howard Hawks. He was going out with Hawks' daughter. People queued around the block to see the film, to test their stamina as they rode on a roller coaster.
Tremendous film. Just turned my mind.
Disgusting.
Well, we'll take a walk and go and see it anyway.
I just found it really horrible. We just had to come out. I couldn't take it.
The reaction in America from all reports has been hysterical. Audiences are reported to have been fainting, to have been vomiting themselves, screaming. In the tradition, really, of those great horror films where you get your money back if you don't last the course.
An American documentary was made about this audience reaction to The Exorcist. It wasn't glossy like entertainment TV. It was rough and handheld, like The Exorcist itself, and caught the panic of people actually fainting. I have my finger on the pulse of America, said Friedkin. These 9 words killed the complexity of New Hollywood.
Earn the money back.
They could also have been spoken about this man, who Time magazine called the most influential director in cinema history.
23. You make a picture at
Steven Spielberg had been making amateur films since boyhood. He was more influenced by this film than European movies.
There he is. Go on. I'm setting you free. I'm moving out of your heart. Goodbye.
Pilot says goodbye to the woman he loves because he's been killed. He must watch her fall in love with another man. Famous Hollywood romance, soft black and white, otherworldly, big-hearted, unashamed emotions that touch the young Spielberg. I was truly a child of the establishment, he said later. Jaws was both an establishment film and an innovative one. We're out to sea, trying to catch a killer shark. The camera's close to the water, capturing the swell of the sea. A nerdy scientist on the left, a salty, seen-it-all fisherman in the middle, a green around the gills police chief on the right. Three very different men, filmed in 3-shot, like Howard Hawks and RoTHSCHILD. Would have been easier to shoot in a studio tank, but Spielberg, like Friedkin, wanted realism.
If this isn't hashtag,
They had the scientist crush a polystyrene cup in mockery of the macho crushing of a beer can.
Nice.
In interviews, Spielberg speaks as vividly as Alfred Hitchcock about the point of view of his shots in Jaws and their unity. He captures the sense that a visual idea comes to mind, then you work on it, making it better, using color and lenses.
The death of the Kinder Boy and all the paranoia and tension and suspense leading up to the actual attack was out of the raft. In my mind, wanted to shot. And in trying to figure out, in a perfect world, how could I have done that in one sustained shot? I came up with the idea to have bathers with different colored bathing suits walking in front of the camera that would wipe off Roy Scheider in the same color in reverse, moving in certainly the other direction, would wipe on what he's looking at, which even though it wouldn't be one shot, would give more of a seamless feeling and much more of a clear point of view that you knew who was looking at who. That all this must be from the police chief's point of view. The scene's about him, it's about his reaction. It's not about the people who are being killed. It's about the chief of police, his fear of the water, his chief responsibility to protect the public, his fear that there is a shark out there, he knows who's out there, and these people are going swimming anyway.
We dollied in and zoomed out to create this queasy scene of change of visual perspective, as Hitchcock did in Vertigo. And this scene in Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind shows his filmic signature, the awe and revelation scene. Wide shot, then the camera dollies to people looking at something through a screen. We want to see what they see. Spielberg doesn't cut to it. Instead, the scene builds. They get out. We track and rise. And the music rises. And here's the one in Jurassic Park. Looking again, removing glasses to see better.
Fish fever form has been extinct since the Cretaceous period. I mean, this thing is...
And again, then getting out of the frame to see better still. Then the camera rises, and the music does too. Masterclasses in point of view and the desire to see. Spielberg wasn't so interested in what urban elites dreamt of. His was a world of suburbs, absent fathers, and underlings of encounter sublime. At his best, he burnished mainstream cinema and became the most successful romantic director in the story of film. Less than 30 months after Jaws, Star Wars almost doubled its box office takings. The film starts like a fairy tale, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. The words drive backwards into deep space. The soundtrack, recorded in a relatively new format of Dolby Stereo, seems to take place in deep space too, but felt as if the cinema shook. And then models of spaceships glided past such wide-angle lenses that they plunged into perspective too and looked enormous. Camera moves were programmed by computers. Then the film introduces us to Luke, who will become a knight and save the universe. We're in the realm of myth, and the film's design conjures the myth. Interiors look like caves or kitchens or spaceships. There's talk of a mystical force. Luke dresses like a samurai. We meet two robots, little and large, a metallic odd couple, and we see, optically projected, a message from a princess asking for help. We hear of an evil emperor who director George Lucas saw as the shamed American president, Richard Nixon.
No, he says it's nothing, sir. Merely a malfunction coding.
This is the most absurd plot we've yet heard in the story of film, and yet the movie charms, in part because it draws richly from film history. The robotic comic duo was based on two funny characters and Akira Kurosawa's The Hidden Fortress,
We seem to be made to summon.
as were Star Wars soft-edge screen wipes. And the spears in Kurosawa's film became lightsabers in Lucas's. The evil characters were filmed in a way that was reminiscent of German director Lady Riefenstahl's The Triumph of the Will. In the climax of Star Wars, Luke's attacking the Death Star. Lucas has the camera plunge forward like a phantom ride from silent cinema. Fast cutting, the music crashes like waves. Luke uses a computer to find his target. Then Luke hears the voice of his guru, Ben Kenobi. He tells Luke to use his intuition.
Use the force, Luke. Let go.
Strong.
Trust me.
So Luke puts away the computer, the very thing Star Wars helped to bring to cinema. In this moment, the night, the hero learns to feel rather than think, which in a way is what happened to American cinema in general in the 70s. Maybe baby boomers are tired of activism, of change, of new types of art, and wanted to switch off for a bit. Maybe they wanted to be blasted away by lightsabers with force and spaceships. Bruce Lee fans, Indian movie lovers, and Arab audiences in the 70s and since fell in love with the cinema of sensation rather than contemplation too. At the end of the decade, Americans voted for an actor called Ronald Reagan to be the president of the United States. But Chinese people in the 80s protested in Tiananmen Square. What followed was exciting. Movie makers got their banners out. The 80s were the movie years of protest.
That's a great question. Baby. No, she's a baby. Horsing around.
In this chapter, we discover a new generation of Chinese films. David Lynch's movie, Velvet. The 1980s, greed is good. Thatcher and Reagan are in power in the West. Around the world, conservative ideologues tell false stories about life and love. The most innovative filmmakers speak back these falsehoods. This is their story. The story of 80s protest. The story of speaking truth to power in the 80s starts here.
Tell your mom.
China. Probably the most interesting place on earth at the time. China looked like this in the 80s. There was a new openness in China. It was debating where it stood in the world, how modern and democratic it wanted to be, standing up to the old Maoist repressions. The fervent was thrilling and moving, and out of it came the greatest rebirth in filmmaking of the whole decade. Mao's cultural revolution had stamped out the fire of building in China and closed its legendary film school, the Beijing Film Academy. Director Chen Chong
有那么几个教室，然后老师拿的那个讲义吧，差不多都是50年代都黄了那东西，然后就觉得跟老师在一起好像，因为我们在社会上鬼混的时间太长，就跟老师那种关系吧，都是那种称兄道弟的。
so-called fifth generation who graduated from it in 1982 would be the most distinguished ever to spill out of the film school. They made some of the best films in the 80s. Tien's film The Horse Thief spoke truth to power because it focused on a very Maoist subject. We're at a traditional era. The horse thief's young son has died. Tien films put us in roots and suffering slow motion. And these vultures eating the corpse, a horrifying idea to Westerners, but a sacred skywearer for the horse thief. Tien was interested in the mystical traditions of his characters. The themes of Sergei Kolodziejov in the Ukraine. Having eaten the body, the vultures take its spirit into the sky. In Tien's films, he looked different.
我们讨论的东西跟老师讨论的东西不一样，老师跟我们更多的是讨论故事，讨论人物，我们更多的是讨论影像，讨论声音，讨论画面，讨论色彩。
He framed like this, and treated color like this. Martin Scorsese called The Horse Thief the best film of the decade. Whereas Maoist films are about patriotic and exemplary types, the fifth generation were challenging their time by making movies about individual psychology.
我认为第5代是一个没有办法复制的一个时代产物，就是这些人在文化革命中跟社会、跟人、农村、城市各色人等政治、经济、家庭、情感经历了一个12年的一个过程。
19-year-old baby taking a train.
Again, we're far away from modernity in big cities. Static shots, a sense of the scale of the landscape, muted yellows and greens.
Thank you. Your car drives by porches. Oh, baby, get off the damn car.
Communist soldiers collecting folk songs. He writes the ones he hears near in this note. Then the soldier meets this 14-year-old girl, and the film becomes about her gender, confident, feminine. She's sewing, her head's down toward the door, static, and she questions the soldier who doesn't like anything. And the Maoist cinema was supposed to be strutting and heroic.
你对不上，你弟
怎么的？
不会唱歌不要，
谁说？
那会唱歌。
俺得花钱。
身子不像盐，圆的吧？
500元。我这哪？
我干啥？
Director Chen Kai-ge and cinematographer Zhang Yimou would himself become a successful director, frame the imagery like Chinese painting. Instead of being here, the horizon would be here.
What are you doing? I'm gonna try the other one. There's this one. Which one?
Action or conflict, but nor was it traditionally male fusion. The girl wants to join the army, to strike
Watch this
out
move.
rather than to stay home.
Yo,
Instead, it used emptiness within
Yoshi.
the frame as a compositional element. It saw realness
Yoshi.
within femaleness and good within bad.
Are you okay? Why do you keep saying Yoshi, Yoshi? He's being stupid. I'm just bored. Yoshi, Yoshi,
Ideas
Yoshi.
associated with Malay Asian philosophy, Taoism, all this is hugely challenging.
You like
The
John
legacy of
Colbert
Chinese
stuff?
film in the 80s
It's
was
probably the worst show in the history of mankind. It's now my least
Jen
favorite
worked
show.
consistently until
Not that their show wasn't before.
this
Really?
film about the Cultural
Yep.
Revolution.
Why?
Look Height was banned.
Oh, you were talking about
It was
home
brought
people?
into work for nearly a decade.
Yeah, I feel bad for homeless people. Why?
Yellow Earth's
Because I am gonna be one
went on to
soon.
direct some of the most rigorously beautiful movies of the 90s.
Yeah.
His film Raise the Red Lantern was beautifully symmetrical and had a striking orange red color palette. But even it didn't prepare us for his mastery of digital cinema. With a richly decorated peony pavilion, Jang studied Chinese painting and uses its ultra-masterful compositions, slow motion, and a gravity-defying Buddhist sense of the grace and movement.
Yeah.
A pictorial masterclass. The imagery in Chinese cinema was becoming as beautiful as anywhere in the world. All that was in the future. Back in the 80s, 5 years after the release of Young Earth, the sun went down in China, an exciting decade of self-discovery. Thousands of pro-democracy protesters were killed by the government on Tiananmen Square. The greatest images ever of bigotry to power. In another communist sphere, Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union in the 80s, the powerful communist authorities were starting to lose their grip. Life was tough, people persevered, and society began to recover. Filmmakers told stories about taboo subjects. Documentaries literally changed the world in some cases, and are some of the most troubling films ever made. This film, Repentance, created a sensation. It tells in an almost comic book manner of this dictator. He has a Hitler moustache, but like Stalin, is Georgian. A woman imagines that she and her are buried. An echo of this much earlier Soviet film, Arsenal. A haunting static shot of a smiling dead soldier. The Stalin-like dictator eventually dies,
Yeah.
astonishingly. Digs up his body and stands it here. The guard knows and his son. The corpse looks unremarkable, like it's just relaxing against a tree. Director outlines a film from far away in daylight. A symbol, of course, the fact that atrocity cannot be buried. Stalinist genocide stinks of death. President of Georgia, modernizing philosophies from the early 80s, Mikhail Gorbachev saw the film and approved the release. He was seen by millions and helped spark glasnost, the period of new openness in the Soviet Union. A rare example of film actually unspoken. As was this astonishing Soviet film from the mid-80s, Can't See, written by Russia in 1943. Nazi bombs are just exploded. Into the frame comes the teenage boy of the story. He's fighting the Nazis. The camera moves out of it to adult height. The boy seems to get smaller because of the right angle lens. The peak of his camera seems to reach out to us. The bomb has detonated to us. He meets a girl. They go to his village. He can't find his family.
Пошли. Пошли. Я не тут.
Then the girl looks back and sees them. He doesn't. The wide angle camera tracking them. As if it's the awful thing she's just seen. In their flight, they come across this bomb. This is acting at the limit of endurance. We hardly hear their screams. The absurdity of it in these awesome soundtrack. The film is more physical. Another Soviet film already near burial. Currencies of acting, sound design, scale, angle camera, and moral seriousness made it the greatest war film ever made. The director of Come and See, Philip Klimov, became head of the Soviet film in the 80s. In this book, he and politicians discussed censorship and the digging up of the past. Films have been banned because they were anti-Soviet, because they spoke truths other than the sanctioned ones. One such film was this one, Longer Lives, directed by the brilliant Kira. We see a middle-aged woman cut to a train, looking outside first, then zoom out to show that the mother's talking to her son. Jump cut. He's trying to sleep. She talks. A strange high-pitched voice in the soundtrack. No sound of the train itself. Throughout the film, no matter what as the mother and son live away from each other.
Я не буду никогда бегать. Почему? Ну, почему? Ну, что за трещины? Саша? Я с тобой разговариваю, не?
She nags him. The music erupts.
Я кому говорю, в конце концов?
Much cut to a man, then to the sun. A strange jump cut on his hands. The man's been replaced by an older man. More splinter cuts from different angles. Then we're outside the train, and then we seem to be in an airplane. What was all this about? This earlier scene helps us see her mom and son again, and not looking at each other again. Filmed in long lens again, a lens so long that the space seems paper thin.
Ну, тебе говорит. Ты должен называть его пап. Сейчас же твоя идея.
Rotter's theme used the way people can suffocate each other. Soviet films of the 70s and 80s were supposed to be about social themes, but this one was about psychological bondage. They couldn't accuse Muratova of being anti-Soviet, but the archives say that the authorities were terribly unnerved by the form of this film. And so, like the films of Sergei Barajanov, Muratova left the world. Love Goodbyes was banned. Maybe they thought Muratova's long lens was in those hidden camera positions for commenting on Soviet surveillance. Whatever. One official wrote, "How could you allow such an outrage?" Written on chalk in the film's canister is not to be given out. But back in the smoke film in the late 80s, a decade after it was made, Muratova's beautiful film was unbound and released to acclaim. It had come back from the dead to speak truth to power. She's one of the most underrated directors in the whole story of film. By the 80s, large chunks of the Eastern Bloc looked like this. And what if he did this to it? And what if he shifted its color to this? These are the questions that the Polish director Krzysztof Kieslowski asked. His answers were about love and death. And Jacek, this 20-year-old in an 80s Polish city. Kieslowski pictures him in yellow-green imagery. The shots are hooded, jaundiced. He sees a rock. He decides to do harm with the look. He can do this, he can do anything. This makes us scared of him. An old Hitchcock trick. What will he do next? This is what he does next. He gets in a taxi. He's going to kill the taxi driver.
Where's
The driver doesn't notice. He stops to let kids cross the road.
Okay.
An echo of the scene in Hitchcock's Psycho, where Janet Leigh, who doesn't know she's about to die, lets people cross the road. But where Hitchcock's film is fear as entertainment, Kieslowski's film is about the dirt and sickness of fear. Jacek straddles the man. You see the man's foot come out of his sock. He takes forever to die.
Yeah, I should. That's a version.
The scene lasts 3 minutes, 45 seconds, 35 shots, real time. The man's saliva. The mask of the imagery is so heavy that at times it looks like night. The man's false teeth are reduced to a sock of spit and dentures. Extraordinary innovation. Then we jump here and Jacek's sentenced to death for his crime. Green light and hooded imagery again. The ugly fury of death is gone in a moment. Then the shit that drips from his brain. Only the element in the star starburst. After the object has died is the light white. A short film about killing that used physical things to rage against the dying of the light. Literally, because the moon is unmasking, it could look like the light of the world is dying. A short film about killing is to be seen to be believed. They changed the death penalty of Poland. Talking truth to power, indeed. African cinema in the 80s was not undergoing such dark days as the films of Eastern Europe. Although some African countries were forced to mortgage their economies to the International Monetary Fund, innovation in African movies soared. In the 70s, African films had been about society, the here and now, the immediate post-colonial world. But in the 80s, directors started to look beyond the present tense to the horizon, the past, before colonialization. A rethink of what African cinema was for. This man, Gaston Cabaret, did this brilliantly. His movie Wind Canoe was one of the first films to do so, a landmark in African cinema. This orphan
Yes, look at the baby. Who
which was
is the
given
baby?
God,
I can only pet him when I was no.
he doesn't speak, he herds goats.
Right now, he'll be fine.
Director Cabaret's camera follows him from a distance and frames him outside the village. Then we get a flashback to a time when his mom was still alive. The boy's sick, they're under a tree in the shade. Then Cabaret makes the timeline of his film complex.
When you flashback inside another flashback, and I did it without questioning myself, and it worked.
Here, the mother had her own flashback to her husband, a flashback within a flashback.
You see how aesthetic could be invented just because an artist is doing what he feels or she feels to be good for the story he or she is telling.
Then we return to the first flashback, the boy's memory of his mom. Soon afterwards, we get back to the present tense.
I believe in these things in art. I believe in audacity, in art. And Africa has a tremendous treasure.
I could be here every baby. Still a sheep and
Mythology, legend. We need that because it's the food of the soul.
Cabaret's film speaks truth to the past, you could say. Then came another African film about the past, Dreamtime. In this film, Yellen, which means brightness, this man, Yankoro, has been tracking down his sorcerer father. Director Suleiman Cissé tracks around Yankoro like in a Sergio Leone shootout. Yankoro has to destroy his father, so he's in tears. He faces him. The water buffalo in slow motion in a sci-fi soundtrack. CC tracks up to the studio. Then his father becomes a mythic elephant. And the uncle is a lion. Mystical gods seem to channel the brightness of the cosmos.
Yeah,
Jordan is as big as North America, a shape-shifting 2001 Space Odyssey, a magic realistic film, and one of cinema's most complex works of art.
日本拍美国高晚欢迎那个
In America in the 80s, if power was anywhere, it was here on Wall Street. Greed was good here. Money gushed through this canyon like a torrent. This man, Ronald Reagan, America's president, said that the money would trickle down to places like this. But it didn't. A new television channel, Music Television, broadcast its first music video, this one, in 1981. The song was about video. The imagery used screens within screens, pink light, fast editing, and stepped cuts. All these things became part of the language of popular imagery. A scene like this shows how music video influenced film. The editing's fast, the angles are numerous and sexy. Music is the only thing in the soundtrack. We don't hear her feet, for example, and the scene has no story element. It's pure impressionism. But 80s America was mostly a male Reaganite dreamland. This film was part of the dreamland. Rich color, a roller coaster in the sky, close-ups of pilots like those in Star Wars. Tom Cruise is flying over the Persian Gulf. He encounters Russian-make pilots, so flies upside down, this close, and gives them the finger.
Greetings. What's the birdie? That cracked myself up.
Many of the shots last just 2 or 3 seconds. The cutting rate of pop promos and adverts, edited on computers. Scenes could be moved around, shortened, lengthened, and reviewed in computer edit suites.
She got them heavy.
Okay, side word of business.
She got them heavy.
For the new masculinity, new America, new cinema, and new dream. No American dream was more potent than this one.
She was saying.
float into
She's
David Lynch's brain
I get
like a
it
Swedish
about
when an idealized American small town
typing inside
the sort of
of it.
place where firemen wheels they pass.
Now it's they tickle, right? Scoop inside my back.
White picket fence.
These muscles.
Children go to school in slow motion. The Lynch's velvety texture usually gave way to something more fearful. It took us to the dark world of Victorian London in the Elephant Man, for example, and tracked into a close-up of a doctor who's sympathetic to John Merrick, just as the actor, Anthony Hopkins, drops a tear. Luck and beautiful craftsmanship. But the movie shows us the surrealism of Lynch's imagination. As he filmed the sight of the bulbous grooves on Merrick's skull, for example, he was reminded of the explosion of the smoke from his recently erupted volcano, Mount
Triple movies. She got the heavy. God, she is so.
Such connections take us to the crux of Lynch. His films protest against the rationality and understandability of everyday life. He worked with unconscious material with a He says that the key scene in many of his films, a scene that often combines the beauty of life with its terror, is the eye of the duck scene. Because, as he put it, when you look at a duck, the eye is always in the right place.
Triple berries.
The eye of the duck scene in the Blue Piglet is this one.
You want to sing the West Side song?
I close my eyes and I drift away into the magic.
The beauty of Roy Orbison's song combines with the intoxication of dense Harper's Pride.
Like dreams do when I fall asleep.
As if that beauty hurts.
Rose.
Like
that up there.
Lynch had an almost abstract
Rose.
fear of the outside world. But he didn't try to push that fear.
Look at this aestheticism.
He stared at it through a brain.
Yeah.
Lynch said that as people get older, their window of the world closes. This is what was happening to his country in the 80s and its cinema. After David Lynch, the second great American director to emerge in the 80s was Spike Lee. Thumbed his nose at white America and bourgeois blackness and was inventive with movie form. Take his film Do the Right Thing, which was shot on this block in Brooklyn. It's set on a single sweltering day and builds like a pressure cooker as tensions between local blacks, Latinos, and whites are sparked by events at a pizzeria. Lee and his cinematographer, Ernest Dickerson, use heightened colours to match the film's evolving themes. They filmed with tilted camera angles to render things off kilter.
Move on, you're blocking my view. Don't stare at me. The evil eye doesn't work on me.
The technique of his favourite films, The Third Man, which the non-horizontal camera was used to show the imbalance of the world and story. Billy himself plays the character McGee in the film's climax, the most striking moment of protest in the 80s American cinema. Again, saturated color, Lee picks up a trash can. The camera tracks with him. Rushes with the can as he throws it through the window. Here's a quotation from Martin Luther King denouncing violence, one from Malcolm X advocating it in self-defense. David Lynch and Spike Lee were high water marks in the otherwise eager tide of American cinema in the 80s. Neither, however, spoke the true end of modern life and helped create the radical independent film movement in America in the 80s as much as this man. Writer-director John Sayles, producer Maggie Rensley, used to go less travel to get the movies made and became America's estate of Asian filmmakers.
When we started, we really had no idea of the future.
Yeah, but there wasn't a place for us. We didn't really analyze it a lot. We just started making stories.
We probably knew by that time that Lucas and Spielberg were about to film school, but they belonged to Hollywood, which was a place that we never thought we had anything to do with, although John had started writing for Hollywood. So there you were on the periphery of it, but there was no expectation that we were building a career when we made movies upon the set.
It was like a reunion of a group of college friends 10 years after they'd been arrested on the way to an anti-war demonstration.
That's all I appreciate.
The film felt true because it wasn't edited in a flashy MTV way. The camera patiently observed intelligent conversations about race.
No offense to your senators, just fighting for this job. It's not so far this year. You really know that to disrespect her. Why do you stand them down?
When we started making movies, one of the things that I was always interested in was what do I see in life around me that I don't see in music? When I started the studios, a lot of those were heroic movies. And I was aware of, that's movie making. There's the hero and the girl and the best friend, and everybody else is an extra. Whereas the stories I was interested in, I came out of being a novelist. On screen, the characters were more complex, and they weren't absolutely heroic. They might be the protagonists, but like your friends, they might be somebody you love and care about, but they don't always act in a noble way. They don't always do what you wish they would do.
Well, I think from the beginning, the smartest thing that we did is decide to make the movies in our own way. That meant casting them in our own way, having complete creative control over the way we made them, and that includes non-hierarchical and not luxurious. It's like Hollywood was only there to see if John could get screenwriting work. I have less and less respect for them. I think they don't even do what they do very well anymore. They spend much too much money. They've lost whole huge sections of the marketplace. I was talking before about the adult audience. It takes them, 9 writers to come up with a script that's no better than the first version. I used to be afraid of them and intimidated by them, and now I realize they don't do the jobs very well. And that's one reason why the dinosaurs died. And now I'm older. Now it could be their mother, heaven forfend. Our movies do require paying attention, taking time, engaging with characters. And because of that, the legacy's good. It's tough to get the money for what we do. But when I meet the audience, I'm always glad that we have never changed.
Yeah, and most mainstream filmmakers that work within the studio system haven't done much better than we have as far as the number of movies they've got getting to make good dream projects or whatever. And they're much more likely to end up saying, oh, you should listen to my call.
how to do. Sales and Renzi were the standard bearers for new independent American.
Look at this movie, y'all. Yeah, sing your song. That's like sing the multiverse song. Be like, fuck this my baby. And she talking to me, my baby.
In France in the
I
80s,
love
Louis
him
seemed to
more
want to
than
give the
anything.
protest
You
photos
can
of
talk
Sales
about
and
it.
Renzi in the teeth.
He's a baby. He just
Here's
my
by
secret that
advertising
having a
cinema
spirit
became
of
shining
because
again.
he's a baby.
French philosophy had become interested in popular culture and postmodernism. This was a protest too, a reaction against seriousness. Into all this spread little Besson's Subway. Besson had excelled in pub promos and had lived in America. A roller skater snatched a handbag. His flight from the cops, filmed by a car chase on skates. The flow of action with the camera at his point of view. Wide angle shots to make the space deeper. The best new French director of the 80s, Léos Carax, combined the visual hyperactivity of Besson with a punky sense of outrage in modern life. We're on the Pont Neuf in the grand centre of Paris, the city of light. Fireworks, Public Enemy plays, Juliette Binoche. This could be a modern dance about high-class people. In fact, these characters are homeless. They sleep rough on the bridge. She's going blind. He's a drunk. Around this gritty truth about modern life, Carax built his gigantic film, the most expensive ever made in Paris. He had the entire bridge rebuilt as a set, a folie de grandeur with sweeping camera moves, glossy and wasteful in a glossy, wasteful age. The plight of homelessness was treated with the exact same style as this Hollywood musical. Grand studio sets in Paris, modern dance, colour splashed across the screen. Romantic ecstasy and agony. Sashay down to Spain in the 80s and you find that protest had had a sex change. On the left is Pedro Almodovar in his 1982 film Labyrinth of Passions. Cam, a touch of goth in his eyeliner and purple drawn-on sideburns. Purple 80s Latino. Dictator Franco had died. Madrid's underground culture was transgressive and anarchic. And to this, Almodovar robbed in a dash of the stylistic antics of this people's film. He loved his celebration of pop music, camera work that makes you feel you're there. It's youthful service. A scene like this was so provocative. It's a porn shoot, which conservative Spain would have hated. Porn stars
I'm gonna scream. Are you hungry?
and is making fun of the so-called thriller killer video nasty, and the porn star is wearing fur. The color's bright, and the style's cheap, not classy. Almodovar's signature was the comic grotesque, challenged old-fashioned Spain with sex and style. And in complete contrast, to see the range of Spanish cinema after Franco, look at this film, The Quince Tree Son, directed by Victor Eriza. A man has been painting his quince tree for weeks. He painted a line in the fruit, then drew a line on the canvas to get the fruit's position exactly right. Then the fruit tree drooped a bit, so he painted another line and another. Aretha uses no camera moves, natural light and a gentle pace to capture the passing of time and the delicacy of the moment. Spain under Frank Graves all about lies. The Queen's tree sun is a return to the truth. A national detox. Politics softened in Spain in the 80s. Here in Ireland. A right-wing government protesters in the streets.
It goes like this. Oh, love lucky.
That culture should reassure and bolster a traditional sense of national pride. But the best filmmakers kicking back are focused on other identities. Here in London, a high-level shot like a musical. A middle-class Pakistani businessman is reopening his laundrette. The right-wing government liked entrepreneurs, immigrants less. He dances with this white woman.
You gonna sing?
Yeah. The film loved war provocations. In the back room, the entrepreneur's nephew is having sex with a white monk. The guy drinking champagne and drinking 80s English shorties. The teen mouth of the nephew. Gay mixed race sex.
The answer is no.
Is a neo-Nazi. A waltz of multicultural.
Is this a joke?
A beautiful laundrette with a knee in the balls to the right-wing government.
No.
As much of a provocation
1,000% no.
as films were in Franco's Spain.
No, 1,000% no.
Far more serious.
I was out of the
Scottish
boy.
This boy,
I think there was a pair that put the hot tub on that. Look real crazy. Again, some hype in the hot tub. In the end, I do it right. I can turn the hot tub on. I mean, the business doesn't have that switch. And the step in, step out is more expensive. And it's down.
Granny sits down as usual, ignoring Jamie. Then, unusually, she takes a swig of beer.
And you don't want to get camping.
Beer seems to warm her heart.
This is the way.
She reaches back into Jamie's space. As director, Bill Douglas had
Hey,
never
that's
seen a film with
the
spaces. You know how glass reaches.
That's hilarious. Never seen
A
that.
simple scene. One of the great moments of reconciliation.
Are you gonna sing? It goes like this.
Who is it, Madame?
Another Scottish filmmaker, Bill Forsyth, looked at working class life too, but he was more romantic.
I mean, I could just sit in a hill and look at a housing estate and listen to the ice cream van. For quite a long while, that would fill me with good feelings.
You want to dance? It's really good. You just lie flat down and dance. I'll show you what I mean. I'll start it off and you just join in and feel confident.
Okay.
Besides the movie Gregory's Girl, young people and the ordinary places where they fall in love.
Remember drinking out of those little bottles full of Coke? Yeah, and 7 and like Sprite. I don't know. Lots of time to get place. So little glass bottles. I haven't seen those glass bottles in a long time. Really? Oh. Oh. Sure.
People in a landscape, I don't mean that in a kind of visual way, but just someone finding themselves
in that moment of apprehension that you're here and this is where you are. It's a difficult moment to describe, but it's a moment that is very, very cinematic for me.
This man, Terence Davis, made the greatest British film of the 80s, Distant Voices, Still Lives. In Davis's own childhood, Liverpool, in the 1950s. The family home terrorised by a brutal father who sees her mom in the present and then hear the kids in the past, flashing backwards in time without a cut. So this image is an memory image.
Hey, man.
What's a massive bid for the college football playoff like that? How much do you think it is?
When it's rain,
This one is very good.
the blues that can lose when it rains.
Davis's camera tracks down the hallway.
Reminds me of the tears I shed, tears
Mark has been going all in with college football, and it's been working out for him so far. The drivers are judges.
It rained when I met you, and it rained when I lost you. So I get the blues when it rains.
One of Davis's signatures is the very stages of Davis nearly always frames symmetrically.
I think it's due to causes. Because when I was growing up, it was the track and timelines, and the author was there, and you were looking at him like this. It was literally like that, and everything in the church was symmetrical. But I grew up this area, and I'm sure that's a huge subconscious effect of it. That stillness that you get, that everything tends to be symmetrical and beautiful compared. But there's the most wonderful stillness.
Davis's love of the slow forward tracking shot comes from this moment and intolerance.
And they literally build a crowd, and they hold the camera up the screen. You see it come up like this, and these elephants and all these people going up the steps, absolutely breathtaking. If you are feeling exactly the same at the beginning and the end of the track, you're using the tracking correctly. You've got to feel different towards the subject.
And another influence of Davis was this great shot in the Hollywood musical Young at Heart. The main character seems to have killed himself, a painful moment in the story, but the camera glides beautifully into a
This
perfect
been up Super Bowl on this list.
And Davis uses this combination of beauty and pain in Distant Voices, Still Lives. His youth was often painful. He lights it up.
That is
He enters it through scene. In doing so, he makes it beautiful and so transcends the pain. A wholly cinematic way of speaking truth to power.
But Terence Davis, we know he likes his frames to be perfectly symmetrical.
This small piece of resonance.
But here he takes symmetry much further.
Why do we have to have two of them?
Symmetry is all.
We're twins.
Two chairs and lamps balance. One's hair is echoed by the gilt mirror. Everything is symmetrical, except that the woman has only one leg. And so, like the director himself, she wants to make the scene, her world, symmetrical. So she has the other leg cut off.
Rob's never told.
In a way, analyzed imagery more than any other British director. He says that the story film is only just beginning. The British cinema of the 80s was a brilliant chemist. Its god of thunder was Derek Jarman. A man walks through a bleak, brilliant landscape. It's like we're in an Italian model maybe after World War II. This is intercut fast in style with men with machine guns and Morris dancers in a simple, genteel village England. It's like this little ideological storm.
Sing the song, the Yoshi song.
Meets Kenneth Anger's imagery of magic and dance and frenzy. The Last of England was a thunderbolt in 80s cinema. It's hard to imagine a greater provocation to the establishment. As was this film, Videodrome. A man watching TV, net half switched off, half turned on. The TV throbs.
Yeah. Yoshi.
The idea that a machine can be sensual, something that we can kiss, have sex with. Writer-director David Crone is foreseeing the sexualization of our solitary relationships with screens.
Well,
Cronenberg continued to be fascinated by the boundary between hard and soft, skin and metal and modern life. Never more so than in this scene in his film Crash.
so what?
There's an erotic bliss, almost whispered dialogue. No outside traffic.
You like seeing the West Side Story?
Pacing like relevant. Rosanna Arquette's hair the same color as the leather upholstery.
Well, fuck.
Cronenberg's using a novel about Fifi Ballard to tell modern world society that we're all dark, dirty, Canadian directors have been particularly good at blasting hypocrisy.
For real?
Clown is astonishing stock frame animation in which two neighbors fight over a single flower in their garden.
Bird thing. Her shoes.
A white picket fence symbolizing
Oh,
Peter
yeah.
Pablo Picasso, the best film ever made. And in French-speaking Canada, dedicated to this brilliant assault on hymns of 80s consensus. Actors, stages, and passion words the audience walks to follow the action. The realization of Christ is very real, but the actors describing the historical crucifixions do so coolly, like a textbook almost.
The land of Caucasus.
La flagellation avait pour but d'accélérer la mort. Les crucifixions étaient fréquentes.
And they make the audience feel uncomfortable by pointing out their violent.
À cette époque, la vie était courte et brutale. Il devait bien y avoir une petite foule comme ici ce soir. Les exécutions ont toujours été des spectacles populaires. C'est comme pour les accidents sur les autoroutes. Il y a toujours des amateurs.
Jesus of Montreal, one of the best films of the 80s, again speaks truth to power. This time, the power is us, the audience.
Darius, le roi de Perse.
Spielberg's films tell us that we lie to ourselves about our bodies, our sex, our values. The bravery of the best 80s films was exciting. Then came the 90s, the era of digital and the internet. Reality started to lose its wings. In this chapter, we discover that in the days before digital fantasy films, directors had a final love affair with real emotions in movies like nofilter and Japanese horror. This is the story of the end of the era. For 100 years, movies have been shot on this celluloid, paper thin, shiny, perforated. A medium so sensitive that it could capture the subtle colors in snow. But in the 90s, the digital image in Terminator 2 came along, and reality got less real. In these last days before that, as if to stave off the link between reality and the movies we found filmmakers around the world made passionate movies about emotions of spaceships or other worlds. The story starts here in the snowy era.
Oh my god. Yeah, I understand.
Take this extraordinary film, The Apple, based on a true story. A handheld camera moves into the enclosed world of this girl. Her father thinks that the outside world is so scary and dangerous that he's done something remarkable to her and her sister. The film's director, Samuel
اتفاقا خونه خاله‌ام بودم که روشن رو برای گذاشت چون تعیین کردن که یه پدر و مادر حدود 11 سال دو تا بچه‌شون رو توی خونه حبس کردن و اونا رو دیدم که نمیتونستن صحبت کنن و به جای که شبیه انسان باشن شبیه حیوانات شدن. مثلا توی فیلم سیب اگه قرار بود من قضاوت کنم ساده‌ترین راه این بود که بگم اوکی تمام تقصیرها گردن پدر این دو تا دختره که زندانشون کرده و نذاشته که اینا روابط اجتماعی داشته باشن. اما اگه قضاوت نکنی میتونی دوست داشته باشی، میتونی بری حرف طرف مقابلتو گوش کنی و دلایلش رو بشنوی.
زیبا این توش چیه؟
This is the scene where the girls come drinking back out into the cold. They taste it, they're shy. Macmillan captures the gems. It's remarkable that you can judge the parents for doing this to the girls. But what's even more remarkable is that these aren't actors playing the girls. The girls and the dad play themselves. Not in a straight documentary about what happened, but in a kind of self-role-play or reenactment. A risk they worked because the family found the process therapeutic. The film feels like an extraordinary, intimate myth about modern American love gone wrong. Real life inventors felt so moving that Macmillan used film to double back over it. This doubling back so that the real experience can fertilize the film, unique to Iranian cinema of this time. This is Macmillan's dad and son, an hours in Paris. He doubled back on reality too. As a film, A Moment of Innocence, it's even more remarkable when it's divorced. In the early 90s,
for the worst side.
asking for non-professionals to help cast. Nothing unusual in that.
Go to bed.
One of the people who showed up to
My mom would say, well, think about the dog and go to bed. If you're so tired. Why do I have to talk about the dog? Well, then don't think about the dog. Just go to bed. Okay. Well, man, I want to think about the dog. Like, that's why I said it. So think about the dog and go to bed.
He recreated the events on camera from his, the attacker's point of view, and even more unusually, he asked the police, of course,
What I'm telling you.
to recreate the events.
Yeah, I hear you. Modern timeline. No,
Here's a
it's
scene from the film directed by the policeman. Films himself. He's the taller of the two guys here, telling a young actor who's playing him in the 70s how to behave. The policeman films in a panning shot from far away and is cast quite a handsome actor as his younger self. Already he's trying to make what happened worse.
کسی پاسبون نبود که بدونه پاسبونی چیه از پاسبونی سردار بگه من داریم میامدم حالا داریم آموزشی پاسبونی
Again, we have doubling back on a found experience to deal with extra intensity. In this case, the doubling back reveals something unexpected. In the days of the stabbing, the policeman was in love with a girl, and he thought that she might love him back. During the shooting of the film, 20 years later,
trying to get home to stream that highly anticipated series finale? Well, it may take longer to handle the 5G home internet. Keeping you stuck with slower speeds during the busiest hours because you share your network with some other users. Why do that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Plus, Cox offers free panoramic Wi-Fi and 30-day money back guarantee.
switch. Visit cuts.com/LG Home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
The real point is
Making your healthy has never been easier when you start with Sprouts. Fill up on fresh with over 200 organic produce options every day. Power up with high-quality protein like grass-fed steak or pasture-raised eggs. And take your routine to the next level with a selection of vitamins and supplements. Sprouts is here to help you crush your goals and stick to your wellness routine with better-for-you items perfect for any dietary lifestyle. Make this year your healthiest yet. Start with Sprouts.
It's carried a flame for her on visions, and it's just going to
Our Kids Today centres around McMartin Resort, which was located in Manhattan Beach, California. On the 12th of August 1983, Judy Johnson called police to report that her 2.5-year-old son Billy had been sexually molested by a member of staff at the school, 25-year-old Ray Bucky. Judy Johnson would make a number of elaborate allegations against Ray Bucky to police, causing them to send letters to 200 parents, asking them to speak to their children to see if they too had been victimized at Martin. Children were then sent to the Children's Institute International, where they were interviewed at length to determine whether they too had been victims of child sexual abuse. With a dramatic increase in the number of children reported to have been abused, this case would become a media sensation. At its peak, authorities announced that 7 McMartin teachers had committed 397 sexual crimes, in addition to the 115 for which they had already been charged. This case would take its toll in so many ways. For example, financially, it would cost the state $15 million at its conclusion. But more importantly, it would take a huge emotional toll, as children, their parents, and members of staff from McMartin would be forced to take the witness stand and testify.
کارگردانی اینجا بر من شبیه یک پروژه فوتبال. شما تمام کاراشون از قبل انجام بدن.
Hi everyone, it's Emily from Students Verdict Podcast. Thank you so much for joining me for another episode. I'm going to warn you now, go get yourself a beer, apple wine, gin, whatever you fancy, because this is going to be a If you haven't already, please go and listen to some of our earlier episodes, which include cases such as that of Robbie Sanford, a man who was sentenced to 170 years in prison for a crime he committed when he was just 13 years old, and our newest episode of Vigilantes. Just going to run through some of our social media. So we can be found on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. On Instagram, our handle is @TheStudentVerdictBlog, and on Twitter, it's @StudentVerdict. Resources used in this episode will always be linked in the show notes, so please make sure to go and check those out. If you enjoy the show, please give us a star rating and a review. If you don't enjoy it, please don't tell me. A quick trigger/content warning for this episode. As I said, it's going to be a long one, but because of the nature of the allegation, it's mainly appropriate for listeners. We are going to be discussing child abuse, so therefore listener discretion is advised. Now, before we start, as I've said, I've really gone down the rabbit hole with this case. I spent hours and hours researching. My primary source of research for this case was from famous-trials.com. So if you want to look at material yourself, that's where you need to go. With that said, let's jump into today's episode.
Before Shopify, were you wondering where are my sales at? Now you're selling with Shopify, the global commerce platform supercharging your selling. No problem selling online, in person, on social media, and beyond. Very easy on the cha-ching.
Reality show.
Start selling with Shopify today and discover how millions of businesses around the world use Shopify to ignite their selling. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/listen. Shopify.com/listen.
Shopify helps businesses break sales records over the holidays. The world's best converting checkout. Let's hear that one more time. The world's best converting checkout. Shopify's legendary checkout makes it easier for customers to shop on your website, on social media, and everywhere in between. Now that's music to your ears. And now you can be a smash hit with Shopify. Start your now remote trial today at shopify.com/records.
As I've said, today's case centers around Martin Preschool, which was founded in 1956 by Virginia McMartin. This preschool quickly garnered a very good reputation, and parents were desperate to send their children there. In fact, in 1977, Virginia won the Rose and Squirrel Award, which was the city's highest honor. Staff at the school, it was kind of a family affair, so staff at the school included Peggy Bucky, Virginia's daughter, and Ray Bucky, Virginia's grandson. The 7-year case started with an allegation made by the mother of a child who attended McMartin Preschool. Judy Johnson had a son who was 2.5 years old. His name was Billy. He started to attend McMartin Preschool in May 1983. He went approximately 10 times before the 12th of August 1983. This was the day that Judy Johnson called the police that her son had been sexually abused by a member of teaching staff at the preschool. She identified her son's abuser as 25-year-old Ray Bucky. Judy reported to detectives that a spot of blood was discovered on her son's anus after a day at preschool. On the 18th of August 1983, Judy met with Detective Hope to discuss her complaint further. On the 30th of August of the same year, she would take her son Billy with her to meet with detectives. During this meeting, Billy alleged that he had indeed been abused by Ray Bucky. In a summary of the Deputy DA's meeting with Judy Johnson in 1985, 2 years after her initial allegation, Judy made what I can only describe as some extraordinary claims. She told authorities that her son Billy had told her he had been at communion in a church where a prayer similar to that of the Lord's Prayer was recited. During the ritual, a baby, which Billy said was real, had its head chopped off where a brains burned. Billy recalled that it was Peggy Bucky who had killed the baby. Judy told authorities that her son was made to drink the baby's blood. Billy described 3 teachers at the school dressed as witches. He said that they buried him in a coffin without holes in it. On another occasion, he recalled being on a train. He alleged that staples were put in his ears, nipples, and tongue. He alleged that Babs, one of the teachers at McMartin, had put scissors in his eyes, hit him a lot, and threw him against a wall. She even made threats to kidnap him. Judy Johnson would allege that Ray Bucky sodomized her son whilst her son's head was in a toilet. Despite the fact that Billy was unable to identify Ray Bucky from photos and the lack of injuries to the boy, Ray Bucky was arrested on the 7th of September 1983. The following day, on the 8th of September, Police Chief Harry Kuhlmeier made the decision to send a letter to approximately 200 of McMartin Preschool parents to determine whether there were any further victims. In this letter, parents were informed that Ray Bucky was suspected of child abuse. The letter in part read, "Records indicate that your child has been or is currently a student at the preschool. We are asking your assistance in this continuing investigation. Please question your child to see if he or she has been a witness to
Far
any
away from
crime,
the snowy north of
or if
Iran,
he or she
the film
has
was
been a
also
victim.
being used to transfigure
Our investigation
those
indicates that possible
horrors
criminal
of ritual
acts
reality.
include oral sex,
So far, the
fondling
story
of
of
genitals,
Hong
buttocks, or
Kong has
chest
been
area,
associated with the
and
actual
sodomy,
movies.
possibly committed under the pretense of taking the child's temperature.
One team of Hong Kong
Also, photos may have been taken of children without their clothing.
texture.
Any information from your child regarding having ever observed Ray Bucky to leave the classroom alone with a child during any nap period, if they have ever observed Ray Bucky tie up a child, is important. The letter concluded with Chief Colmeyer's request that parents keep the investigation confidential because of, quote, the nature of the charges and the highly emotional effect it could have on our community. He therefore requested that the investigation not be discussed outside of individual families. I'm not sure what Chief Colmeyer was expecting, but I think it's very unsurprising when I say that the news of Ray Buckley's arrest spread like wildfire throughout the community, and almost everyone in the area knew of the ongoing investigation. Now the whole world and his wife knows about this ongoing investigation. McMartin parents demanded a full-scale investigation. More supposed victims came forward in response to the police letter, and as the pool of potential victims grew, police felt that they needed to call in experts. And by experts, I mean the Children's Institute International, or CII, whose mission it was to identify and treat abused children. The interviews at the CII would be led by a consultant called Key McFarlane. Investigators encouraged parents to take their children to Key McFarlane at the CII to be interviewed. Approximately 400 children were interviewed in relation to the McMartin abuse scandal, and by March 1984, 384 former McMartin students had been diagnosed as having been sexually abused. In addition to the interviews, 150 children received medical examinations from Dr. Astrid Hager, also from CII. Dr. Hager concluded that 80% of the children she examined had indeed been molested. She largely based her findings on the child's medical history rather than physical evidence. She believed that any conclusion should validate the history of the child. It is said that her initial examinations revealed physical evidence of sexual assault in only 6 cases, and it couldn't be definitively proven that this abuse occurred at McMartin. According to Dr. Hager, the evidence of sexual assault appeared as small scarring patterns in the genital and rectal areas of the children. In 1984, the investigation would heat up. On the 13th of January 1984, Virginia McMartin and Peggy Bucky permanently closed the McMartin preschool 28 years after the institution was established. The McMartin abuse scandal became a huge media sensation after Wayne Sackers-Hidday ABC News reported previously unknown details of the investigation. It was said that this was the same Wayne Sachs who was dating CII consultant Key McFarlane. On the 24th of February 1984, 2 McMartin parents, the Currys, sued Virginia McMartin, Peggy Bucky, and Ray Bucky for assault and battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress. They were seeking $1 million in punitive damages. The increased awareness of the McMartin abuse scandal had wider ramifications for not only the parents, children, and staff of McMartin, but the daycare centres in general. A number of institutions in the LA area were raided and searched by authorities as part of the ongoing investigation, but no incriminating evidence was found.
along with Edward
On the
Yang,
22nd of March 1984, 7 defendants, including Virginia McMartin, Peggy Bucky, her 2 children Ray and Peggy Ann Bucky, Mary Ann Jackson, Ed Rader, and Vivek Spittler, were indicted on 115 counts of child sexual abuse. By May 1984, the indictment would be altered to reflect 208 counts involving 40 alleged victims. The LA Times reported that the victims had been subject to fondling and rape and had been forced to witness animals being slaughtered. Here are some other important dates for you. So, on the 12th of April 1984, the CII launched its campaign for public donations to help criminals with the Nordic case, and by 1989, they had accumulated $11 million in government grants. As I've explained before, by the 8th of August 1984, prosecutor Leon Rubin announced that 7 McMartin teachers had actually committed 397 sexual crimes, in addition to the original 115 charges. On the 6th of March 1985, Judy Johnson, the original complainant, was hospitalized following a psychotic episode. Prior to the commencement of the preliminary hearings, prosecutor Leon Rubin was telling news reporters the defendants in the McMartin case had committed 397 sexual crimes and that 30 individuals associated with the McMartin preschool were currently under investigation. During the course of the police investigation, various premises were searched, including the school and the homes of faculty members, but nothing of substance has ever been found. Parents of McMartin students conducted their own investigations by digging up areas of the school grounds, having been told there were secret rooms where some of the abuse took place. Again, they uncovered nothing, and neither did the archaeological team hired by the district attorney. The preliminary hearing began in August 1984 and was heard before Municipal Court Judge Avi Abov. It's been described as one of the longest and strangest preliminary hearings. This hearing involved 7 defendants, each one with their own attorney, and 3 prosecutors. The purpose of a preliminary hearing is to determine whether the allegations have merit and whether there is enough evidence to require a trial. The prosecutor therefore tends to drive these hearings. However, during the McMartin preliminary hearing, the defense didn't sit quietly. They were aggressive in their cross-examination of prosecution witnesses, which included allegedly abused children, their parents, therapists, and medical experts. The defense's aim was to undermine the evidence, questioning how such abuse had gone undetected, supposedly for years. During the preliminary hearing, prosecution witness Kee McFarland took the stand. She attempted to answer the defense's questions, explaining that children can remain silent for 2 reasons. Either because they suffer from denial syndrome, or because threats had been made against victims and their families if the child was to come forward. McFarland talked of being able to bring out the children's accounts through the use of dolls and puppets. We'll be returning to the dolls and puppets later. One of the key issues raised in the preliminary hearing were the interviewing techniques adopted by staff at the CII. When the defense viewed videotapes of the interviews with the children, they were hugely critical of the therapists' leading questions and subtle pressure. They believed that the therapists were attempting to get all of the children's stories to align to support the prosecution's case. During the hearing, the defense highlighted inconsistencies and contradictions in the testimony of the children. Some children testified that photographs had been taken of them when they were nude as part of the naked movie star game. The line they said was, "What you see is what you are. You're a naked movie star."
Other children talked about a nude game of cowboys and Indians. Sexual assaults would take place during this game. The list of places where sexual assaults took place included car washes, storerooms, farms, and a secret room accessible by previously mentioned tunnels. The children testified that animals were sacrificed, and one boy even testified that the children had been made to drink the blood of sacrificed animals. Another boy testified that he had seen the McMartin teachers dig up coffins in a cemetery and hack at the bodies contained within with knives. It would seem that by September 1985, a year into the preliminary hearings, some members of the prosecution team had begun to doubt the strength of their own case. One prosecutor said, quote, Key McFarlane could make a 6-month-old baby say he was molested.
From Taiwan to
A suggestion was made that the charges be dropped against all but 2 of the defendants, Gray and Peggy Bucky. Despite Chief Prosecutor Lael Rubin's belief that all 7 deserved prosecution, by December 1985, the DA's office had decided to drop the charges against 5 of the 7 defendants, meaning they would only proceed with the prosecution against Gray and Peggy Bucky. Peggy Bucky faced 20 counts and Ray Bucky faced 79 counts of child sexual abuse. So far, this case had cost the LA County $4 million, and that's before the trial had even begun. Regarding the 5 defendants who had the charges dropped against them, you might think that they were related, and maybe they were, but you also have to think about the other side of the coin. Allegations of an extremely serious nature, possibly the most serious nature, have been made against them, and everyone in their community and beyond knew about it. Rather than being able to have a trial, which would have afforded them the opportunity to give their account in open court, the charges were simply dropped behind closed doors. That's not the same as being found not guilty, meaning that the damage that was done wouldn't be undone, as there would always be people in the community who believed they were guilty, but that there was just insufficient evidence to prove them. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty with the trial and opening statements, here is a quick trailer for a really amazing podcast. The podcast from Grit. Please give them a listen, leave them a review. It really does make all the difference, and why not follow them on social media as well.
I'm Devin, and we are the podcast from the Grit. Join us every Friday as we discuss news of murder, mayhem, paranormal, movies. Plus a dash of comedy to help soothe your soul during these chilling times. You can find us anywhere you listen to your favorite podcasts. Spotify, Stitcher, Apple Podcasts. Also, you can find us at podcastforthecrypt.buzzsprout.com, and you can choose from there how you'd like to listen. You can find us on Instagram and Facebook at Podcast from the Grit. Be sure to tune in and listen to us discuss what nightmares are made of. Let's get weird. And as always, hail Satan, and we'll see you in hell.
Things feel a bit chaotic. Instacart helps deliver milk and sausage. Add a little life to your cart. Instacart literally all your stores from baby wipes to Albacore. Add a little life to your cart. Instacart helps with your groceries. Your first 3 deliveries are free. Download Instacart and like to cart terms of Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
Check out here today. Has anyone seen the bride and groom?
Sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky in the limo. We lost track of time.
Cash prizes that add up quicker than a cash register. In that case, pronounce your lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. We were prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
imagery
In December 1986, prior to the start of the trial, the catalyst for this whole case, the first complainant, Judy Johnson, died of alcohol poisoning before she could testify in court. It was said that before her death, she'd actually indicated an unwillingness to testify in any event. It was found in January 1987 that the prosecution had withheld important exculpatory evidence related to the mental well-being of Judy Johnson. I'm not sure how truthful it is, but I have seen during my research that Judy Johnson may have been suffering schizophrenia. The trial would nevertheless commence with opening statements in January 1987. In her opening statement to the court, the Deputy District Attorney, Lael Rubin, described the case as being about trust. She explained to the jury that innocent children have put their trust in their teachers, and that the teachers have betrayed them. Dean Giggs, defense counsel for Peggy Bucky, told the jury that his client was not perfect. She talked too much and was nosy, but that she had a warm and kind heart. He went on to say, quote, the people interviewed 450 children and 150 mothers. Also, 49 photo lineups were prepared. Bank account records were seized and examined. 82 locations were photographed. One church was investigated. 3 churches were implicated. 2 food markets, 2 car washes, 2 airports, and 1 national park. Thousands of pornographic photographs and movies confiscated by police were examined in a search for pictures of abducted children. Laboratory tests were conducted on 20 blankets from the school, children's clothing, sheets, rags, and a long list of other items including mops, kitchen rags, notebooks, soil samples, sponges, animal bones, quilts, underwear, and an archaeological dig was conducted. All of these investigations came up negative. They were looking for secret tunnels and trapdoors. They conducted surveillance of Rabbi, his family and friends, which consumed 135 hours. They consulted with a satanic expert, US customs agents. They contacted pedophiles. They checked real estate records, utilities records, relatives, friends, associates in the Bucky family, other possible offenders, vehicles, uncharged suspects. He concluded his opening statement by saying, quote, there is one more victim, and that last victim is the same as the end. And when you get to know this person, you will have solved this case. Daniel Davis, defense counsel for Ray Bucky, told the jury in his opening statement that, quote, the truth never really had a chance because children were artificially traumatized by interviewers into falsely believing they were molested. He asked the jury, what's the effect of telling parents that their child has been molested? If the child has not been molested, could you then ever convince the parents thereafter that their child was not molested?
We wanted to get back to the basics.
Davis told the jury a little bit about his client. Quote, Ray Bucky is 29. He was born in 1958 in Woodford. He attended the Virginia McMartin preschool. He is an athletic person. You will find he has been active in a number of sports. He attended El Camino College for 2 years. He has coached a variety of sports.
They only hire lawyers.
When he was at home, he kept a number of pets. He is not a person who could likely harm an animal. They secretly taped conversations between Ray and his mother for hundreds of hours, hoping to hear conversations of crimes. Instead, they talked about animals. He began as a teacher at McMartin Preschool in 1981, took classes at UCLA. became a teacher in 1981 until he was arrested. He was living with his parents. The house he lived in was searched.
Montreal works
Ray Bucky rushed to a hiding location and pulled out some pornography and attempted to flush it down the toilet. It was not child pornography. It was pictures of nude adults. He was caught trying to flush it. Nude adults.
He said that he would have turned
And that concluded
in their manifestos pledged a vow of chastity to the following
if there was ever a time to go and get yourself a second drink, now would be it, because we are coming to the prosecution and defense witness testimony. These were heard before Judge Pounders, which is great. We'll take a look at just some of the prosecution witness testimonies. We'll do that first, which means starting with two of the alleged victims.
all reminiscent of what
Because of their ages, their names have obviously been concealed. The first 12-year-old girl I'm going to refer to as Rebecca. She gave evidence from the 3rd to the 6th of August 1987. In her testimony, she talked about the naked movie star game. When asked whether she had to take her clothes off, she confirmed that she did, and that it was Ray who got her to undress. She said that sometimes Ray and Peggy would have their clothes off during the game. She couldn't recall seeing anyone taking her pictures during the game, but she remembered seeing the camera lens and hearing it click. She told the court that she was touched intimately by both Ray and Peggy during the game. During her testimony, she stated that Ray had cut up a dead cat, threatening to do the same to their parents if they told anyone. Rebecca accepted that when she first went to see I, she told the interviewer, Sean, that she didn't know anything. When asked why she had kept the abuse quiet, Rebecca said she couldn't even admit it to herself. Rebecca was then cross-examined by Dean Gitz, acting for Peggy Bucky. When she asked whether she had forgotten what had happened at the preschool, Rebecca said that it wasn't until she spoke to Sean at CII that it came back to her. Rebecca accepted that she had friends at her current school, American Martyrs, who also went to CII and who told her about the quote, yucky secrets. At one point, Dean Gitz said, "You told your parents you didn't remember anything bad happening at the preschool, and when they offered to take you to CII, you said there was no need to because nothing happened." Rebecca said she couldn't remember saying this. Rebecca confirmed that her parents had told her something bad had happened at the school, and she believed it. To clarify things, Dean Gitz asked Rebecca whether it was correct to say that she had a sense that something bad had happened with Martin, but that she couldn't remember until Sean told her about the naked movie star game. She confirmed this was correct. She couldn't recall Ray threatening children. She couldn't recall testifying at the preliminary hearing that he told her that Ray had touched children. She couldn't recall testifying at the preliminary hearing that he told her that Ray forced children to play the game. She denied telling the court at the preliminary hearing that somebody gave the children a pink medicine, saying that she was no longer sure. When asked to name one other child present when they played the naked movie star game, she refused. Dean Gitz asked Rebecca whether Ray was in Miss Lowe's class when she was in her first year at the preschool. She said she couldn't remember. He reminded her that she had testified in the preliminary hearing that Ray had been in Miss Lowe's class. Again, Rebecca said she couldn't remember. Dean Gitz then asked, quote, "After your testimony in the preliminary hearing, did anybody tell you maybe Ray wasn't there at the school when you were in Miss Lowe's class?" Rebecca said she couldn't remember. Rebecca was then cross-examined by Daniel Davis, representing Ray Bucky. When asked whether there was anything that she hadn't told the court, Rebecca replied, "Not right now." Davis highlighted how Rebecca used
I think, and kind of a lot, asking whether that meant she wasn't sure. She confirmed she wasn't.
Operated the camera himself.
Davis reminded her she had told her dad that it didn't happen to her, but that by the time she spoke to Key, she had strong feelings that Ray had been molesting children. Rebecca agreed. Davis asked Rebecca whether she believed that there were other naked games when she spoke to Sean at the CII, having told Sean about lots of naked games, but only mentioned one during the trial. Rebecca said she couldn't remember. When Davis asked her whether she knew the name of one child who was present when she was touched, Rebecca said no. She couldn't remember the name of any children who were present when she played the naked movie star game either. Davis then said, quote, "At the preliminary hearing, you said that Cat was cut 6 months after the naked movie star game was played for the first time. Today, you said it was cut the same day. Is this something you were telling Lael Rubin? Did she tell you that it didn't make sense for you to say 6 months and not be frightened about it, and not to tell your parents? Can you tell me anything that would contribute to the change that you haven't thought about?" To which Rebecca replied, "No." As I said before, Rebecca testified at one point that somebody was giving the children a pink medicine, suggesting the children were being drugged. But when she was asked about this, Rebecca replied, "It was the truth to me at the time." Rebecca confirmed for the court that Sean had told her that 110 children had been interviewed at CII, and that every one of them had said something happened to them at the preschool. She said she didn't think Sean would lie to her. Rebecca seemed inconsistent when talking about the pain she experienced when she was touched by the teachers at the school. At one point, when asked whether it hurt, she said, "Not specifically." And then she said it did. The defense attempted to drill down, which seemed to confuse the young girl. When asked whether the teachers had touched the children's private parts, Rebecca said she didn't know. When asked whether Ray had touched her, she said she didn't know. Judge Pounders asked what positions their body had been in when she was abused, lying face down, sitting, standing, etc. Rebecca said she couldn't remember. Interestingly, Davis referred Rebecca to some tabs in the transcript she had got from Chief Prosecutor Lael. When asked about them, Rebecca said, quote, "They pointed out some things, like a smart answer." When pressed about whether the Chief Prosecutor had gone over the transcript, telling her how to answer, Rebecca replied, "Sort of." And that ended Rebecca's testimony. The next prosecution witness we're going to talk about is an 11-year-old boy who I think is the brother of Rebecca. I'm going to call him Sam. The prosecution initially asked Sam about the alleged animal abuse he witnessed. He confirmed he'd seen Ray kill a horse with a bat. When asked whether he had gone over questions with the Chief Prosecutor, Sam confirmed he had. He also confirmed they had practiced answers and the names of the teachers. Sam was asked whether he had forgotten about the molestation. He said he forgot everything until Lael Rubin and Key McFarland helped him remember. Sam confirmed that his mother told him he was molested at the preschool, along with other children, and he believed her. When asked whether he could recall what Ray did with his hands, Sam confirmed he was touched, but couldn't describe how. He told the court he didn't remember any hand touching his penis. Sam was asked whether during his interview at CII he had guessed the answers. He was unsure. At one time during the interview, Key McFarland had asked him about the tickle game, to which Sam had responded then that Ray didn't touch him. Sam couldn't recall the single quote. Daniel Davis read directly from the transcript. Was the game some sort of tricky game? Sam: I don't think Ray did anything. Key: Other kids? Sam: I never saw that. Ray never touched me. Key: We know the sneaky game. Can you show me the sneaky place? Sam: Maybe in Nina. Key: How well you remember. You have done a real good job.
The exchange between Key McFarlane and Sam continued. Key, did anybody put anything yucky in your mouth? To which Sam didn't respond. Key, can you remember? Sam, I'm not sure. Key, how about a finger in your hole? Sam, yes. Key, we'll see how smart you are. Did anything come out of Ray's wiener? Sam didn't respond. Key, what did the stuff taste like? Sam, he never did that. The next prosecution witness we're going to talk about is the mother of two McMartin students. We're going to refer to her as Debbie. Debbie testified about some unusual behaviours her daughter had been exhibiting, which included nightmares, bladder infections, and dancing scantily clad, which Debbie and her husband had discouraged. When she was cross-examined by Dean Gibbs, he asked her about the reputation of McMartin when she initially took her children there. She said the school's reputation was excellent. When asked whether she had noticed anything improper at the school, Debbie said she wondered why a 20-year-old male was working. Regarding Debbie's son, she had confirmed that he was always taken to a doctor for regular checkups. Dean Gibbs asked her whether everything was okay with her son, according to the doctor. She confirmed that he was fine. When asked whether her daughter had ever said anything bad about the teachers, Debbie said she couldn't remember. She said that after her friend received the letter from police, she thought it was definitely possible that Ray Bucky touched the children. She said she spoke to her children about it, but their responses were negative. On this basis, she was satisfied nothing happened. Her daughter never told her that any kids were being molested, or that they were being made to play naked games. Debbie told the court that she believed that CII did have the power to determine whether the children had been molested. Debbie confirmed that it was Key who told her that her daughter had been molested. This was enough to convince Debbie. Debbie confessed that she and some other parents had had a party to celebrate the arrests of Ray and Peggy Bucky. When she was cross-examined by Daniel Davis, Debbie confirmed that there was nothing to suggest sexual abuse prior to the receipt of the letter. When asked whether there was anything out of the ordinary at the preschool, Debbie repeated that it seemed strange that a man of Ray's age would want to be working with children. Davis asked the mother whether her belief in the molestation was based solely on things she had heard. She replied this was not the case, that it was based on what her children had told her. Is it just me, or does almost every criminal case involve a jailhouse informant? Well, this case is no exception. Introducing prosecution witness George Freeman. Examined by Chief Prosecutor Lael Rubin, George Freeman told the court that he had been convicted of 5 felonies and was currently on parole. He also told the court that he had recently been arrested on the 10th of November 1987. He confirmed that he had not been offered any incentives in return for his testimony. When asked whether Ray Bucky had made any admissions regarding molestation, George Freeman said that he had said it happened during nap time and that he used KY jelly as baby oil. George Freeman was asked why he himself had admitted to molesting children. Freeman explained it was to make Ray Bucky feel more comfortable. He was curious. Rubin asked him, what did he tell you? Freeman told the court that Ray Bucky admitted to raping a male child. He also said that Ray Bucky had taken photographs and films depicting children performing sex acts to South Dakota and Denmark. When asked whether Ray Bucky had admitted to hurting animals, Freeman confirmed he had threatened to slaughter a cow kids told on him. Freeman was then asked how he came to know Sergeant Dvorak. Freeman recalled that they met in another case from 1983. Sergeant Dvorak helped Freeman out by talking to the judge in that case. Instead of getting 3 years, Freeman got 1 year in the county jail. Freeman told the court that on the 28th of March, a sheriff took him to see Daniel Davis and Ray Bucky. When asked what was said, Freeman replied, quote, he
He said the Aryan Brotherhood want my ass, 2 Mexicans in San Fernando and the BGF in Soledad wanting to get me. And he said he would put me on TV and the newspapers where everybody could see what I look like. He told me to get my ass out of Ray Bucky's room. He said there would be 2 men waiting for me on the day of my release. When asked whether it was suggested he move out of LA, Freeman said this was true and that he received assistance from Mr. Gil Brunetti at the district attorney's office, who paid for his first month's rent, which amounted to approximately $1,000. Freeman was then cross-examined by Daniel Davis, who was quite aggressive with his questioning. Davis asked Freeman up front whether he was a rat, to which Freeman coolly replied, "They say I am in different places." When asked how anybody would know how many lies he told in preliminary hearings, Freeman replied, "Only God." Davis reminded Freeman of a case where he lied in front of the jury. Freeman confirmed that he lied about one thing, but he had his reasons. Davis then said, quote, "I'm going to list cases in which you committed perjury. Is there any case in which you didn't perjure yourself?" Freeman was unsure. Davis then said, "The DA used you as a witness after he knew you lied." Freeman confirmed this was true. In the perjury case, Freeman had stood up, saying that the defendant had made a confession, very similar to what he was doing now. Davis went on, quote, "You said you had only 5 felony convictions. Isn't it true you've had 9 felony convictions?" Freeman confessed, "Yeah, maybe, the way you calculate it." Davis asked Freeman whether he had ever said that a man committed murder when he hadn't. Freeman referred to a case from Soledad. He said, "I didn't see him stab anybody." When asked, Freeman confirmed that he had initially had concerns about appearing in newspapers and on television discussing the Martin case. However, that all seemed to change because 2 days after he got out of the county jail, he called Channel 7 Eyewitness News to arrange an interview, despite there being a gag order preventing anyone from discussing the case with the media. Finally, when Freeman expressed concern about the safety of his sister and mother, Davis raised Freeman's 1983 robbery and burglary case, where he tied up his mother and sister. And that ended George Freeman's testimony. The next prosecution witness we're going to look at is Dr. Bruce Woodling, the Director of Medical Examinations for Ventura County. Dr. Woodling was paid for his work in the case through District Attorney funds to the tune of $2,500 a day. The rate of compensation he received was $250 per examination. This covered the cost of conducting the examinations, meeting Dr. Hager and Keenan Farley, discussing the papers and preparing the reports. In court, he was asked whether he had seen children who had been molested but who had no physical symptoms. The doctor confirmed that he had seen cases where there were no physical findings. The doctor was then asked whether he had, without physical finding, stated under oath that a child was, in his opinion, molested. Dr. Woodling responded, quote, "I'm certain that in cases where there were no findings of molestation, what I have testified to in the past is that the lack of a physical finding does not preclude that the child was in fact either sodomized, fondled, or involved in an act of coitus." Dr. Woodling was then asked whether he had, in a court of law, testified that a child wasn't molested. He replied that he didn't believe he had ever testified about children being molested, preferring to talk about trauma consistent with digital manipulation, penile and genital contact, an act of sodomy, etc. He stated that the fact that a physical injury is not present doesn't preclude that a certain act may not have occurred. Counsel then asked Dr. Woodling whether he had found any evidence on Rebecca consistent with sodomy by a penis, to which the doctor said that he had not found any trauma to her perianal area whatsoever, but that this did not include a finger or other object having been used. The following question was then put to Dr. Woodling. Is it possible that a leading question might produce a false answer from the child?
The doctor stated that a leading question might produce a directed answer, but that he had never personally been involved in any case where interviewers influenced children to say that they were molested when they were not. Dr. Woodling was asked whether his belief that children don't lie about molestation could have influenced his opinion. He didn't agree with this. He explained that he believed that when children are being asked about molestation and they say nothing happened, it can sometimes be because they have difficulty talking about the issue. Counsel then posed a scenario to the doctor, quote, "Let's take the child who says he hasn't been molested, and then 3 or 4 months later, he says he was raped and sodomized. Can both of these statements be truthful?" Dr. Woodling responded by saying that in his experience, children don't give false reports, but that there are many children who struggle with making a disclosure. Dr. Woodling went on to say that he had never been involved in a case where the interviewers influenced children to say that they were molested or weren't. Dr. Woodling was asked whether he would have any concern about the reliability of a child if they changed the facts of their allegations. The doctor said no. Counsel asked the doctor about false allegations. Quote, "By your definition, would that include a situation where a child might say that he or she was sodomized and then later say it didn't happen? Is that a false report by your definition?" The doctor agreed that would constitute a false report. He went on to explain that he knew of children retracting allegations, but that it was part of the process of understanding the psychological dynamic of making disclosures. When asked whether his medical findings corroborated sodomy, Dr. Woodling confirmed there was no evidence of scarring, but that in itself did not mean that sodomy did not occur, only that no scarring occurred from sodomy. Finally, counsel asked, quote, "Could a doctor then say, looking at the anus of Rebecca, it is consistent with no molestation?" Dr. Woodling confirmed that it would be consistent with the molestation with no trauma, or no molestation at all. Our final and perhaps most interesting prosecution witness is the main lady herself, Key McFarlane. When explaining her job, McFarlane told the court that she was the director of a program at CII, which focused on the sexual abuse of children. Now, before we get into her testimony, I've mentioned a few times about the criticism surrounding the interviews that the children had at CII. So that you get an understanding of the issues the defense had with these interviews, I'm going to read an extract from a transcript of a taped interview that Key McFarlane had with Andrew Roy. I think you're going to find it quite interesting. To be clear, there are puppets and dolls used during these interviews, which is why there's talk of Mr. Monkey and Mr. Alligator. It's not because I've lost my mind. McFarlane, "Mr. Monkey is a little bit chicken, and he can't remember any of the naked games, but we think that you can, because we know a naked game that you were around for, because the other kids told us, and it's called Naked Movie Star. Do you remember that game, Mr. Alligator, or is your memory too bad?" Boy, I don't remember that game. McFarlane, "Oh, Mr. Alligator. Boy, well, it's a little song that me and a friend heard of." McFarlane, "Oh, boy, well, I heard out loud someone singing Naked Movie Star, Naked Movie Star." McFarlane, "You know what, Mr. Alligator? That means you're smart, because that's the same song the other kids knew, and that's how we really know you're smarter than you look, so you better not play dumb, Mr. Alligator." Boy, well, I didn't really hear a whole lot. I just heard someone yell it from out in the... Someone yelled it. McFarlane, "Maybe, Mr. Alligator, you peeked in the window one day and saw me playing it, and maybe you could remember and help us." Boy, well, no, I haven't seen anyone playing Naked Movie Star. I've only heard the song. McFarlane, "What good are you? You must be dumb." Boy, well, I don't know really. Remember seeing anyone play that because I wasn't there when people are playing it. McFarlane, "You weren't? You weren't? That's why we're hoping maybe you saw. See, a lot of these puppets weren't there, but they got to see what happened." Well, I saw a lot of fighting. McFarlane, I bet you can help us a lot though, because like Naked Movie Star is a simple game because we know about the game. Because we just had 20 kids tell us about the game. Just this morning, a little girl came in and played it for us and sang it just like that. Do you think if I asked you a question, you could put your thinking cap on and you might remember Mr. Alligator? Boy, maybe. McFarlane, you could nod your head yes or no. Can you remember who took the pictures for the Naked Movie Star game? That would be a great thing to feed into the secret machine, video camera. And then it would be all gone, just like all the other kids did. You can just nod whether you remember or not. See how good your memory is. The boy nods the puppet's head. McFarlane, you do? Well, that's remarkable. I wonder if you could hold a pointer in your mouth and then you wouldn't have to say a word, you could just point. Boy, places pretend camera on adult male nude doll using alligator puppet. Sometimes he did. McFarlane, can I pat you on the head for that? Look what a big help you can be. You're going to help all these little children because you're so smart. Okay, did he ever pose in funny poses for the pictures? Boy, well, it wasn't a real camera. We just played. McFarlane, Mr. Alligator, I'm going to ask you something here. Now, we already found out from the other kids that it was a real camera, so you don't have to pretend, okay? Is that a deal? Boy, yes, it was a play camera that we played with. McFarlane, oh, and it went flash? Boy, well, it didn't exactly go flash. McFarlane, it didn't exactly go flash. Went click? Did little pictures go zip come out of it? I don't remember that. McFarlane, oh, you don't remember that? Well, you're doing pretty good, Mr. Alligator. I got to shake your hand. Yeah, I know. Back in the courtroom, McFarlane's time on the witness stand was long, and it's pretty unsurprising when you look at just that extract alone. During her testimony, she was cross-examined by Dean Gibbs, who often pulled extracts from transcripts like the one you just heard. At one point, McFarlane agreed that by saying things like, I know them because other kids told me, and every kid from the preschool came in and told, during interviews, she was putting pressure on the children to remember games they might not have otherwise remembered. As we know, McFarlane relied on the use of puppets and dolls. Gitz questioned her whether the use of anatomically correct dolls suggested naked games and naked people. But McFarlane didn't think this was the case. Quote, all the mummies and dads now know what happened at school, all the touching, all those sneaky little games. Gitz asked McFarlane whether this statement and the use of authority figures as sources of knowledge would put pressure on a child. McFarlane suggested that this was a tactic to reassure the child. Well, I'm glad you're not so dumb, Mr. Snake. Do you think by telling the interviewed girl that you are telling her she's dumb if she didn't agree with you? McFarlane responded negatively. Another quote from the tapes. Well, Mr. Snake, you and any puppets you want to use can help us figure it out, so no more kids will have yucky stuff happen to them. Gitz goes on, do you think this is one of the most fundamental pressure points? All the other kids said it happened. Isn't that telling the girl the kids are getting raped and molested? Secret police are watching Ray all the time. Don't you think that statement might influence the girl to believe that Ray is a bad person? McFarlane agreed, yes. At another point during the interviews, McFarlane said to a child, quote, I think we should beat up Mr. Ray. What a bad guy. Don't you think he's a bad guy? He's not going to do this anymore to kids, is he? Gitz asked whether she then encouraged the young girl to beat up the doll representing Ray Bucky. McFarlane replied, in a manner of speaking, yes. Gitz questioned whether Ray Bucky even stood a chance. He, McFarlane, responded, the issue of fair may have to be left to the courts to decide. P. McFarlane was then cross-examined by Ray Bucky's defense counsel, Daniel Davis. He asked McFarlane whether showing a naked doll with an erect penis might suggest things to a child. McFarlane explained that they had tried to design the dolls in such a way that the penis would not seem stimulated. She also said that there was no research that suggested naked dolls cause children to provide incorrect or false information. Davis asked whether she saw anything wrong in telling a child what the other children had said during their interviews. She saw how there could be issues legally, but denied that it was harmful, saying that she only did it to prevent children from cracking up. Davis questioned whether by telling the children what others had said, she might be creating a realm of fantasy in which children might make false accusations in which they believe they're just pretending. P. McFarlane replied, quote, "No. It's a major issue because there's not any data to show that has ever happened, but because it is consistently raised, all studies with the use of anatomical dolls that have shown that the use of those dolls does not in any way lead to the false reports about abuse, and there are now, because of this case and the many other cases in which these issues have been repeatedly raised in court. We now have research that looks into issues of suggestibility. There are 5 or 6 articles which address these exact issues which you are raising, and they are debunking the idea that by suggesting to children, even leading and misleading questions suggestive of child sexual abuse, they are debunking the idea that children just pick up and just repeat it. It's information that I didn't have when I did these interviews. Now, 5 years later, the research is out there. Numerous studies, and the resistance of children to these questions is in the 93 to 99 percentile. There is now research on the subject. McFarlane was forced to admit that no children initiated violence against any of the dolls of their own volition. Davis asserted that McFarlane's technique during her interviews was to take perfectly innocent games and convert them to criminal accusations by inserting words like naked and calling them yucky. McFarlane, of course, denied this. One of Mr. Davis's final questions riled P. McFarlane. He implied that she was trying to get a young boy to demonstrate sodomy with the dolls so that she could show it to his parents. McFarlane expressed shock at this suggestion. She said she wanted the parents to see things for themselves, as they knew their children better than she did, and so they could know in their own minds when something happened to their children. Now, you may or may not be happy to hear that we are now done with the prosecution witnesses. I'm sorry that was so long, but I think it was really important to show you the issues the defense had with those interviews and to really look at McFarlane's interview techniques. So we know that children are quite gullible and can be easily misled. We're now going to kick off the defense witnesses with Dr. Michael Maloney. Dr. Maloney was questioned initially by defense attorney Dean Gitz. Dr. Maloney was tasked with watching a few of the taped interviews in their entirety prior to his testimony. In court, he was very critical of the interview techniques adopted. He said that the interviews were incorrectly led by the interviewers and not the children, meaning the children were not the focus of the interviews. He criticised the excessive talking of the interviewers, given that the children themselves seemed to talk. He referred to the approach interviews took as a stage setting. He reminded us that the interviewer's job is to just facilitate and get the child to talk. According to Dr. Maloney, the problem with interviewers talking more than the children is that the children learn that their job in the process is to just sit back and follow the interview. This can contaminate it as it doesn't flow in the direction of the child. Dr. Maloney explained that all the children were machined through the exact same process in CII, and that by the end of the interview, when they were being asked questions about sexual behaviour, he noted that they became fairly non-verbal, they were passive, and sometimes were questioning and telling. Dr. Dr. Maloney at one point during his testimony used the term script. When asked why he used that term, Maloney replied, quote, "The reason I called it a script is that in interviewing children, the focus is on the child. The opposite of following the child is following some kind of predetermined program. I used the word script for that, to refer to that program, but I also used the word script because even word usage by the various examiners with the various children was very close. It was as if they were reading the script." Dr. Maloney then broke down the interviews to show how they were scripted. He said the interviews almost always started with the child drawing a picture. After that, the interviewer and the child would name body parts, focus being on sexual body parts. Then, the anatomically correct dolls were introduced, again with the focus being on the sexual body parts. Next, the interviewers would show the children photos of students and teachers from the classroom. The individuals in the photos were identified by the interviewer with specific focus on certain teachers in the school. Puppets were then introduced. The interviewer used them to find out more about the games. Rabbi was then discussed, and interviewers would tell the children that he was being surveilled by police. Ejaculation was then raised by the interviewer, who encouraged the children to talk about what it might look and taste like. Dr. Maloney accepted that the tapes didn't show the children or the interviewers into the room, during which time some may include the explanation. The act of identifying the sexual body parts was criticised because, although it might seem appropriate in a case like this, it's setting the stage that they are going to be talking about sexual matters. This is made worse by the fact that dolls were already unclothed when they were introduced to the child, bringing the focus again to sex. The use of photographs showing pictures of students and teachers also posed problems. According to Dr. Maloney, the interviewer's responses to the children pointing to a particular picture, such as "yeah" and "that's what a lot of kids told us," acts as reinforcement. This increases the probability that the child would choose that picture again later in the conversation. Another issue Dr. Maloney had was, as he referred to it, older kids, younger kids. When asked, the doctor explained to the court that this was an inducement to get the children to talk. They were made to feel that they, as older children, needed to talk because the younger children couldn't. They would be better detectives because they were smarter, and by talking, they would be helping younger children. Dr. Maloney described this as an external pressure. He referred to the next issue as the secret policeman. This is fairly self-explanatory. Interviewers told the children that Rabbi was being surveilled by police, which identifies him as a bad person. The next issue Dr. Maloney identified is referred to as names introduced, where the interviewer refers to possibly innocent games as sneaky, tricky, or naked. Dr. Maloney called this an information-giving technique. Dr. Maloney also criticised the interviewer's direct questions about Ray ejaculating and the subsequent implication of oral sex. Dr. Maloney told the court that he couldn't recall any child bringing this up before the interviewers raised it. Dr. Maloney concluded by saying that these interviews were very inappropriate due to the many things wrong and the significant amount of negative influence imposed. In summary, he said, it presents information to the children that we don't know if they had or did not have before. Our next defense witness is Charles Bucky, father of Ray and husband of Peggy. Deep Pitts asked the witness when it was that he found out his son Ray didn't like to wear underwear. He replied that it was around the time Ray left high school, so 2 or 3 years before he started working at McMartin. Prosecutor Roger Gunson asked Charles whether he and Mrs. Bucky had had a conversation to discuss whether it would be appropriate for Ray to work at the preschool. He confirmed that they did.
What ran in front of the camera
Gunson asked Charles whether they had also discussed the explicit material owned by Mr. Bucky when determining whether he would be an appropriate addition to the preschool.
playful.
Charles said they had not discussed it. Gunson then asked
American
whether Charles
production
and Peggy
released
discussed the
television
appropriateness of Ray working at the preschool
were
when they
series
knew he
40s
didn't wear
genre
underpants.
pictures.
Charles confirmed that this had been discussed. He said that he did not approve, but he also didn't disapprove.
Irony,
Charles denied ever having been told by Peggy that Ray had exposed himself at the preschool or in front of a girls' soccer team. He also denied ever having heard of a complaint about someone seeing Ray Bucky's genitals in a film setting. When asked by Daniel Davis whether he instructed his son to wear underwear, Charles said he did not. Now, if you're wondering like I did how Charles knew his son didn't wear underwear, he was asked in court, and his response was that it became a topic of conversation in which Ray and some of his friends admitted they didn't like wearing underwear. Under re-cross-examination by Gunson, Charles was asked whether he had any concerns about the children sitting on Ray Bucky's lap, knowing that he wasn't wearing underwear. Charles replied, quote, "Not my concern." Gunson asked Charles whether he had any concerns that preschoolers might see Ray's genitals because he wore shorts without any underwear. Charles said that this never entered his mind. When asked whether he had considered the possible effects upon the children if they had seen the genitals of Ray Bucky, Charles replied, no. Charles was asked whether he had ever walked into his son's bedroom and saw him lying without clothing on, and whether he had seen him lying with pornographic pictures around him. Charles replied no to most questions. Our next defense witness is Betty Rader, the former co-defendant of Peggy and Ray Bucky. Dean Gitz asked Rader the following questions. Did you ever see Peggy Bucky naked? Did you ever see naked children? Did you ever see Ray Bucky naked? The witness replied no to every question. Under cross-examination by prosecutor Lael Rubin, she asked whether it was true that she had, on several occasions, told her mother at the school that she didn't like to leave Ray Bucky alone with the children. Rader denied this. When asked whether she had told a parent that Ray Bucky was not a qualified teacher, Rader replied, that's different from behaving everyday stuff like fitness. Having been asked to answer the question, she confirmed this was true. When asked why she said that, Betty Rader replied that she said it because of his lack of experience, but that this was just her opinion. Our next witness is Ray Bucky's mother and co-defendant Peggy Bucky, represented by defense attorney Dean Gibbs. You'll notice that Peggy gives very short answers, so I apologize for the repetition. Firstly, Gibbs asked Peggy whether she had molested any of the children or touched them on any part of their bodies for the purpose of sexual gratification of either herself or anybody else. She replied never to these questions. She denied ever having been naked in front of the children and denied ever having made any of the children get naked. She denied ever having transported the children off school grounds for the purpose of molesting them and denied ever threatening the children. Gitz asked Peggy whether she had ever seen anyone molest the children while she was at the preschool. She replied, never. She also said she had never seen the children naked with any other member of the staff at the preschool. Gitz asked whether anything at the preschool had given Peggy the slightest suspicion that any of the children were being molested in any manner. She said never. She denied ever having conspired with anyone to molest any children at the preschool. Peggy was asked why she hired her son Raymond as an aide at the preschool. She replied, quote, he was my son, and he was interested in working with children, and I felt he had the potential of being a good teacher. Peggy informed the court that Betty Rader had been assigned to be present with Ray in the afternoons. She was asked when she first became aware that she was a suspect. She said she didn't find out until she was arrested. She confirmed to the jury that she was arrested on the 22nd of March 1924
Harvey Keitel shoots the
When
police in
cross-examined
two
by
guns.
prosecutor Lael Rubin, Peggy was asked what had caused
5
her to
years
believe
earlier,
her son Ray
Ringo
had an
Jones'
interest in
home
working with
from the
children.
city on fire.
She explained that her son had a gentle, loving way with children, and that it was when they were out to lunch that he told her
Here's the
how he
climax of
enjoyed working
Reservoir
with children and that he wanted to come and work in preschool.
Guns on each
He told the court that her son had begun working at the school and had started some teaching courses at El Camino College. The prosecution's line of questioning returned to Ray Bucky's decision not to wear underwear. Peggy was largely unflustered by those questions, as she had been throughout her testimony. At one point, the prosecution asked Peggy whether Ray's not wearing underwear might make it easier for a child to touch his genitals. She replied no. Similarly, when she was asked whether Ray's not wearing underwear might be easier for him to get aroused if a child sat on his lap, she again replied no. Rue then asked Peggy, quote, "Are you aware that a girl grabbed your son on his penis? Or had you heard that she grabbed your son on his penis?" Peggy replied that she was aware of this, but had not observed it herself. It was Ray who told her that the girl grabbed his genitals and took his clothes. Following which, he told her that she shouldn't do that. Peggy confirmed that Ray was sitting when this occurred, but did not know whether the girl had been sitting on his lap. Rubin asked the following questions, quote, "When you checked that one time, you saw he did have a hard on, correct?" Peggy exclaimed, "He certainly did not." Rubin asked a follow-up question, quote, "Would you agree it's an unusual event when the director of a preschool checks her son for an erection?" Peggy told the court that she did it one time only. She called the prosecutor's question dumb, saying it had to do with Ray being male. "I can't wrap my head around why Ray being male means his mum is entitled to check his genitals for an erection. Even if it was once or 50 times, that's weird. But anyway, it's true, Mrs. Bucky, that as time went on, there were more and more complaints about your son, Raymond Bucky, correct?" Prosecutor Rubin asked. "No," Peggy replied. When Peggy had initially spoken to Detective Hope, it was said that Peggy told Detective Hope that the concerned parent should have come to her first before going to the police. When this was put to Peggy in court, she said that she couldn't remember saying that. When pressed, she said, quote, "No, I think that's up to the parents to make that decision. I said that I think it would be nice if they would come to me, but that was up to the parents to do what they thought was the right thing. It's not for me to tell them what to do." Finally, Prosecutor Rubin asked Peggy whether during the search of her property, she said, quote, "You can't believe little kids, they'll lie." Peggy said she could not recall saying that. Rubin followed this up by saying, quote, "Mrs. Bucky, if Detective Hogue put that in her police report, would that be untrue?" To which Peggy replied, quote, "It certainly should be. She lied about a lot of things." Now we come to the individual at the centre of this whole case, Ray Bucky, represented by his defence attorney, Daniel Davis. Let's just jump straight into this one. Ray was asked by Davis whether during his time at the McMartin preschool, he had ever reached an agreement of any kind with other teachers to conceal children being molested at the preschool. Ray replied, no. Ray then answered no to the following questions. Firstly, whether he had ever seen his mother Peggy naked at the preschool, if he had ever been inside St. Cross Church, if he had ever touched a child to arouse or obtain sexual gratification, if he had ever knowingly exposed his genitals to a child, if he had ever hurt said child, whether he had ever molested said child in any way, whether he had ever sodomized a child, whether he had ever sodomized anybody, whether he had ever been a member of any type of network of child molesters, or involved in the sale or production of kiddie porn, whether he had ever seen kiddie porn, and finally, whether he had ever killed a horse with a baseball bat. Davis then asked Ray whether George Freeman, the jailhouse informant, ever spoke to him about sex. Ray replied, quote, his sex? He told me about his ex-wives. He told me about the women he had sex with and the men he had sex with. Ray Bucky was then cross-examined by Lael Rubin. She asked the defendant a series of questions about the woman, Barbara goals. Authorities wanted to show that Bucky didn't have normal sexual relations with women. They believed that this would support their assertion he was a paedophile. They therefore tracked down a woman from Montana, Barbara, who claimed to have met Bucky and tried to flirt with him. She told authorities that he wasn't interested. However, when Barbara was called as a defense witness, she said that she had originally lied to investigators to protect her reputation. It transpired that when she met Ray Bucky, Barbara was engaged to be married, so she lied, but in all actuality she did have sex with Ray Bucky. Reuben asked Ray whether he had ever had sex with Barbara. He confirmed he did. The prosecution asked Ray why Barbara would have said initially that they didn't have sex. Ray told the court that Barbara had her reasons. Ray also told the court that his mother wasn't happy about his relationship with Barbara. In fact, the whole family didn't approve of the relationship. Reuben asked Ray whether he had believed that child molesters didn't have relationships with adult females. Ray replied, quote, "It's common sense. If you have a perversion for children, you wouldn't have a desire for female adults." Reuben then asked Ray whether he was speaking from experience. Ray denied ever having had a sexual desire for children. Never had and never would. On the 2nd of November 1989, after a staggering 30 months of testimony, the jury was left to deliberate. The jury spent a further 2.5 months deliberating this verdict. And then the verdict came. On 52 of the 65 charges against Peggy and Ray Bucky, including all of the charges against Peggy, the jury returned an acquittal. On the 13 remaining charges against Ray Bucky, the jury was deadlocked. When talking about the verdict, the jury foreperson, Louis Change, was critical of the interview tapes, calling them too biased and too leading. Another jurist said, quote, "Whether I believe he did it and whether it was proven are very different." Judge Pounders offered his own comments on the verdict, saying that he was not surprised at all. The verdict caused outrage in the community, leading to a 500-strong protest through the streets of Manhattan Beach. A television poll showed 87% of respondents thought that Bucky was guilty despite the verdict. There was an immediate demand for a retrial. Parents and child protection groups wanted prosecutors to retry Ray Bucky on the deadlocked charges. Because of increasing pressure, District Attorney Ira Rayner signed off on the retrial. He also assigned 2 new prosecutors to the case, Joe Martinez and Pamela Ferrero. Daniel Davis, defense attorney for Ray Bucky, applied to have Judge Pounders removed from the case in favor of a new judge, Superior Court Judge Stanley Weisberg. Davis's application was successful, and Judge Pounders himself even expressed relief, saying, quote, "I'm finally free after 3 years and 3 months. I was honestly afraid I couldn't live through it." The prosecution's case in the second trial, you'll be happy to hear, only lasted 13 days as opposed to 15 months. The whole trial lasted 3 months and involved 8 counts of molestation against 3 children, the 11 witnesses who testified. Someone who wasn't called as a prosecution witness was CII's Key McFarland. Instead, she was called as a defense witness. At the end of the 3 months, the jury were left to deliberate. The deliberations were described by one juror as excruciating. The case again ended with a deadlock on all 8 counts. The jury indicated that they were leaning towards acquittal on 6 counts and convictions on 1 count, but couldn't reach a decision. Following the second trial, D.A. Reiner reported that the prosecution would not be trying Ray Bucky a third time, and that all the charges against him were therefore dismissed. These trials were costly in so many ways. Altogether, the state spent $15 million. Ray Bucky spent 5 years in jail before he was released on bail. There was the loss of homes, jobs, and life savings. And with the jury deadlocked, there would still be people in the community who believed Ray Bucky was guilty because he hadn't been found innocent.
These films fell in the same
Perhaps
way
the
like
saddest
the
part of this
igers,
whole case
which became a
is
new
the impact it would have on all the children who were
This one,
involved.
TRILLIONAIRE,
Some were subject to
which image
intimate
tracking
examinations,
follow
whilst
the
others had to stand up in court and testify in front of a room of strange faces, answering very personal, embarrassing questions. When speaking to CBS, Ray said, quote, "Those poor children went through hell, but I'm not the cause of their hell, and neither is my mother. The cause of their hell is the adults who took this case and made it what it was." The parents also suffered through this case, having to hear from experts that their children were subjected to sexual abuse at the hands of daycare providers. This was never proven, but there will be parents who believe their children wholeheartedly and who felt let down by the criminal justice system. This case had ramifications that reached further than just the immediate people involved. It was said that across the country, daycare providers were changing how they dealt with children in their care, reluctant to comfort or touch the children out of fear of what happened at McMartin Preschool. An outcome which is particularly sad was that many daycare providers were forced to close because they couldn't afford the liability insurance rates, which had skyrocketed in response to the McMartin case. After the trial, the Buckys and Virginia successfully sued a McMartin parent for slander in 1991, but they only received damages of $1 million. When the case finished, the LA Times interviewed Peggy Bucky. They described her as bitter, as she recalled all she had lost because of the McMartin case. In 1990, after the case against Ray was dropped, she said how they'd lost everything. Peggy Bucky died in 2000 at the age of 74 after paramedics found her unconscious in the home where she lived before and after the trial. Virginia McMartin had died 5 years earlier. They were survived by Charles Bucky, Ray Bucky, who after the trial attended law school, and Peggy Ann Bucky, who resumed her teaching career. To conclude this case, Daniel Davis, Ray Bucky's attorney, told the LA Times that it was Peggy Bucky who lost the most from this case. Quote, "Peggy was spiritual, and she never seemed concerned specifically about what would happen if they were convicted, but she lost everything. Now that she has passed away, I would say that's one we should be ashamed of." That is the rather depressing end to today's episode on the McMartin preschool abuse case. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you enjoyed it. The Student's Verdict is a bi-weekly podcast, so follow us on social media to hear about our next episode. The Student's Verdict can be found on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Podbean, Spreaker, and Google Play. And while you're there, why not check out Podcast from the Crypt? I'll see you on the next one, and remember to keep living.
John Dielman is full of such fixed shots. Is this bed by Chantal Ackerman? Kitchens, domestic settings.
Judy Then Judy discovered ChumbaCasino.com.
It's my little escape.
Now Judy's the life of the party.
Oh, baby, Mama's bringing home the bacon.
Whoa, take it easy, Judy. Chumba life is for everybody. So go to ChumbaCasino.com and play 100 casino-style games. Join today and play for free. Bring your chance to redeem some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Hello, it is Ryan, and I was on a flight the other day playing one of my favorite social spin slot games on ChumbaCasino.com. I looked over at the person sitting next to me. You know what they were doing? They were also playing Chumba Casino. Coincidence? I think not. Everybody's loving having fun. Chumba Casino is home to hundreds of casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere, even at 30,000 feet. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com to claim your free welcome bonus. That's ChumbaCasino.com and live the Chumba life. Purchase necessary. See terms and conditions. 18 plus.
The not even Van Sant's close reworking of also European cinema was for this shot-for-shot remake of
Between 1964 and 1965,
the original
the bodies of 6 young women were found in or near the River Thames in London. Local people and news reporters dubbed the killer Jack the Stripper because of the similarities to the original Jack the Ripper case from 1888, in that all the victims were prostitutes. However, the difference in the Jack the Stripper case is that he left his victims naked. It's suggested that there were two earlier murders between 1959 and 1963, which may have been committed by the same perpetrator. But, like the mysterious Jack the Ripper of old, this elusive killer was never caught. However, that hasn't stopped people from speculating who the killer could be. The suspects range from a security guard
and Sans woman's pupil dilates.
This is the Student's Verdict podcast. Welcome to episode 9, Jack the Stripper, Not a Typo. Thank you so much for joining me. For those of you who are new, hi, my name is Emily and I'm your host. If you haven't already, please go and listen to some of our earlier episodes, which include cases such as the disappearance of Marley Oaks. We've got an episode dedicated to vigilantes and an episode dedicated to the McMartin preschool abuse scandal. Also, please follow us on Instagram at the Student Verdict Pod. That's recently changed, so it's POD. And on Twitter at Student Verdict. Resources used in this episode will always be linked in the show notes. If you enjoy the show, please rate and review. If you don't enjoy it, then keep your opinions to yourself. Now, let's jump into today's episode. Our story today begins in the swinging 60s, the time of the Beatles, miniskirts, and sexual liberation. Britain had moved on from the Second World War. Conscription, which had been introduced in 1916, compelling all thick males of military age to join the war effort, had been abolished. So we had a generation of teenagers free of conscription. Following the war, feminism became more influential as more jobs became available to women, allowing them to move out of their parents' homes and become more independent. Colour television and pocket transistors were created in the 1960s, allowing people to spend their time listening to music or watching TV. With all of this, the 1960s also saw some of the most notorious gangsters, including the Grey Twins, Ronnie and Reggie, who controlled organised crime in London's East End. Their associates, such as drug trafficker Jack the Hat McVitie, who would eventually die at the hands of Reggie and Gray. There was the Richardson Gang, run by Charlie and Eddie in South London during the 1960s, who were known rivals of the Grey Twins. If you haven't watched Legend already, then please do. It's such a good film where Tom Hardy plays both Ronnie and Reggie Gray. But anyway, that's a glimpse of London in the 1960s. At 5:10 a.m. on the 17th of June 1959, the body of a young woman was discovered by police on scrubland between Dan Mason Drive and a tow park next to the River Thames. This area had a reputation as a lover's lane, where prostitutes were known to take their clients. The police had been on routine patrol in Duke's Meadows, Chiswick, on the north bank of the river, when they came across the young woman's body. A pathologist would later conclude that the woman died between midnight and 2 a.m. on the 17th of June, only a few hours before her body was discovered. The woman had been wearing a dress which was torn, exposing her breasts, and there were scratch marks on her neck. Her underwear, black stilettos, and handbag were missing, and despite searches of the surrounding areas and the riverbed, these items were never recovered. The
pathologist found marks on the victim's neck, consistent with strangulation. Post-mortem photos of the victim's face were circulated in the news, causing the mother and roommate of Elizabeth Figg to contact police. Elizabeth Figg had been born in Cheshire on the 24th of March 1938. She was a known prostitute in the local area. The proprietor of a pub on the opposite side of the River Thames from where Figg was found called that on the night of the murder, he and his wife had seen a car's headlights as it parked at 12:05 a.m. Shortly after the lights were switched off, there was a scream as a man and a woman struggled inside the beige estate car. Elizabeth Kafka said, quote, "It was pitiful to hear her shrieks, but no one went to help the girl. Notting Hill is a dangerous place to mind other people's business." Just 6 hours later, Elizabeth Figg's body was found. Police theorized that Elizabeth was murdered by a client in his car. He then drove off, leaving her body at Duke's Meadow, but with her handbag, shoes, and underwear still in his vehicle. Our next victim was Gwyneth Reese. Sadly, there isn't too much information about her. Gwyneth was born on the 6th of August 1941 in Barry, Wales. She worked as a prostitute before she disappeared in 1963, when she was just 22 years old. Her body was discovered on the 8th of November 1963 at the Barnes Borough Council Household Refuse Disposal Site on Townmead Road, Morley. The dump where Gwyneth's body was found was about 40 yards from the Thames Tow Path and approximately 1 mile from Duke's Meadow, where Elizabeth's body had been found. When her body was discovered, Gwyneth was naked, except for a single stocking on her right leg, extending no further up than the ankle. Her cause of death was unknown. This may have been because she'd been accidentally decapitated by a shovel when workmen had been levelling the refuse. Although the murders of Elizabeth Figg and Gwyneth Reese have now been connected with the stripper case, his first confirmed victim was actually Hannah Tailford. Hannah Tailford was found dead on the 2nd of February 1963 on the Thames foreshore below the clubhouse of the London Point Sailing Club, west of Hammersmith Bridge. She'd been born on the 19th of August 1933 in Northumberland, England, meaning she was 30 years old when she died. On the night she disappeared, that's the 24th of January, Hannah had left her young daughter with her partner at their flat in West Norwood, South London. Little did she know that would be the last time she would see her daughter and partner again. The pathologist concluded her cause of death as drowning in a bathtub, although there were signs of strangulation. Her body was then thrown into the River Thames, where the body of Elizabeth Figg had been found. In the case of Hannah Tailford, several of her teeth were missing. It's speculated that they were kept as a trophy, and her underwear had been stuffed into her mouth. The stripper's next victim was Irene Lockwood, whose body was discovered on the 8th of April 1964 on the foreshore of the Thames at Corney Reach, Chiswick, not far from where Hannah Tailford had been found. Irene Lockwood was born on the 29th of September 1938 in Nottinghamshire, England. She worked as a prostitute in London and was last seen the night before she died at the Windmill Pub on Chiswick High Road. The pathologist determined that she too died by drowning. He also confirmed that Lockwood was sadly pregnant at the time she died. With the number of victims increasing and the obvious similarities in the cases, the police knew that they had a serial.
Helen Bartholomew was born on the 9th of June 1941 in East Lothian, Scotland, before she moved to London, where she worked as a prostitute. The last positive sighting of Bartholomew was at her bedsit in Wilston 3 days earlier. Helen Bartholomew's body was found on the 20th of May 1964 in an alleyway at the rear of 199 Boston Manor Road in Brentford. As we've seen in the other cases, the cause of death was asphyxiation or strangulation. This case was different though. This victim gave police a code that they could work with. Flecks of paint were found on her body. The sort of paint car manufacturers would use. Police therefore believed that the paint likely came from the killer's place of work, and so they aimed to trace the source of the paint. Some paint spots were also found on the next victim, Mary Fleming. Fleming was born in Clydebank, Scotland on the 16th of September 1933. Coincidentally, this is also my birthday, so put it in the diaries and expect to hear from all of you saying happy birthday. Fleming originally disappeared on the 11th of July 1964. She'd been soliciting on Queensway before her body was discovered 3 days later outside of 48 Berrymead Road, Chiswick. Neighbours in the area told police that they had heard a car reversing down the street shortly before Fleming's body was discovered. Our penultimate victim is Frances Brown from Glasgow. She was last seen alive on the 23rd of October 1964. A colleague of Frances saw the young woman get into a client's car. Her body would be discovered 2 days later in a car park on Hornton Street in Kensington. Her colleague, Kim Taylor, was able to provide a description of the vehicle, which matched the description of a Ford Zephyr. She also provided police with an identikit picture of the client. The individual or individuals have never been traced. A particularly interesting thing about Frances Brown is that she had testified against Stephen Ward during his trial in July 1963. Without getting too off topic, Stephen Ward had been a central figure in a British political scandal, which came to be known as the Profumo affair. It was the name given to a sexual scandal between the Secretary of State for War, John Profumo, and Christine Keeler, a 19-year-old model. The matter became a scandal because Keeler was also in a sexual relationship with the senior naval attaché at the Soviet embassy, leading to an issue of national security. In June 1963, Stephen Ward was charged with immorality offences. He was the one who had originally introduced Profumo to Christine Keeler, and many of their liaisons took place at Ward's home. During his trial, Frances Brown, Christine Keeler, and Mandy Rice Davies testified that Stephen Ward had been living off the immoral earnings of Keeler and Rice Davies. Could this have been a motive for her death? Jack the Stripper's final victim was a 27-year-old Irish woman, Bridget Bridie O'Hara. O'Hara disappeared on the 11th of January 1965. She'd been drinking in a Shepherd's Bush hotel before she went off with an unidentified man. Her body was discovered on the 16th of February 1965, 5 weeks after she went missing. Her body was found near a storage shed behind the Heron Trading Estate in Acton. She had been strangled, and there were signs that her body had been stored somewhere warm. Again, her body had flecks of industrial paint, which police were able to trace to an electrical transformer near to where her body had been discovered. It's possible the transformer was also the source of the heat. Bridget O'Hara would be Jack the Stripper's final victim. So, let's take a look at the police investigation. John DeRose took over as the officer in charge of the investigation in February 1965. He told the press that he wanted West London to be flooded with police, and so brought in literally hundreds of officers, including a 200-strong CID force, plus another 100 officers, and a special patrol group of 300 officers. Observation points were set up around a 24-square-mile area of West London to monitor the cars at night. In the spring of 1965, the investigation took a step forward as the police were able to match a paint sample to the paint recovered from the victims' bodies. The paint was found concealed under a transformer at the rear of a building in the Heron factory estate in Acton. The factory was located opposite a paint spraying shop. Through analysis of dust and paint particles, police were able to confirm that the last 4 women were stored at an abandoned factory on the same Heron trading estate where the body of Bridget O'Hara had been found. Police then began the grueling task of interviewing the 7,000 estate employees. Also, as part of the investigation, police women were disguised as prostitutes with tight skirts and low-cut blouses. They were there to keep an eye out for suspicious activity and to note down any car registration plates. Officers tried to reason with the prostitutes, begging them to break their vow of silence, but to no avail. As part of the investigation, John DeRose told reporters that he had been able to narrow the suspect pool down to 10 men and then down to a further 3. And yet the killer was never caught, which must have been quite embarrassing. In an open letter to the killer, the London Evening News wrote, quote, "Perhaps you can't help yourself when in the midst of your obscenities with a cheap-bought woman. The red mist comes down, and your hands tighten, and tighten, and tighten." I take a lot of issue with this quote, but I think it speaks to the mentality of people at the time with regards to prostitution. Another newspaper article wrote, quote, "The press clamoured for the capture of the Thameside killer of London's good time girls." Now, before I go off on a tangent about sexism and sex work, I'm going to pause here to play a trailer for one of our podcasting friends, Dark Matter Podcast. Please give them a listen, leave them a lovely review, and tell them that I sent you.
It's not, you have to say something.
Hi, I'm Dominique, and I'm Avalon, and we're from Dark Matter Podcast. Dark Matter is a weekly podcast where we talk about a bunch of topics like mysteries, true crime, issues in society, as well as diving deeper into pop culture. In the past, we've done episodes on the Diablo Pass mystery, the Bermuda Triangle, and we also have an ongoing Dark Side Up series, so make sure to stay tuned. We release new episodes every Monday on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, or if you prefer to watch, you can hang out with us on YouTube every week. You can follow us on Instagram at DarkMatterPod and Twitter at DarkMatter_pod.
Really helpful when it comes for actors and actresses to make themselves vulnerable because they're trying to find.
We're now going to look at some of the more prominent suspects in the Jack Mystery case. Our first suspect is a particularly weird man by the name of Kenneth Archibald, a 57-year-old caretaker at the Holland Park Tennis Club. Now, the reason I call him weird is that on the 27th of April 1964, Kenneth Archibald walked into Notting Hill Police Station and voluntarily confessed to the murder of Irene Lockwood. He would confess a second time whilst awaiting his court hearing. He was interviewed by police, who later charged him with the murder.
His case was then sent to the Old Bailey for trial in June 1964. However, when he appeared before the court and His Honour Judge Neal asked him to enter his plea, he entered a plea of not guilty, effectively retracting his confession. As there was no other evidence to link him to the crime, he was found not guilty by a jury after just 55 minutes of deliberation. He later admitted that he had indeed invented the story because he was lonely and depressed. He said he'd never even met the girl. A psychologist said that Archibald could have made up the fake story in a moment of despair and could have given himself up to, quote, seek a haven of custody for himself while he sorted out his troubles. After the trial, Archibald said, quote, I know now what a fool I was to confess. It was only after I was finally charged with murder that I realised what I'd done. It has been a harrowing ordeal. I will have to look for a job because, as far as I know, I cannot go back to the tennis club. For the moment, I just want to have a drink and take life quietly. Our next suspect is Mungo Ireland. Firstly, doesn't that sound like a made-up name? According to DeRose, Ireland was the most likely suspect. Ireland first appeared on the police radar after the death of the stripper's final victim, Bridget O'Hara. The flecks of paint found on her body were traced back to the Heron trading estate, where Ireland worked as a security guard. Unfortunately, shortly after this connection was made, Mungo Ireland committed suicide by carbon monoxide. Before his death, he left a note to his wife which read, I can't stick it any longer. It may be my fault, but not all of it. I'm sorry Harry is a burden to you. Give my love to the kid. Farewell, John. P.S. To save you and the police looking for me, I'll be in the garage. Police have been looking for Ireland because he was due before a court in relation to some minor motoring offence. Recent research, however, has indicated that Ireland could not have been the killer because he was in Scotland at the time that Bridget O'Hara, the stripper's final victim, was killed, and that DeRose had set Ireland up. In an article called He Framed a Dead Man, it said that there was actually very little evidence connecting Ireland to the crimes, and that the one connection police did have was tenuous at best, because Ireland had actually only spent 3 weeks as a security guard on the Heron trading estate. In 2001, a reformed gangster, Jimmy Tippett Jr., claimed to have uncovered evidence suggesting that Jack the Stripper was in fact the British light heavyweight boxing champion, Freddie Mills. It was said that what Mills lacked in skill, he more than made up for in aggression, being crowned champion in 1948. He was described as a, quote, darling to the media and a hero to millions. Conducting research for his book, Tippett said, I've spoken to famous figures in the underworld and senior police officers in Scotland Yard, and I am convinced Freddie Mills was the killer. Contrary to his public image, Mills was a sexually warped sadist who enjoyed inflicting pain. Tippett stated that gangsters such as Charlie Richardson and Frankie Fraser had apparently long suspected Mills of being a murderer. Another person who also suspected Freddie Mills was a freelance journalist, Peter Neal. Neal claimed to have been told by the Chief Inspector of Police that Mills had, quote, killed the nude prostitutes. He said that this was common knowledge in the West End, and that people would say, oh, Freddie did the bit. However, when the allegations were put to the investigating officer, he stated that Mills had never been a suspect during the investigation. In July 1965, Freddie Mills was found dead in his car, apparently by suicide, though many dispute this. Mills's body was found in the back of his car, down an alleyway in Soho. There was a wound to his head, and a small caliber rifle was found resting between his knees. Some people believed that Mills had committed suicide because he was secretly bisexual and was facing a criminal charge of indecency, or because he couldn't cope with the loss of his close friend, Michael Holliday, with whom he was having an affair. Some suggested his suicide was staged by Chinese gangsters because they wanted his nightclub. Kate Cray told reporters that, according to her husband Ronnie, Mills was not bisexual. She described Mills as, quote, a real man's man, and that he wasn't that way inclined. One author, James Morton, believed that Freddie Mills killed himself because he was about to be killed by the Cray twins. That, coupled with his marriage problems, his depression, and Mills's persistent headaches from too many punches to the head, were enough to push the ex-boxer over the edge. According to Morton, Italian hardman Leonard Basil's Rossi was the answer. Not sure what sort of crime. Basil's doesn't exactly seem scary, is it? Anyway, Ronnie Cray had supposedly told Rossi that Mills's business partner was able to get rid of him and had offered to pay. Rossi, a friend of Mills, approached Freddie, telling him this and advising him to give a little or there would be trouble. Just 5 days later, Freddie was found in his car. Morton wrote, quote, he had reached the end of his tether. He was no longer the popular figure he once was, and he was in desperate financial trouble because the club was a black hole swallowing money. Many people, however, including his friends, his family, celebrities, and major criminals, believed that Freddie had been murdered. Chrissy, Mills's widow, believed his murder was an example to others who were extorting money from club owners. She alleged that a former professional wrestler had had his West End venue vandalised after he refused to pay money to the gangsters for protection. Tippett found that shortly before Mills's death, he'd been asking around about wisdom. Mills insisted that he needed the weapon himself. When he wasn't able to secure a gun, he went to see his friend, Mary Ronaldson, who ran a rifle range at the Battersea Fun Fair. Mills told his friend that he needed to borrow the weapon to complete his cowboy fancy dress outfit. Tippett said, quote, in those days, members of the boxing fraternity were like a Masonic circle. A lot of people who were close to him, including my father, are still unwilling to talk about exactly what was said during those times. And those who are won't say anything on the record. But I've been told that Freddie feared the police were closing in on him for the murders and decided to take his own life rather than face trial. He had apparently been suffering from dizzy spells and bouts of depression for some time. A fact which supports the murder theory is that Mills was shot in the right eye, which, let's be honest, is a crazy place to shoot yourself. Plus, his eye was open when he died. The medical officer on duty the night Mills's body was brought in believed that someone had taken Mills's gun and shot him with it. But he was never called to give evidence at the inquest. Leonard Nipper Reed, the officer responsible for the investigation into Freddie Mills's death, stated he believed that Mills had committed suicide, but that he didn't think Mills was responsible for the string of murders. It was said that Mills fit the description of a suspect who was described as a married man, a former boxer in his 40s, who committed suicide in the same year as Mills. This person has never been formally named. Another somewhat surprising suspect was a Metropolitan police officer. Now, his identity has never been released, but it's said that he was a former Met Police detective who was considered a suspect in the opinions of several senior detectives investigating the Jack the Stripper case. He does seem like a bit of an old duck. For example, to carry out burglaries to embarrass his colleagues. One of these colleagues called him Creepy. When his crimes were discovered, he lost his job, and in 1962 he was jailed for a year. This officer had lived in police quarters near the Arab Trading Centre. It was known that he held a grudge against the police and knew the areas where the bodies were found. No evidence would tie him to the crimes. It was was a member of Met Police's flying squad. Nevertheless, Jimmy Evans and Martin Short, in their 2002 book The Survivor, named Butler as a suspect. Butler died in 1970. Other suspects have included a dental surgeon, a literary assistant, and the victim's parents. Next suspect is definitely the most compelling. A man by the name of Harold Jones. Harold Jones had a very sinister past. In 1921, he was just 15 years old. Jones was accused of murdering 8-year-old Frida Burnell, but was acquitted because of a lack of evidence. 2 weeks later, he murdered 11-year-old Florence Little. In court, he pleaded guilty to Little's murder and confessed to the murder of Frida Burnell. Jones claimed to have committed murders by bludgeoning or strangulation because of a desire to kill. He escaped the death penalty because he was under 16 at the time the crimes were committed, and was instead given a life sentence. He was imprisoned on the 1st of November 1921. It's said that Jones was released after 20 years for what was described as exemplary behaviour, though another source suggests that both the governor of the prison and the prison psychiatrist voted against his release. So, after being released on parole from HMP Wandsworth in 1941, it's suggested that a 35-year-old Harold Jones went back to the town where he committed his hideous crimes and actually visited the graves of his victims. He then left the area and disappeared. Yeah, so we are dealing with a pretty nasty character. By 1947, Harold Jones had moved to Fulham in London. People drew comparisons between Jones's original 2 murders and the stripper murders in that there was no sexual assault, but there was extreme violence against the victims. The author of the book Every Mother's Nightmare, Neil Milkins, believed that Harold Jones was indeed Jack the Stripper. When tracing Jones's movements, Milkins found that the pattern correlated with that of the stripper killings in such a way that it couldn't be considered a coincidence. Quote, he turned up in Fulham in the late 1940s, calling himself Harry Stevens, and stayed at the address in Hestercombe Avenue until 1962, at which point he disappeared again. I came across the Jack the Stripper case on the internet and realised that in the same 3 years Jones's whereabouts remained unknown, 1962 to 1965, a number of prostitutes have been murdered in the same West London area. End quote. Having had a family of his own, Harold Jones died of bone cancer in Hammersmith in 1971 at the age of 64. Milkins believes that Harold Jones now rests in an unmarked grave in Hammersmith New Cemetery, West London. Milkins believes that the stripper case should be reinvestigated, as there were just too many coincidences for Jones not to be connected. For example, Jones at one time worked as a sheet metal worker. As part of his job, he would have had to use industrial paint spray, the same sort of spray found on the victims' bodies. Also, in 1959, 5 years before Hannah's murder, Harold Jones, or Harry Stevens, had lived only 2 streets away from her. He then later moved to Hammersmith under another name. In these days, he was just 2 streets away from both the 7th and 8th victims, Frances Brown and Bridget O'Hara. Another comparison Milkins noted was that at least 4 of the strippers' victims had been stalked for a period of time. There was evidence in Jones's original murder cases that the bodies of the 2 girls had been stored awaiting disposal. Harold Jones also took trophies from his Welsh victims in the form of their handkerchiefs. In the Jack the Stripper case, it was said that the killer took trophies in the form of his victims' teeth after his death. An interesting aspect of this case is that none of the victims were sexually assaulted, despite the fact that the victims' work was sexual in nature. It was suggested by a prison medical officer that Harold Jones received sexual gratification from the acts of cruelty and killing,
and was therefore not interested in the sexual acts themselves. In addition to the increasing list of connections, Milkins identified that the last victim, Bridget O'Hara, went missing on the 11th of January 1965, which would have been Harold Jones's 58th birthday. Milkins said, quote, "It sends a chill up my spine to think she could have been his one last birthday present to himself. Jones was an evil psychopath. He destroyed lives back in 1921, and having spoken to children of his later murder victims, he's affecting people right to this very day." A professor of criminology, David Wilson, gave credence to the findings of Neil Milkins, saying, quote, "He has shed new light on the Hammersmith murders. I think he may have hit on something here. We know that a serial killer, Harold Jones, was living in the streets around the Jack the Stripper murders, and, in my experience, there is no such thing as coincidence when dealing with serial killers. So for me, there is quite compelling evidence." Another pathologist and professor, Bernard Knight, CBE, said, quote, "Geographical coincidences he has unearthed relating to the movements of Harold Jones are startling." In an article from February 2019, it was said that police were considering whether to reopen the case of Jack the Stripper. However, it seems as though they haven't confirmed whether they will be reopening the case or not. When talking about this case, David Wilson said the following, and I think it's a nice point to end on. Quote, "Because the victims were seen as sex workers, they were seen as less deserving. Their lives didn't matter. It is really important that we try and get justice for the families of these women, even if their crimes were committed in the 1960s. And in Harold Jones, we are giving to the police evidence that they never had at the time, and he emerges as a prime suspect." And that's the end of today's episode. I guess we'll just have to see whether the police decide to move forward with this case. I'll be sure to let you know if they do. Thank you so much for joining me for today's episode. The Student's Verdict is a bi-weekly podcast, so please follow us on social media to hear about our next episode. The Student's Verdict can be found on Apple Podcasts, YouTube, Spotify, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Spreaker, Google Play, and now iHeartRadio. While you're there, why not check out Dark Matter Podcast? Next week, I have a very special guest to celebrate our 10th episode. You aren't going to want to miss it. See you on the next one, and remember to keep living.
T-Mobile 5G home internet can meet you with slower speeds during its busiest hours. Why do you want that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Visit Cox.com/5G home to learn more.
So, you got an idea for a business. The store of your dreams. There's just one thing to figure out. Everything. That's why Shopify's all-in-one commerce platform makes it easy to sell online, in person, and everywhere else. Sell on social media, source products with an app to get that first sale feeling. It's the only solution that gives you everything you need to sell everywhere you want. So when you're ready to bring your idea to life, power it up with Shopify.
Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/listen.
But the big movie story of the new millennium was that the reality came back. At first, in the form of documentaries, which were suddenly
25 years old when she was accused of the 2009 killing of a 68-year-old man, Franklin Bonner. Bonner's body had been discovered by his wife Linda when she returned home from work. Her husband's arms and legs were bound to a chair, and his face was covered with duct tape, which caused him to suffocate. 2 fingerprints would be identified in this case, which would cause the life of Angel Bumpers to crumble. But could a 13-year-old really commit such a violent and gruesome act?
It was one of the biggest box office hits in the history of documentary. But in form, it told a story about two families called
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got a clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes added quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table quiet, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Judy was born.
Hello.
Then Judy discovered ChumbaCasino.com.
It's my little escape.
Now Judy's the life of the party.
Oh, baby, Mama's bringing home the baby.
Take it easy, Judy. The Chumba life is for everybody. So go to ChumbaCasino.com and play over 100 casino-style games. Join today and play for free for your chance to redeem some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Hey everybody, and welcome to the Students Verdict podcast. Thank you so much for joining me for episode 10. For those of you who are new, hi, my name is Emily and I'm your host. If you haven't already, please go and listen to some of our earlier episodes, which include cases such as the disappearance of Marlene Oakes and the McMartin preschool abuse scandal. Also, please follow us on Instagram. Our new handle is @TheStudentVerdictPod, that's POD at the end, and on Twitter @StudentVerdict. Resources used in this episode will always be linked in the show notes, but our primary source for this episode is the Sky Crime documentary series, Accused, Guilty or Innocent. If you enjoy our show today, please rate and review, and if you don't enjoy it, then please keep opinions to yourself. Now, let's jump into today's episode, which was chosen by my special guest. Joining me to celebrate episode 10 is my mum, Ella.
Documentaries held this week for some voters. This film, Patriarch 1, which came out before 5
We have Scottish accents,
observation, characters.
So please do
It's
check
the
out
end of the year.
the Red Foundation on Facebook.
Teacher.
I've never done anything like this before.
It's the last time I listened to
I've always had an interest
cameras at the Chinese
in it. It was pure
then
interest.
to
So,
capture it.
hope you enjoy it. So, our case today is from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and the way that this case came about was I got a very sort of excited phone call from my mum. Maybe excited isn't a word. So she'd been watching Accused, Guilty or Innocent on Sky Crime. It's a series. If you haven't watched it, I really recommend it. So on this episode in particular, there was the case of Angel Bumpers. Now, her case, I think today is going to really shock you. Mum, you were really shocked by the outcome of this case.
So much as one.
Yes. I have just a general interest in watching this series, which has each episode some quite extreme emotion. Sometimes I'm late, sometimes I'm maybe that's I felt passionate enough to say to Emily, just to really get her point of view, given her background and her training. So, the way the episode started was we've got this phone call, and it is the wife of the victim. Now, the wife is called Linda, and on the 16th of January 2009, she makes a call to 911, and she's frantic, she's crying. The dispatcher asks her, "Are you okay, ma'am?" To which she replies, "I came home and my husband's tied up, he's not breathing, help me." And I mean, do you want to talk about, I mean, it's awful to listen to that. So the photos from the episode, quite horrific. This gentleman is found.
No attempt to sex up the image or make it look 21st century. The defacing of the edge of the image was done by
It's
this famous face
That's
is
which
a
makes
photograph.
it
Is there anything
even more interesting.
delicate photograph
That's to come.
a face like this?
Yeah, so to the dispatcher, the wife Linda, she says, I cut the duct tape off his face, but he's not breathing. Please hurry. Oh my god, oh my god. So the scene, as Mum says, so from the pictures, obviously they blur out his
The world's
face, but
oldest post-9/11 realism heading.
you have got a man duct taped to a chair. The chair appears to be tipped over, and the house is ransacked. There is stuff everywhere, as if someone's gone through it, and the pathologist would later conclude that the duct tape around his face, we'll talk about the court case, in which his wife's evidence, she says that the duct tape was around his face and sort of stripped up and down as well. It's pretty graphic stuff.
Director said I have seen shallow focus on his face and from skin.
I can't really describe it. I don't know whether can consider the restraint of this gentleman seems excessive in that sense, obviously, not looking at the eyes.
Then this shot, where's the focus
politically and around the chair, his legs, it just seems excessive. Yep, it does. It's almost like it's overkill, and I don't think that you could put that much duct tape around somebody's face. You've got to know what the outcome's going to be. They intended, okay, playing devil's advocate. Could it be if it was a person straight?
Think of it my
Something started to straight. Stop the person. Yeah. That's true. Straight. Does that make sense? Well, that kind of leads nicely into our co-defendant. As Mum said, it's a young person. This is what I think is possibly the most shocking aspect of this case, is that our defendant today was at the time of the crime. So this was back in 2009, and it was Chattanooga's first homicide in 2009. So our defendant today, at the time of the crime, was just 13 years old. That's 1 to 3. And I can't wrap my head around it. As you guys will know, I did an episode on Ronald Lee Sanford, who was convicted of a double homicide when he was 13. So it happens, but I don't think it makes it any less shocking, really. So what we're going to do is we'll have a little bit of a chat now about Angel Bumpus. There is a Justice for Angel Bumpus webpage, which I've linked in the show notes if you want to have a look. It's just got some information about what she was like when she was younger. So they say, whoever set up this page, I assume it's friends and family, they say that she was, when she was younger, she drew cartoons, she was quite artistic, she wanted to start a singing group, quite sort of average 13-year-old stuff, I would say. They said she was an academic type, she graduated high school, and she went on to college where she was studying to become a nurse. And yeah, she sort of seems like quite a normal child, really. I think when you meet her in the episode, and I appreciate you meet a young person,
use these techniques to show a long life's journey.
She's now
Mr. Lazarescu is one of the most moving works of film in the 20th century. Passionately show that we're all in this scary surgery.
She's making these trips to see
Argentina is filmed in the millennium boldly confronted reality too. This is the records of Christian Martin,
she's a, a convict and that's how she's presented to you. But then it's from there that you hear about her family history, with her neck. Because of her neck bumpers, that is well known in their area and their area. So also is she being so that's very true what Mum was saying. So when it comes to Angel's mum, that's her name's Tamika Bumpus. She does not appear in the episode, and that's because back in I think it was the 1st of January 2002, her mum was incarcerated for forgery, financial identity fraud, escape, theft, aggravated assault on a police officer. She actually escaped from a prisoner transport vehicle and shot a deputy. He did not die, hence why it is aggravated assault and murder. She is due to be released. Her earliest release date is the 22nd of September 2022, and her latest release date, if they don't let her out then, is 2042. So she's been gone for quite a while. She did not really raise Angel. So Angel was actually raised by her grandparents, who we will hear a lot more about later. So, and I think in the episode they talk about how Angel's brothers are in prison. I think she's got her mum is obviously in prison. I don't think her dad was really around. So lots of people were sort of commending this girl for overcoming some pretty big challenges. So according to this website, Justice for Angel Bumpus, in June 2018, she was a 23-year-old mother of two in her second year of nursing school, and she also worked a full-time job. Now, on this particular day in June is when a felony, there was a warrant for felony murder to be served to Angel's home. Now, she's now 23. She claims not making progress. Completely collapsed around her.
And in Mexico in the 21st century, look at this scene, a close-up of a dark hand holding a white skin. Then cut to this angle, made famous by a Renaissance painting of Christ on a dinner. The woman's thin, rich, vanished. The man's her chauffeur, darker skinned, fatter. Then the camera rises, music like at a funeral. A blank funeral pyre. Get a God's eye view or a colored marksman. The social gap between them is so profound. The only way of bridging it is through touch, in this case sexual touch. Hate sex.
Two detectives suddenly came to this girl one day and
a single uncut clean shot.
So 10 years after this case, so we're talking about around about 2019-ish, a new detective was signed to what was now cold case, and what that detective decided to do was to retest the fingerprints that were taken from the duct tape that was used to restrain Miss Bonner. So there were a number of fingerprints actually, but two in particular, nine unaccounted for, but two matched Angel Bumpus.
The inequalities in Mexico are epic in scale. Director Carlos Rodriguez uses an epic crane shot to dramatize the non-attackable standoff.
So that
Similar to food circle.
They didn't match her
Sure,
content
sometimes there's
or
more
content
that we
or
talk
content
about as they came to each
It didn't match Linda and it didn't match the victim, frankly. So it begs the question, where do these fingerprints come from? How are the fingerprints only this whole house was ransacked? How is it that her fingerprints aren't on furniture, aren't on fixtures, anything else in the
suddenly
house?
documented deep strange brutality. The result was called Korean cinema. There'd been good Korean movies since the 1920s, a golden age in the 60s. But in the year 2003 alone, 3 movies show how daring it had become. This is Lee Chang-dong's film, Voiceless, where a family man who's just out of prison, dominating the conversation, talking nonsense.
This documentary really looks at that case and the sort of issues that they have. So one of the issues, as we've said, are these 2 fingerprints. They're not on the outside of the duct tape, on the actual physical side. So that's one of the issues. Another issue is there was a conversation between Angel's brothers in prison. I had to call them brother 1 and brother 2 because they don't different terms. But basically, brother 1 is phoning brother 2, so they're obviously 2 different prisons. And he asked,
and yet, somehow, these people had friendship. Maybe it's because they were spreading better.
brother 1 said, it's some case happened 9 years ago, a murder and an aggravated robbery, and Angel was locked up.
Here's the ending of another 2003 Korean film.
Brother 1 says, 9 years ago, she was 13. Come on now.
The film set in the
It makes me think
80s.
about
Serial
things
killers
from
were
past, which,
true
I
story.
mean, that also, what does that mean? Does it mean that the family
This
knows a lot
policeman
more
has
than
been
they're
trying to find them.
willing to say?
He started his crime
What we'll do,
as to what
got a
last time.
really quick trailer for you for a great podcast, and after that we will start talking about the case, the trial, the verdict, and we'll have a bit of a chat. As promised, I'm going to play a trailer for you for a really, really great podcast. It's called Riddle Me That. Jules is the host, is a great friend of mine. She's so supportive of her fellow podcasters. So please listen, leave her a lovely review, tell her that I sent you, and I really hope you enjoy it.
My podcast, Riddle Me That True Crime, covers both older cases.
Tyrone seems haunted by the men and their murder. And then this.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic on camera. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out there. I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun, Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from, with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. Hello, it is Ryan, and I was on a flight the other day playing one of my favorite social spin slot games on ChumbaCasino.com. I looked over at the person in the city next to me, and you know what they were doing? They were also playing Chumba Casino. Coincidence? I think not. Everybody's loving having fun today. Chumba Casino is home to hundreds of casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere, even at 30,000 feet. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com and play with free welcome bonus. That's ChumbaCasino.com and live the Chumba life.
So now we're going to talk about the trial of Angel Bumpus and her co-defendant Mallory Vaughan. So in the documentary, the Sky Crime documentary that we've been referring to, the defence team said that they were not going to put on what's known as affirmative defence, i.e. self-defence. This isn't a case of he attacked me and I defended myself. The defence team said our argument is that Angel was never there. But obviously we are talking about 10 years
All through the film, the detective has been hoping for such a break.
does cause some
Now that it happens, it's so a stay into maybe more transgressive still was this new Korean film, Old Boy.
House where she was living to
We're in a dark, stylized world.
attorneys
This man
calculated
was locked up for 15 years. Now he's out. Almost comic who wants revenge. The film was based on a Japanese manga cartoon, and it shows the man has found the place where he was imprisoned. He's going to bash the security guard with a hammer, and as in the cartoon, he sees the hammer is trickling into him. Once he's in the prison, we get this remarkable stylized fight scene. We're in a prison corridor.
When you have got a crime of any sort, there is
the shot is far back, makes the scene look like a set. Our man fights 14 other almost comic odds.
Trying to piece together years ago.
Camera keeps its distance on the
Specifically, they can say it was a sword of
fight. This is the realism of the early movies and media brothers. New Korean cinema in the year 2003 was also doing something like the opposite to realism. Stylized, unique, magical almost, like this film. George Melies is in a tragedy, one of the first science fiction films, theatrical, where any dreams, sleep, movies, the gorilla, the innovation of 21st century cinema was remade as well as the history the most famous American movie about a dream was The Wizard of Oz. A girl goes away and meets people from real life, tricks her
And I would also, it's also worth noting there's no established, as much as there's no established connection between Angel Bumpus and Mallory Vaughan. When we get into the trial in a minute,
it's about a girl who wants to climb a hill of movie stardom.
but there is an established connection between the victim, Frank McDonald,
He instead falls asleep and dives down into her consciousness. Down in that consciousness, we hear of this dance motel.
This is how her name came to
people jitterbug. Their shot gets from the original investigation. Their own shadows create moving digital images which we see the layers.
The state during the trial would say that Shirley was the last person to talk to the victim.
Then the girl grows up, falls in love with another girl, and then gets so jealous of her that she asks this to kill.
Shirley
director David Lynch has the scene filmed shot almost
this is how the connection cuts. So Angel's grandfather,
the corner of her eye, the girl sees the spirit.
he says
that she arranges them bang. It's like he sees her coming up behind without crying. And so, in her wrong, confronting something awful behind a wall at the back of them.
I would say helpless. So as we said before, these fingerprints of angels on the duct tape, on the adhesive side of the duct tape, the sticky side, that's a problem, but nowhere else. That is a problem, but on the flip side as well, that could be a good thing, because how does it say your fingerprints were on the duct tape, absolutely nothing else? If you get a chance to watch this documentary, the shots and photos, they blur out the victim's face, but still quite graphic. When you see
the monster seems to be her terror and planning killing. She doesn't dream of herself confronting it, but of the man who looked at her. In this place, Club Silencio, also in Diane's subconscious, is like Oz in the Wizard of Oz. Diane's dream comes to a climax. She shakes because her subconscious is flooding. The wizard conjures light like we're underwater. Mulholland Drive was so innovative because it was the Wizard of Oz plunged into the black night of the film and the rabbit hole. And then in the new millennium, there was an astonishing green film of sorts, Requiem for
anybody want to waste some time?
It looked with piteous recognition.
Got some unbelievable shit.
It was the great distortion movie. How drugs distort the world. Speed it up. Give it a fisheye lens.
And then we get a pure time, pure depth. You know, hard knocks and beyond easy.
They found someone who those fingerprints match. Is it that they find someone who we've got someone who is that measurement
It took far too long for reproduction.
So in the
Now she's
trial,
scared by
prior to the trial,
if fingers floating around the
defense
jars.
team mentioning they released agent regarding her family and whether her family could have any involvement. And actually whether she knows them. Because they think that Angel was the perpetrator.
So if the story of film in the millennium has been the story of realist film and dream films, that story is as old as movies
And I
itself.
think in particular her grandfather, which Angel time and time again says
In the new millennium, film also combined reality and fantasies in new ways. The line between them blurred, they get closer to each other. We find real in Stockholm. Unique films of this man, Roy Anderson, provide reality in a new way few have ever done in the story of film.
You know, I was grown up in a working family, and I grew up with that presence of people really like each other and themselves.
they have rehearsed the defense team because they are worried.
In Anderson's film, Songs from the Second Floor,
Being
this
evasive,
man covered in issues has burnt down his business, a serious social
which they're allowed to do in
The colour in the shot
Even
is
the new
drab.
we are not allowed
Suddenly the movie becomes heightened, like a
to
musical
any
fantasy.
questions and answers that a client might be asking. We're not allowed to do that. You see it in the documentary.
south of Tunis. Without nothing, it's also south of what is rich in life. Is it money or how do we have it?
Yes, and I
think that nowadays, the last 30 years, people they are lost. They are lost.
An extraordinary ending of songs with sudden symbols of religion are being dumped into Islam and
Built road of wood, and we put in rock pieces to the right so you
yes,
get
so
the
this
impression that
is the trial
for that
started.
city.
We're going to come on to this because this is, I think, one of the biggest
It's at the end of the world. And then minutes into the uncut shot.
So, as you know, we've got two defense teams. So we've got angels and we've got defense teams of co-defendant Malcolm. Both parties,
people have been there the whole
we can
time,
say both
stand up
parties
from the
claim
land
to not know the
at
other.
the day of judgment.
And there's no interaction. They don't even talk to each other.
Sympathy
No.
that I'm
There's no
very
familiarity
interested
at
in.
all.
Namely, the question of guilt, personal guilt, and even collective guilt. We are carrying guilt, collective guilt, as representatives of the human being, of mankind. We are responsible, and we have to get that feeling of guilt. We have to get it reconciliated.
Who were his friends, who was associates? How does he think? How to say? And I know that we're looking at this through a documentary.
Society.
There's only so much
Affects
material
our
that
time.
they can show. So,
And I haven't done in the song music before.
absolutely, but it would have been interesting for, as a viewer, to
Anderson found a striking visual style to show the humiliation, guilt,
documentary, but it would have been interesting to know how he thinks.
love for Belgian perspective was flat, multiplied, and his camera self-use.
I really don't want a single frame in my movie that is different. Visually different. And I think that the modern way of filmmaking contains a lot of different frames because they are built up to concentrate on the specific situation, most of the time killing or why can't movie has the same qualities as painting? So you are fascinated by each single frame.
But what makes Anderson so significant for modern cinema is that he combines this exactitude with real sensitivity. He's a fan of your own
And the thing is, so when you
simplicity, the scene shot,
as a juror, I've never been a juror.
symmetrical.
No, I've never been, and I don't know. I didn't realise that many solicitors
and so funny at the same time.
but somebody I know is
It's two losers.
I didn't
They
think
want to be accepted by the middle class or upper class. And they try so hard to get that
and I think with juries,
capability
so when Angel and her solicitors
to be accepted,
defense attorney, shouldn't I
but
say,
they fail all the time.
when they're in the courtroom, we have got the Andrea Cleaver, who is one of the defense attorneys.
Social
She
tragedy.
tells Angel, this is really
It's
interesting.
the underdogs.
She tells Angel quietly that the jury will notice every reaction and every facial
Reach a higher
expression.
level
So
in
she
society.
needs to look almost
Anderson gets
not
the
angry.
image
partially phones his feelings of self, a
As a
well-mannered student,
young
a
person,
well-mannered film
or any person whose life has been turned upside down, how would you hide frustration in that situation?
First century cinema.
I know they're saying she has to, and I know why they're saying it.
In
But
the 60s, we saw how Stanley Donen, director of Cinema in the Rain, used this split screen to get around censorship and make it look like two members are in bed together. He filmed with two cameras at the same time, combined the shots.
I haven't decided to do it.
Jump forward to the new millennium, to this scene in Roger Avery's The Rules of Attraction. Saturday morning on an American campus. We just watched for several minutes these two students get up in class. Like Donen, Avery goes a split screen because his characters look to camera, to us, and to each other.
Never seen either.
We're feeling the middle of this flirtatious moment. That is suck ass.
Yeah, me too.
Then she says, show your eyes. Takes the glasses off.
Show me that.
It's not hands out.
There are, I think,
And the cameras each pull out to a straight line and two words.
so I would that might be misconstrued as a
Inside the moment to an outside.
I'm saying I didn't do it. Or if I
Each camera's view was computer
if I look sad,
the two
I might
images were digitally stitched together.
So it is.
Movies have always tried to make people meet in memorable ways. A few meetings are as memorable as this one. And in this film, Avatar, computers also helped create new 21st century syntheses of reality and fantasy. In real life, this character's a movie because he's a coach.
Tells the jury
But
that
here he's on a mission to the
Bureau
Bureau
of Investigation
He's been transformed into an attenuated creature. He enjoys the sprint and moves like a dancer.
Watch it. Tells the jury that there were 9 Defense reminds the jury
Canadian director
that
James
prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable
creature
doubt
feeds the soul between his two arms.
in everyday life. When you say beyond a reasonable doubt, what would you expect, the idea is that you have any doubt in your mind.
Everything about this scene was animated in computers, as you'd expect,
That our
except
conviction rate in this country
the facial expressions. This energetic documentary shows that the faces were filmed with many cameras. The set of a modern sci-fi type factory, bright lights, no hint of enchanted quiet. Director James Cameron's excited ellipses.
The camera shoots the face, nulled out, close up. So even though the action goes all around, running, jumping, yelling, screaming, jumping off stuff, jumping over logs, running flat out, whatever, we're getting that facial performance absolutely locked on.
This split screen of the documentary shows the after.
That proves it exactly.
21st centuries managed to insert the mystery of
Some of these cases will
into the digital electronic universe. But far away from Hollywood, in town, in the new millennium, a beach on Long Bears example in something even more inventive. Look at this scene from Tropical Mug. A Thai soldier, Ken, his farmer, two shy young men in town, filmed in natural light.
Hi. Will I know?
officer still looks
And
almost
there was
fainted.
talk of getting rid of juries in favour of a judge. And people were
Then, about halfway through the film, it seems to break down.
because they said it was supposed to be
It's black, and the story starts again.
judged by the peers.
This time we're in a forest, a soundtrack filled with encores of insects, frogs, and
They
chickens.
tried to reduce the size of
This
juries.
time,
They
soldier
tried
came
doing it
from the
where
ground.
it's all
He sees a
over
tree with 5 years.
whatever. But anyway, so the prosecution called their first witness, and this was Linda, the victim's wife. She confirmed that she had been
We hear that his
pregnant
friend, Dawn,
on
was
that night, and that her husband
he must hunt her.
was killed. She found his
Director loves the
body. She returned
films the spirit of the water.
She said, as I walked in, my baby was on me. He was taped round like this. She's gesturing
Kane's
tape
breathless.
around her head. And then she said he was taped up and down. She's gesturing tape. So we're talking about multiple layers of duct tape. She's crying. And that's got to be so traumatic to come home to. I
Not
can't
only is the father
well.
reincarnated as a tiger, the film seems to be reincarnated. From a naturalistic tale of friendship to a mythic tale of hunter and hunted.
They never actually
Tell
say.
them the whole history of
Was it
cinema
actually
with
anything?
such a broad
No,
stewardship.
I think they said that it was something to do with money and drugs because Fred had gone
Our last examples of wildly
to
inventive
sell
cinema
marijuana. I think there was talk
Alexander Sokurov.
it potentially having something to do with money and drugs, but I don't think
This
anything
is from Mother and Son. We're in a Russian cottage in the
So
countryside.
the prosecution's key witness in this case was the forensic scientist who identified Angel's fingerprints with duct tape. So what they've done with this duct tape on his body, they have removed all the strips of duct tape from his shirt and they've analysed the fingerprints. And this is the only evidence that connects Angel.
Sokurov explains its approach.
Истории мы рассказывали о том, как это было. В искусстве мы говорим о том, как
I don't know if
раньше.
it's all up to this. All I know
Никогда
is
нет
that
такой
there
большой
were 9 other
цепи.
fingerprints that were abstracted. I think they were. I want to say they were abducted, but I don't know if they've been crushed. Or were they from the scene? Were they from the scene, weren't they? From the house. Oh yeah.
Mother and Son is one of the defining movements of the contemplative slow cinema. Director Sokurov's a boy. He does beautiful as his teachers. Andrei Tarkovsky's.
The forensic scientist in this case, the name is Elizabeth. She was employed by the Kennedy Bureau of Investigation. She, in court, she identified a photograph showing a strip of this duct tape. From this piece, she was able to develop an identifiable latent print which was matched to Angel's office. Reed confirmed all fingerprints were found on the massive side of the tape, and you actually hear the jury acknowledgement throughout this audibly. Had they been on the outside, I'm trying to think, if I'm holding duct tape, holding it, obviously, the fingerprints are on the outside. That's kind of neither here nor there. The issue the defense team had was on the sticky side. The defense team feared that the jury thought that Angel must have been there for her fingerprints to get on the sticky side of the tape. And they obviously didn't feel that why.
Быстро, но только быстро. И все.
lose the weight. Yeah.
They do with
Or the same. Is that the only one? And I don't think she ever admitted to being at that house before.
And in shots like this, so often
It's not as if
stretched
she's
down
ever
as if it was
been
meant
to
to change
that
or
house
see
before. But defense attorney Andrea Hayden asked in cross-examination, she asked Elizabeth Reed whether you could tell in time when they were
сложность
what she was trying to make was that Angel's fingerprints could have been left actually from 2 years ago. Forensic scientists cannot say how long that fingerprint's been. And Elizabeth Reed confirmed that. She said, I don't know how long that's been. We can't tell. I know.
Many critics felt that Mother and Son was one of the best films of its time.
Yeah, I know. I think this as well.
Then, this film, perhaps the most inventive ever made, the greatest gorilla in film history. We're in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg at the end of the 19th century. These aristocrats are proud by the food and the steps like a river. The revolution's coming.
Yes, and also, there are two fingerprints on one strip. Because if you've torn one strip off, let's say you use filter gloves, my fingerprint would smell or whatever would be on that strip. But then if there's a second, if my fingerprint is then further along the strip, that would indicate that two strips have been torn off, if that makes sense. And your fingerprint's that sensitive. Is it that they can say, do they have
Настолько чудовищно, что не сокрушаться истребление, просто истребление. Возвышенного народа, они просто отвратительны, просто Zakharov saw the film as a single last breath of this civilization. It's so astonishing. He filmed the whole movie in a single take. Last me to really felt it more full. The shot is fingerprints that was documented meters.
We are accepting that she was not wearing gloves if she was there. Angel cannot be wearing gloves and have left a fingerprint.
Museum officials,
There's no way
spies, great
that you're going to use duct tape to duct tape the corner, then put gloves on so you don't get fingerprints.
For 6 months. The filming took place on the 23rd of December. It's allowed for just 2 takes.
And it does
Take 1 to be abandoned after 5 minutes. Then take 2 to resume.
Obviously, you need scissors because it's obviously quite short stuff. So I would expect more fingerprints
Steadicams
to hold it while you film. There's so many questions, and obviously this documentary doesn't go into all that detail. But that would have been
Here's documentary
interesting to know a bit more about. We've got, as we said before, we've got 9 scientists confirmed that 9 unidentified fingerprints were found at the crime scene. She doesn't specify where. Then you say maybe they maintenance men at one point did nothing to eliminate some of his fingerprints. But it doesn't seem that any inquiries were sort of made. It was just we've got 9 unidentified
their brain with sexual freezing moves. The handheld camera captures them.
What the defence were trying to do, and I think
Tears of
it's
joy
true,
at something
there were a
entirely
lot
normal
of
in the
steps
story
the
film
prosecution
taking place.
didn't investigate fully. For example, how is it that you've got potentially
Taking cameras to capture at this moment. The camera rolls around, tired, exhilarated.
I would narrow down the pool of potential suspects. It's a 9-figure person. They've never flexed. They would put it through.
So Rock is one of the most serious filmmakers of the 21st century.
I have my independent scan when I go to prison,
Filmmakers
and they will go to
adventures.
say something to police officers and stuff. They will have their victims on trial. As you say, how is it? Angel got dragged into all of this because of a she got pulled over for failing to attend court and they took her fingerprints from her and that's how she flagged. As you say, how is it
The history of films being a story of innovation, of passion, breaking the What's its future? My studio analysts here in the film studio made props for Fellini. Long after he's gone, Fellini was still in the Maybe in the year 2046, we go to Christopher Nolan's film Inception. It's an innovative sci-fi film with layers of reality. Maybe it's a metaphor too for what film can become. Look at this scene.
Well, Garfield was the original investigator. He claimed that Angel's grandmother called Frankenstein out
Leonardo DiCaprio and his friends were
confirmed that he had a
just been dreaming together.
and that the last thing on the list was Shirley Buffett's grandmother. The officer also told us that Shirley had originally accepted that she did do the
Milestones to be policy of marijuana shared.
So the prosecution then called the Shirley Bumpers, and the Shirley Bumpers was not particularly warm in any sense. She was quite hard. She wasn't very emotional at all. Considering her granddaughter, who she's raised most of her life.
Falling ultra slowly off the bridge.
Even embrace
But in it, they dream the dream within a dream, which they can tell whose gravity's on the brink. It's colorful orange, camera floats, actors all liars. And in that dream within a dream, we dream a fourth layer. Within a dream's bone-style battle on the snow lodge. Now the camera's handheld, the action was edgy, sound natural, delivery colors great. They live and die together. Maybe this is what we'll be doing like in 2046. Playing a game of dying together. Plunging into water creation. Or maybe something awful happens. Look at this scene of the eternal sunshine of a spotless mind. Former lovers during the time arriving through Grand Central Station. They start to disappear. because they're undergoing a brainwashing process where their memories of their relationship are being altered. Then the brainwashing becomes a nightmare. Shot by the TV program, the light of it, past her stories disappearing.
Wake me up!
So, towards the end of the first day of the trial, Angel expresses frustration to the camera. She's frustrated at her legal counsel. She said, I don't want them to be like this. I want them to fight as if it was their lives. So tensions are really So, trial day 3, we have got the prosecution's final witness, and this is how
digital or ideological strongman cinema will be loved or banned.
As I said in a previous episode, all of these cases as well have a jailhouse informant.
Impossible to see it.
It's not, he told me that he committed a crime. I'm not joking, I'm not a criminal. I just like to make that clear. If I was, I feel like rule of thumb is don't go telling lots of people that you did it. How did that come up in validation?
Except this where all its treasures are kept. If so, those of us who love movies will have to remember, talk about them, tell the story.
Come on down. Cheated. Yeah. He testified quite simply that Mallory Gordon told him while they were young that he'd duct tape the victim up.
Faces were
But he doesn't mention the female accomplice, which is interesting. So it is knowledge
objects
that he testified in the hope of having his sentence reduced. And I think that's such a I get the incentive, I get it, but you're just sort of setting yourself up for failure because anybody's going to lie and say, I never had a conversation. I think we have to.
Or maybe movies will take up a bigger part of our lives. This is what the city of Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso looked like in 2011. At the very center of the city is this huge monument to cinema. Maybe more cities will do this.
But as far as I can tell, there is no
Back in 2011, filmmakers from around the world gathered at this monument, held hands in the sweaty heat, and walked around it 3 times in tribute to the filmmakers who died in the previous
So the defense attorney tells the camera, this is Andrea Hayden, she tells the camera that if Mallory Ball is found not guilty, Angels will have to be found not guilty as well, because there's no way she could have committed a crime. And I can see why she can say that, because you cannot tell me that a 13-year-old girl would be able to fight and overpower a fully grown adult man. I mean, I'm talking elderly, 68. I mean, I didn't 83.
that's the defense attorney's point of view, is that if Mallory Vaughan is found not guilty, then Angel will be found not guilty as well, because they don't believe that she could commit this crime. Right. So, before the defense sort of open their case, the judge asks whether Angel will testify. And the defense asks for a few moments just to confirm the position with their client one last time. When they're in private consultation, Angel says, and she said it before in the documentary as well, she says that she feels that the jury are waiting to hear from her. But her defense team advise against her testifying because they say she can't explain everything the jury wants to hear, such as how her fingerprints got on the sticky side of the tape. What did you make of that decision? I think she what she's like as a person now as well. The life she's made for herself. But just to be without that voice, yeah, they make their decision. That was the right thing, but I just think that. Before we move on, I'd just like to make it clear that if you can hear any snoring, it is not my special guest. It's our sausage dog, Flora, who is laying on my mum's lap. She's got attachment issues and is appearing also in the episode of the picture on Twitter. If you want to see what she looks like, she is super cute. But she's really loud, so apologies. Trying to stop her snoring, but she's not even asleep, lads. Yeah, she's going to be got her eyes closed, but she's snoring. This is why I don't have a co-host. I just want to shake your hand. This rules out ever having a co-host. I won't be co-host. She's very special. So before the defense open their case, the judge asks them whether Angel will be testifying. Now, this is a huge decision. And Angel, throughout the documentary, she mentions it a few times. I want to sleep. But her defense team say that they don't think she should because she cannot explain everything the jury are going to want to hear. The jury will have questions such as how her fingerprints got on the sticky side of the tape, and Angel's defense team will say, well, you simply can't answer that. So they say, we don't think you should testify. Angel, having heard this, eventually, and I think was probably reluctantly agrees with her defense team. I never watched as a trial. It makes her more human. Yeah, and she's I just think it gives you his head. We don't see whether Mallory Law testifies or not. I don't think that his team would have told him to testify unless there was some alibi or something. Because the evidence against him was already so weak, I don't think he really had need to say anything, really. But nevertheless, in Angel's case, there was a damning piece of evidence. And I think the jury, looking at her, they see a 20-something-year-old woman. You need to remind them that at that time she was going to school. She loved singing and she loved, you kind of got to make her seem like a child, right? Yes, this personality. That leaves you vague. Interaction in some ways. Situation, just think, given this situation, and the person she's now, could have made a difference. Okay, we change out. Setting programs with her friends. They know going to get wrong. No, but equally, just think I think, as you say, especially with her family history, we know she's got, and the jury will know she's got 2 brothers in prison. Her grandmother was trying to buy marijuana, which may or may not be from her, I don't know. Her mum is in prison. She wouldn't have had any fucking schooling ticket there. Yeah, that's it. But she hadn't really it's not as far as this, So, yeah, I don't know for sure. On the website, the Justice for Angel website, which I'm going to come back to in a bit, but it said that Angel was quite quiet, and they sort of described her, and it did give you a little bit of insight into this girl, which I think could have been helpful for a jury to hear. But nevertheless, the decision is made for Angel to not testify. And Andrea Haydock tells Angel, we're not losing. And Angel says, okay, that's the decision. Andrea Haydock then says, I need a few minutes to breathe. You take a few minutes to breathe, and go back in. That's what they do. So they then call the defense now, and it's their case. So they now call Bayless Smith, and that's their key witness, and this is Angel's grandfather. Bayless was an important witness because he could possibly explain how Angel's fingerprints ended up on the duct tape in the mother's house. So Bayless tells the court that Angel used to do arts and crafts in his workshop. And he said, I used to keep the duct tape in the garage. He said at times when she was in there playing, I would roll the duct tape inside out and throw it to her. She'd catch it, but couldn't put it down because it was sticky, so it would keep her busy for a while. Bayless also confirmed that he did handiwork for Mr. Bonner, and it was therefore possible, he can't say for sure, but he said it was possible that he could have brought the duct tape to the residence and left it there, which could have explained it. Yeah, it's not completely no, that's what I think part of the shock was for them. That is reasonably quite a reasonable, justification. That's what I think. Yeah, exactly. But if he says, I rolled the tape inside out and throw it to her, then potentially her fingerprints could have been in the middle of a strip of tape. I don't know. It is. So, yeah, I mean, Andrea Haydock sort of, she is of her whole point in this case is to try and explain away whose fingerprints because that is the only real crucial piece of evidence. So in the closing statements, the defence said that the only evidence was two fingerprints on a roll of duct tape, which is a mobile object that can be carried from anywhere, could have gone anywhere, and actually in court, Andrea Hayden holds a roll of duct tape in court. Yeah. Well, it's a reasonable explanation without the other things. Yeah, and in court, Andrea Hayden, she holds this roll of duct tape, she tears a strip off and tells the court that her fingerprints are now all over the duct tape. She then asks the jury if this duct tape, my fingerprints on it, is then used in the commission of a crime. Does that mean that I was ever at the crime scene or that I was ever involved? And that is a good question. We're not talking about fingerprints on a tabletop or on a chair in the bonfire. It is a mobile object. I'm going to say something. Yeah. When Andrea Hayden, as she sort of concludes her closing argument, she raises the issue of 9 unidentified fingerprints. She raises the fact that Angel would have had to walk 2.5 miles to get to the Bond residence. She raises the point that Angel denies ever knowing her before, and she actually proves the prosecution's case ridiculous. Then the prosecuting attorney, Cameron Williams, delivers his closing argument. He asks the jury whether it's just a coincidence that Shirley Bumpus was the last person to call the Bond residence. He believes, and he tells the jury this, he believes that Shirley Bumpus knew it would sound bad if she admitted she was the last person to speak to Mr. Bonner, which is why she then subsequently changed her evidence from the original investigation. Yeah. He tells the jury that Angel's fingerprints got on the tape because she was helping her friend Mallory Vaughan commit. That's the case. That is the trial. As I say, it is only not even half the story, really. But that is the case. And the jury then retires to consider their verdict. And by this point, Angel is crying. She says it's the worst week of her life. And I think it's because she knows there's nothing more that she can do. There's nothing, that's it. Once that case closes, you're in the hands of some strangers who are basically deciding whether you walk home, go home and see your children, or whether you spend the rest of your life behind bars. The jury deliberate for it's about 4.5 to 5 hours. They deliberate for, and then they come back and they say they've reached a verdict in cases. Mallory Vaughan, probably not surprised, Mallory Vaughan was found not guilty. Angel Bumpus, on the other hand, was found guilty of count 1, first degree felony murder, and count 2, attempt to commit especially aggravated robbery. And Angel, at this point, I mean, it's quite upsetting really, because at this point she starts crying and she's trying to just leave the courtroom. She says, I don't want to stay here anymore. She tells her defense team that she just wants to go. She's never going to see her children again. So Angel would later be sentenced to 16 years in prison, meaning she would not be eligible for parole until the year 2017 for a crime she supposedly committed when she was just 13 years old. I mean, that should shock you. Yeah, that's why I said to you I was just so shocked. It was such a roller coaster episode. It was, and I suppose that's their own. Yeah, when they're editing or whatever, they don't want that. But I think given what we've discussed and just she's say 25 now, or in 2020, she's eligible for another 50 years. I mean, it just doesn't even bear thinking about. Her defense attorney, Andrea Hayden, or one of her defense attorneys, said to camera, quote, I don't know how to walk out of here and go home to my kids when she's locked in a cell for the next 60 years. I don't understand how the system can put a child away for the rest of her life and let the adult walk away. I think speechless. Yeah. You do just have to take a moment, don't you? 60 years. 60 years. Having never been troubled before, no reference of what prison's going to be like. Angel filed an appeal on the 20th of December 2019, and she originally had a hearing scheduled for the 7th of February. It was then pushed back to the 27th of March, but in an update, one of Angel's family members announced that her court date had been moved again, obviously due to coronavirus. So at the moment, it's unclear where we are at with her case. I'm not entirely sure. We'll just have to wait and see. As I say, the court systems in this country are struggling to try and sort of deal with the backlog. And I just find it really shocking. Yeah. It would be good knowing what she knows now, reflecting back on the trial, which she has done 60 years, and I can imagine certainly how she's show. She cannot quite clearly I think she would have gone. She'd go back in a heartbeat and hindsight's a great thing. I just think it's bring it on. There never is a criminal justice, really. You know, someone's had a crime committed against them, whatever that may be, it's violated, whether that is a street mugging or a murder of a family member. It's traumatic. Yeah. Someone's lost their life. The gravity of that. There's just a couple more points that I wanted to raise before we finish. So, as we mentioned earlier, there's the Justice for Angel website that everybody can access. I think it's run by friends and family. They have put some things on that I just think are worth sort of highlighting at this point. So they say that if at 13 any person commits a violent, horrific crime, such as the crime that was committed against Mr. Bonner, some psychological effect would have been seen, noticed by someone. Angel had a normal teenage life and normal adult life up until 2018, when she was falsely accused, and now it is in chaos since she's been found guilty of a crime that she has no knowledge of. And I kind of agree with that a bit, in as far as you would expect to see increasing levels of sort of poor behaviour or something, and that's why the family on this website are very critical of Angel's defence lawyers. I wonder if they do things differently when they went to it. I don't know, but so on this website they say, and again this is a quote, Angel's lawyers, Hayduck, Best, failed to present any type of mitigating circumstances, character witnesses to construct a picture as to who Angel was at that point in her life, to show that she was not capable of anything of that nature. Angel's lawyers were highly disillusioned in the picture they painted, leading Angel to believe she had no worries. It was all a mistake that would be sorted out, they told her. That sort never happened, and on October 3rd, 2019, Angel was found guilty due to her lawyers not taking her case seriously. The damage they inflicted is at the expense of her life. What we said. So they go on to say, Angel's attorneys violated her constitutional rights when they failed to put any investigation effort into her defence. Any defence counsel has a duty to independently investigate the facts, circumstances and law in every case they handle to be effective. The duty to investigate includes an obligation to investigate all witnesses who may have information concerning his or her client's guilt or innocence. Due to Angel's defence attorney deciding not to investigate or present a defence resulted in an inadequate performance that was unreasonable. Angel's lawyers' lack of investigation and misrepresentation deprived the defendant of a fair trial. Angel's lawyers' misrepresentation of the facts and laws clearly shows ineffective assistance. They go on to say that Angel was an 8th grade honour roll student at Brown Middle School. That morning, Angel rode the bus from her grandmother's house to school. It was a normal day for Angel. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. She rode the bus to arrive home at 2:45 p.m. She's a 23-year-old mother of two, in her second year of nursing school, enrolled at JCTC, while also working a full-time job. And that, I do agree with them. I can't say, I'm not going to criticise their defence attorneys because I'm sure they did the best of their abilities. But I do think about the character witnesses. I do think that would have potentially made a huge difference. The jury never really got to know Angel. You need character witnesses or somebody who can testify, about what she was like. Some other things that I think, you don't know anything else? No, I think. Those things, being told to the snake brush. It might have shown that as a child, overcoming adversity in life, to be a mother of two, studying nursing, trying to be a productive citizen in society. Because then, even if she did speak, maybe said something she shouldn't have, then you could say, well, that was my fault. You know what I mean? Because she wanted to speak, and her defense attorneys told her not to, even though it's her decision, she will say, I was taking advice of my legal counsel. I suppose The other thing that I really wanted to highlight now, we talked about Carl Fields, the original investigator. I don't know when it happened, but there was a bit of a scandal really when Carl Fields was fired from the Chattanooga Police Department. Now, I don't know how true these are, but it is said that there were multiple allegations against him, including sexually harassing a woman whose rape case was being investigated, coaching witnesses to lie, and tampering with evidence. He faced criminal charges in 2016, but these were later dismissed as there wasn't sufficient proof. So, I mean, it's a case of yeah, was it investigated bias? As we've said, the biggest thing for me, or one of the biggest things for me, are those arguments. I cannot understand how you can put a case, know there is outstanding evidence that you have no explanation for, and you're still proceeding on the basis that this person did it. There are cases where they might be nothing. Never. Oh, I know. Yeah. And that's what's... No. At the end of the documentary, during the documentary, Angel, I just want to make it clear that Angel does express that she does feel bad for the victim and his family. She does say, I feel bad for the victim, I feel bad for his family. She said, I would feel worse for myself because I stand accused of a crime I have no fault. Yeah. Yeah, which she does. She says, I feel bad for them. But her desire to self-preservation desire outweighs anything because you're trying to keep yourself and your children out of prison. I hope that you have enjoyed today's hopefully episode. This was just something a bit different. If you've listened to the students' verdict before, you'll know that usually it's just me chatting away, and today I figured for our 10th episode we would do something a bit different. So thank you so much for joining me and my mum, and a huge thank you to my mum and Dora for joining us today. Thank you very much for listening. I will be coming back. Glad to know. I will look forward to your comments in terms of yeah, tweet us or tweet me. at student verdict. If you've got any points you'd like to raise. Yeah, and see how her appeal goes. You never know. The Student's Verdict is a bi-weekly podcast, so follow us on social media to hear about the next episode. Student's Verdict can be found on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Podbean, Spreaker, now iHeartRadio, and Google Play. And while you're there, why not check out Riddle Me That podcast, and I will see you on the next one.
Are you struggling to lose weight and keep it off? Tired of wasting time and money on starvation diets that lead to more frustration and stress? If there was a weight loss solution that could actually work for you, would you try it? Then head to golo.com.
I'm Steve. I lost 138 pounds in 9 months on Golo.
I'm Amber. I lost 128 pounds with Golo.
If you're ready to take back control of your life, head to golo.com now and see how Golo can work for you. That's golo.com.
My sleep is way better. My inflammation has gone way down. Golo saved my life. I was way overweight. That's what set me down the path. I wanted to make sure I lived for my kid.
I have literally tried everything. I was on the verge of getting gastric bypass surgery, and I saw the Golo commercial, and it was the last thing I tried because it worked.
Join over 2 million people who found a better way to lose weight with Golo. Your healthier and happier life begins at golo.com. That's GOLO.com. Again, GOLO.com. Are you struggling to lose weight and keep it off? Tired of wasting time and money on starvation diets that lead to more frustration and stress? If there was a weight loss solution that could actually work for you, would you try it? Then head to golo.com.
I'm Steve. I lost 138 pounds in 9 months on Golo.
I'm Amber. I lost 128 pounds with Golo.
If you're ready to take back control of your life, head to golo.com now and see how Golo can work for you. That's golo.com.
My sleep is way better. My inflammation has gone way down. Golo saved my life. I was way overweight. That's what set me down the path. I wanted to make sure I lived for my kid.
I have literally tried everything. I was on the verge of getting gastric bypass surgery, and I saw the Golo commercial, and it was the last thing I tried. It's a mark.
Join over 2 million people who found a better way to lose weight with Golo. Your healthier and happier life begins at golo.com. That's GOLO.com. Again, GOLO.com. T-Mobile 5G home internet can leave you with slower speeds during its busiest hours. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Visit cox.com/5G home to learn more.
Just skills on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection for a wide variety of stats, and place your entry. It's as easy as that. If you have the skills, you can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and entry insurance on your picks on What Make Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. Ready to test your skills? Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million players who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/get100 and use code GET100. That's code GET100 at prizepicks.com/get100 for a first deposit match up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
About her great news, Thelma Lavelle said, "Any good word there is out there in this world, that would describe Tina. To me, Tina was the perfect little girl. But after the tragic and brutal death of her father, Tina Fontaine changed. She began drifting away. She started using drugs and was suspended from school. Looking back, it was probably a desperate cry for help. At 1:30 p.m. on the 17th of August 2014, a body was found in the Red River. The body was wrapped in plastic and a duvet, and it had been weighed down with rocks. The following day, the body was identified as that of 15-year-old Tina Fontaine. A man would stand trial for Tina's death, but would she get justice? Tina's death seemed to ignite something in Canadian society, with many human rights groups calling for a full inquiry into the alarming number of missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada. Hey everybody, and welcome to episode 11 of the Students' Verdict podcast. Thank you so much for joining me for today's episode. To our new listeners, hi, my name is Emily and I'm your host. If you haven't already, please go and listen to some of our earlier episodes, which include cases such as the disappearance of Marlene Oakes, the McMartin preschool abuse scandal, and Jack the Stripper. Please follow us on Instagram at the Student Verdict Pod and on Twitter at Student Verdict. If you enjoy the show, please leave us a review. If you don't like us, then please keep your comments to yourself. As always, resources used in this episode will always be linked in the show notes. Our main sources for today's episode are Wikipedia and CBC News, but please check the show notes for a full list. A quick word of caution, this episode contains strong language and discusses the sexual exploitation of a minor. Listener discretion is therefore advised. With all of that said, let's jump into today's episode. Our story begins before Tina was even born. Tina's family had a difficult and quite tragic past. Her paternal grandfather was a residential schools survivor, and this harrowing experience affected him for the rest of his life, leading him to drink and violence. For those of you who may not know about residential schools, in Canada, the Indian residential school system was a network of board schools specifically for Indigenous people. This system was set up following the passage of the Indian Act in 1876. An amendment in this law made attendance at day schools, industrial schools, or residential schools compulsory for First Nations children. In a cruel and ironic twist, rather than guiding and encouraging children in their personal development, these residential schools sought to remove Indigenous children from the influence of their own culture and to assimilate them into the dominant Canadian culture, crushing their heritage process. They were disconnected from their families. They were forced to speak English or French, which deprived them of their ancestral languages. These residential schools lasted around 100 years, and during their existence, about 30% or 150,000 Indigenous children passed through their halls. Although the exact number is unknown, and this is staggering and heartbreaking, it's estimated that between 3,200 and 6,000 children died through school-related deaths. Many also experienced both physical and sexual abuse whilst at the residential schools. Perhaps the worst thing about these residential schools was that its students often graduated but found that they didn't really have a place in society anymore. They were still the victims of racism in mainstream Canadian society, but now they were also unable to integrate back into their own communities, leaving them on the fringes of society. When Tina's father, Eugene, was 12 years old, he left his home in Sangeen First Nation, which was about 70 miles northeast of Winnipeg, and he moved to Winnipeg. It was on the streets of Winnipeg that he first developed an addiction to alcohol. Tina's mother, Valentina Duck, was raised in Bloodvein First Nation, located approximately 160 miles north of Winnipeg. Valentina had a troubled upbringing. From the age of 6, she was removed from and returned to her mother by the Manitoba Child and Family Services, and this happened more than once. The Manitoba CFS reported that Valentina had experienced a number of significant traumas as a child, which were never properly addressed. She was permanently removed from the family when she was 10 years old. She was then placed in various foster homes where she was sexually abused. To deal with the abuse, she then turned to alcohol and drugs. This story takes a sinister turn when you discover that when Tina's parents met, her mother was a 12-year-old in care and her father was 23 years old. What's even more shocking is that there was evidence in the form of CFS records showing that they knew the couple's relationship was sexual. They also knew that Eugene had issues with addiction and had been violent in the past. Valentina was known to run away from her foster placements to be with Eugene. In the spring of 1996, Tina's mother gave birth to her first child. This child was immediately and permanently taken from her by Children and Family Services. Tina was the third child of Eugene and Valentina. Sadly, like the other children, when Tina was a year old, she was removed from her family's care for the first time by CFS. She was returned to her mother, but was removed again from the home when she was 2. She was then returned to the care of her father. Tina remained in her father's custody until she was 5 years old, when he, through a private guardianship arrangement, gave Tina and her younger sister Sarah to his aunt, Tina's great aunt, Thelma Bell. Thelma loved Tina as if she were her own. When talking about her great niece, Thelma described her as perfect. She said that Tina loved school and was a good student. She loved jumping on the trampoline and playing with the younger children whom she adored. Favell said that Tina had a big heart. Everything seemed to be working out for Tina Fontaine. Despite her difficult upbringing, this family seemed like the stability that she desperately needed. That was until 2011. In 2011, when Tina was just 12 years old, her father Eugene was brutally beaten to death whilst he was battling cancer. 2 men were charged with manslaughter and were sentenced to 9 years in prison for the crime. Tina struggled not only with the tragic loss of her father, but with the court case that followed. Thelma recalled that when Tina sat down to write her victim impact statement, the young teen started to, quote, slowly drift away. Tina's experience at court was exacerbated when she overheard a conversation about the extent of her father's injuries. What's even more shocking is that following her father's death, Tina did not receive any kind of counselling, grief or otherwise. As we've said, following her father's death, Tina became increasingly absent from school. The standard of her schoolwork started slipping, and she often failed to turn in her assignments. She was suspended. She got involved in arguments and physical fights, which resulted in calls to the police. She was hospitalized for self-harm and was reported missing 3 times. All of these things are clearly desperate cries for help. After the death of Eugene, Tina felt compelled to connect with her biological mother, Valentina Duck. Thelma was concerned about her great niece hanging around her mother, as Valentina had struggled with alcoholism and had a history of working in the sex trade, so she asked Tina's caseworkers what she should do. They advised that it was all right for Tina to spend time with her biological mother, and so Thelma let Tina and her sister Sarah visit Valentina. According to Thelma, the visit was good. This was now an incentive for Tina, so when her grades started to improve, Thelma promised that Tina could visit her mother at the end of June, provided she passed her exams. This time, Thelma didn't check on Valentina. Instead, she gave Tina $50 and a calling card before Tina left. She deeply regretted this, saying, quote, "I didn't find out till later she, Valentina, lost custody of her kids and she was back on the streets." When Tina failed to return home, Thelma voluntarily put Tina in the care of Manitoba Child and Family Services. Thelma held them responsible for failing to protect Tina. On the 31st of July 2014, Tina was reported missing to the Winnipeg Police Service. It was later found that Tina had been staying with her aunt Lana from the 1st to the 3rd of August. On the 5th of August, Tina made contact with her caseworker from Child and Family Services and was subsequently picked up by members of CFS and the Winnipeg Police. The timeline of Tina's movements is unclear between the 5th and 8th of August, but it is said that she remained a missing youth during this time, despite having been picked up. Tina attended a youth centre in the early morning hours of the 8th of August, but she left shortly after. At 5:15 a.m. the same day, 2 police officers stopped a truck with an allegedly drunk driver. In the truck was also Tina Fontaine. Despite the circumstances and the fact she was known to be missing, the police did not take Tina into their custody. When Thelma later learned of this, she said, quote, "Her name should have come up as a red flag, that she was a missing girl, and they just let her go." It should be noted, these 2 constables were later suspended and eventually left the police force altogether. At 10 a.m. on the 8th of August 2014, Tina was found passed out in an alleyway near Ellis Avenue. She was taken to a hospital, where she was treated before being checked into a hotel placement. She left the hotel shortly after. Now, putting Tina in a hotel might sound strange, but it was actually a fairly common practice which has since been phased out following reports of children experiencing physical and sexual abuse at these hotels. On the 9th of August, after Tina left the hotel, she was reported missing. At 1:30 p.m. on the 17th of August 2014, a body was found in the Red River, also known as the Red River of the North. This river is about 550 miles long, of which 395 miles are in the US and about 158 miles are in Canada. The body was found wrapped in plastic and a duvet and was weighed down with rocks. The next day, the body was identified as that of 15-year-old Tina Fontaine. An autopsy would be unable to conclusively determine the cause of her death, and unfortunately, the river had washed away any DNA evidence from her body and the duvet. A toxicologist reported that although she had marijuana and alcohol in her system, it was unlikely that these caused her death. Tina was buried in Sanguine First Nation next to her father, and a memorial was placed at the site on the first anniversary of the discovery of her body. As a result of Tina's death, the Canadian Human Rights Commission requested a full inquiry into the number of missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada. Many people described this as a genocide, with Chief Commissioner Marion Buller describing it as a, quote, "deliberate race, identity and gender-based genocide." It was Raphael Lemkin who coined the term genocide. The term signifies a coordinated plan aimed at destroying the essential foundations of the life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. Canada's Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act says that genocide includes acts, but also omissions. So let's talk about some of the startling statistics. Between 1980 and 2012, Indigenous women and girls represented 16% of all female homicides in Canada. which doesn't sound bad until you consider that they only represent 4% of the female population. In a 2014 report, Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women, a National Operational Overview, it stated that over a 30-year period, more than 1,000 Indigenous women were murdered. A 2011 Statistics Canada report estimated that between 1997 and 2000, the rate of homicides for Aboriginal women and girls was almost 7 times higher than that of other females. In fact, compared to non-Indigenous women and girls, they were also disproportionately affected by all forms of violence. 1 in 3 Native women is sexually assaulted during her life, and 67% of these assaults are perpetrated by non-natives. Leslie Spillett, an Indigenous advocate, said that it was down to issues such as poverty and a lack of housing and resources that played a role in the epidemic of missing and murdered Indigenous women. Tina's death seemed to spark something in the community. A volunteer group called Drag the Red began dragging parts of the Red River with hooks where Tina's body was found, in order to try and find evidence or possibly other bodies. One volunteer, Carl Kimach, whose sister went missing in November 2010, said, quote, "She, Tina, was so young. She was just a kid. Kids don't deserve that. Nobody does. Change needs to happen with society. Slowly, I think it's happening. Slowly." Kimach's sister was 20 and was from Sapatawayak Cree Nation. She disappeared from Winnipeg's William Avenue on the 10th of November 2010. When talking about Drag the Red, Kimach said, "We do the best we can. The police said they would never ever search the river. For me, I believe it needs to be done. The water holds a lot of secrets. It helps me to know that it is being searched. I wonder who is in here. Is she, his sister, there? Is she not there?" Another volunteer group, the Bear Clan Patrol, banded together as a response to Tina's death. The aim of the group was to patrol and protect the people in downtown Winnipeg. It had originally started in 1992. The group would keep an eye on vulnerable sex workers. They would intervene in physical confrontations, and they would get people under the influence of alcohol or drugs to a safe place. They went after Johns, so men who came into the area for sex. Interestingly, in Canada, it's illegal to buy sex, but not to sell it. Sadly, the Bear Clan Patrol initiative had disappeared over the years, but was reignited when Tina's body was found. James Favell, an organizer of the Bear Clan Patrol, said, quote, "There's been so much violence in the community. It's time to put a stop to it. This is what we're going to do, to stop it." The group patrolled for 3 hours at a time, 4 times a week. Another campaign was led by an Inuit woman, Holly Jarrett, who started a hashtag campaign, #AmINext, and a petition. Her aim was to create a space for Indigenous women to talk about their experiences. She hoped the campaign would lead to a national inquiry. In the fall of 2015, in a response to Tina's death, the Strong-Hearted Buffalo Women Crisis Stabilization Unit was established. The purpose of this unit was to intervene where Indigenous girls were at risk of sexual exploitation. Following Tina's death, funding was collected and a 24/7 safe space for young people was opened called Tina's Safe Haven. We're going to take a quick break here to share with you another one of our great podcasting friends, Mask of Sanity. Please show Melanie some love by listening and reviewing her incredible podcast.
Hey there, true crime friends. It's Melanie Peterson, the host of Mask of Sanity. Join me as I take you through the cases of some of the world's most notorious killers and the brave men and women who police did well to capture them. You can find Mask of Sanity wherever you listen to podcasts and hear all about the calculated madness of some of the world's most brutal killers who hid behind the Mask of Sanity. You won't want to miss this. Until next time, stay safe, friends.
At the end of 2015, a 56-year-old man by the name of Raymond Cormier was arrested and charged with second-degree murder, to which he pleaded not guilty. But who was this man? Well, it was a tip from Cormier's friend that led police to his house on Carmen Avenue on the 1st of October. When he heard the police coming, Cormier tried to escape, but the officers were able to detain and arrest him. He would later tell the police he ran because he didn't want to go to jail. When questioned by authorities, Cormier initially told them that he had wanted to have sex with Tina when he first met her, but that was before he found out she was under 18. Cormier was initially cooperative with police. However, at one point in the interview, he told police not to focus on him because he didn't do it. He told police he didn't know she was 15 and that when he found out, he vowed not to have sex with her anymore. Yes, that contradicts what he initially said, which was that he wanted to have sex with her but didn't because he found out she was underage. He made a series of unusual and concerning statements when being interviewed by police, such as, and these are quotes, "Don't overdose here because then your body's going to be wrapped up in a carpet and thrown in the river." Another one was, "Have you ever been haunted by something? I know, I'm really moving into the realm of psychiatry, psychology." So Cormier spent time in prison for charges unrelated to Tina's death and was then released in June 2015, following which the police decided to launch an undercover investigation. Bring on Project Styx. Does anyone know where they get these names from? I've got no idea, they're really weird. Anyway, as part of the investigation, officers recorded conversations that they had had with Cormier when they were undercover. They had hoped to gather enough evidence against him so they could charge him. They even went as far as to provide him with accommodation at 400 and Logan Avenue, which they bugged with listening devices. From the recordings, it does seem like Cormier was preoccupied, almost obsessed with Tina's death, claiming to want to find the killer. Was this just morbid curiosity? His way of dealing with grief, or was it something a bit more sinister? What I want to do is talk about some of the comments he made in these recordings. In a recording from the 25th of September 2015, Cormier said, quote, "You ever been haunted by something? What happened there really fucking is not right. Fuck, it's right on the shore. So what did I do? Threw her in." On another occasion, it's reported he said, quote, "I did Tina, fucking supposed to be legal and only 15. No going back to." The cops said if there would have been DNA, and then probably they would have had enough evidence to charge. You know that? With the murder of Tina Fontaine. To be clear, earlier in the transcript he said, quote, "I know that I got caught in a fucking situation. I never murdered anybody." In a recording from the 25th of October 2015, Cormier tells a woman, quote, "This is how we met, and then we had sex, and we, fuck, sure enough, fuck. Tina finds a knife, she got angry and blah, blah, blah." Cormier's trial began on the 29th of January 2018, more than 3 years after Tina's body was pulled from the Red River. The case was heard before the court of Queen's Bench Chief Justice Glenn Joyal, and the jury was comprised of 8 women and 4 men. The Crown attorneys, James Ross and Brita Passler, believed that they knew why Cormier had killed Tina. It was their assertion that Cormier murdered Tina because he wanted to conceal the fact that he had had sex with a minor, fearing he would be considered a paedophile. However, the Crown had an uphill battle on their hands, as there was no formal cause of death. There was no physical evidence connecting Cormier to Tina's death, and there were no eyewitnesses. The Crown's case relied heavily on the secret recordings, which they said were admissions of guilt. Cormier's defense team argued that the Crown had simply cherry-picked statements from the transcripts, which obscured the context of the conversations. They also argued that the recordings were difficult to hear. So let's delve into the Crown's case. On the first day of the trial, Thelma was called as a witness. Thelma explained to the court how Tina and her sister ended up in her care. She also explained how much Tina struggled following the death of her father, telling the court, quote, she didn't know how to function without her father. As Tina began to drift away from her great aunt and started spending more time with her mother Valentina, she was reported missing several times. It was hard to keep track of her because she went from hotel placements to sleeping on couches all over the city, only to leave shortly after. During this time, she met her boyfriend, Cody Mason. Mason from St. Teresa Point appeared in court as a witness for the Crown. He testified that he and Tina were drinking on the street one night in mid-July when Cormier started talking with them. He told the pair his name was Sebastian. Mason would later tell the court that Cormier provided him and Tina with drugs. The court was told how on the 6th of August, Cormier had made sexual advances towards Tina, who was underage at the time. She'd got angry that night because Cormier had sold her bike for drugs. She screamed at him, and as she stormed out of the house, she told him she was going to call the police about a stolen truck that was parked at Cormier's house. Sure enough, the Crown then played a 911 call that Tina placed to police. In it, she said, quote, I'd like to report a blue truck that was stolen. He is my friend, and he stole it earlier today. The dispatcher told her to report the theft via an alternative. As I've said in a previous episode, there is always a police informant in these cases. In this case, it was a man by the name of Ernest DeWolf, an inmate from Milner Ridge Correctional Facility, who had contacted police on the 1st of October with information. DeWolf reportedly wanted nothing in return for his testimony. In court, he told the court that following Cormier's argument with Tina, Cormier assured him that the two had talked and were okay again. It was DeWolf who testified that he had seen the same duvet that Tina's body had been found in Cormier's house on Carmen Avenue. More witnesses also confirmed this. Ida Beardy and her daughter Chantel testified that they too had seen the same duvet cover in Cormier's possession. They testified that Cormier, or Frenchie as they knew him, had lived in a tent in the back garden of their two-story house on Alexander Avenue. It was Ida Beardy who directed D.S. Stalker to a scrapyard during the course of the investigation, where he was able to obtain a photo of Raymond Cormier. Ida then confirmed that that was indeed Frenchie in the photograph. The problem with the duvet was that 800 of the Chloe green leaf pattern duvets were sold at Costco across 3 different stores in Winnipeg. When the police questioned the purchasers, it was reported that around 100 people were cooperative with the investigators. However, a number of purchasers had gotten rid of their duvets or donated them. When detectives showed Ida and Chantel the photo of the duvet Tina's body had been found in, they both immediately recognized it as belonging to Frenchie. I should make it clear that the officers purposefully showed the pair the photo at different times to make sure that their individual expressions were honest and to ensure privacy. Both were confident the blanket belonged to Cormier. The defense questioned whether Beardy's accounts were valid because officers admitted that they already knew the detectives were working on the quantum case. Another witness was Carol Traverse, who worked at a youth resource centre, a 16-bed temporary shelter for women and girls in Winnipeg's North End. Traverse testified that Tina, who was 15 at the time she died, looked even younger than her age. When she attended the resource centre for a week during the summer of 2014, Tina had her picture taken. Traverse recalled that at this time she looked very skinny, which made her look very young. According to pathologist Dennis Reed, Tina weighed only 72 pounds and 33 kilograms when she was pulled from the Red River. Other Witnesses in court included Lana Fontaine, Tina's aunt, who testified that her niece had stayed with her at her apartment on Kirby Street for 2 nights during the first weekend of August. She also testified that Tina came by her flat a few nights later and had asked to borrow a jumper from her auntie because she was cold. They hugged and then Tina left. Lana cried in court when she recalled that this was the last time she saw her niece, saying, quote, "She was happy, always a bright smile. Last time I saw her, she was my baby." Another aunt of Tina's, Angie Duff, Valentina's sister, told the court that Tina had visited her home too in the weeks before she died. She recalled that she had met Cody Mason on a few occasions and requested Tina to her home. Angie told the court that Tina often came to her house to try and contact her mother. The communication was difficult as Tina didn't have a mobile phone, so Angie would phone Valentina, who would then come and pick her daughter up. Angie recalled that the last time she saw Tina was on the 22nd of July. Tina walked past her house all dressed up in nice clothing. The court also heard from witness Joseph Nahikawa, who was at one point the boyfriend of Valentina Duff, Tina's biological mother. Through an interpreter, Joseph told the court that he had seen Tina a handful of times during the summer that she died, and that he sometimes fed her and she would sleep on his couch. Joseph told the court that he had met Tina's boyfriend, Cody Mason, on a few occasions. He also told the court that neither Tina nor Cody ever appeared drunk or had drugs. Joseph recalled that he last saw Tina a week before the police first attended his address, when they were trying to find Tina, who had been reported missing. Another witness was Stephen Whitehurst, a longtime friend of Eugene Fontaine, Tina's father. He said he had known Tina since she was a baby. Tina would sometimes come to his house, either on her own or with Cody. In the summer of 2014, he estimated she came to his house 3 or 4 times. He recalled that the last time he saw Tina was on the 28th of July, when he and his wife were driving to Fort Alexander, Saki, that's nation. Tina asked him for a ride, but she was too late, and Stephen had already left. From all these witnesses, I can understand why it was so difficult to keep track of Tina. She seemed to constantly be on the move, going from one house to another, staying on a couch here and in a shelter there. Family members reported that Tina would sometimes be dressed inappropriately for the weather and would be cold. Others said she was carrying a box of belongings. To me, all of these are warning signs that this young girl was living quite a transient life and that she wasn't really settled. A fingerprint analyst, Constable Garrett Carrot, that's Garrett Carrot, not spelled carrot like the vegetable, C-A-R-R-E-T-T-E, but still Garrett Carrot, that's possibly the best name I've ever heard, but anyway. He told the court that on the 18th of September 2014, he had been asked to examine a stolen truck. This was the same truck that Tina had reported to police in the 911 call, and it was recovered 43 days after she placed that call. Carrot was told that Tina had allegedly been in the truck at one time. Carrot told the court that it looked like the vehicle had been wiped down, but that he was able to lift 3 fingerprints. He confirmed that none of the prints matched Tina Fontaine or Raymond Cormier. A palm print was also found in the vehicle, but as they didn't have a sample of Tina's palm prints, the two couldn't be compared. Another 2 witnesses called by the Crown were the 2 Winnipeg detectives, Detective Sergeant Jeff Stalker and Detective Sergeant Miles Riddle, who had been tasked with investigating Tina's death. When questioned by Cormier's defense attorney, Tony Kavanagh, DS Stalker told the court that the investigation had been extensive and included a huge canvassing effort to track down the owner of the duvet cover. He went on to inform the court that Sergeant John O'Donovan alone had interviewed between 40 and 60 people regarding Tina's death, saying, quote, "That's way above the normal for any investigation I've ever been involved in. We left no stone unturned and chased down every lead. It was Stalker who responded to Tina's 911 call about the stolen truck at Cormier's address. The call brought Stalker to a halfway house for ex-inmates on the 20th of August 2014. The recording of Tina's call was played in court, causing her great-aunt Thelma to burst into tears. In the recording, Tina said that the truck was taken by someone called Sebastian, one of Cormier's aliases. When Stalker asked around about a Sebastian, he was directed to a house on Alexander Avenue. It was said that the man known as Sebastian was living in a tent in a garden. The house belonged to Ida Beardy, who gave permission for police to seize the tent Cormier had been staying in. In court, Stalker read out the notes he had taken from his initial meeting with DeWolf, the jailhouse informant. Stalker recalled that when DeWolf was shown a photo of the duvet that Tina's body had been wrapped up in, he said, quote, "That looks like Ray's blanket. I can't say 100% that's the one, but it looks like it." The next witness we're going to talk about is Glenn McDonald, a 50-year-old renovator who also dealt drugs, which was how he came to know the defendant Raymond Cormier when he started selling Cormier crystal meth. They had a weird deal where McDonald would sometimes accept tools in exchange for drugs. The court was told that the pair would see each other almost every day. McDonald testified that there was a 4-door truck parked at Cormier's address during an evening in August 2014. McDonald soon learned that this truck was stolen. McDonald recalled that Cormier used it to transport tools, but was looking to get rid of the vehicle. This was the last time McDonald saw the truck. He continued to sell drugs to Raymond Cormier. Crime analyst David Bowman was the next witness. He told the court that 12 vehicles were stolen on or around the 6th of August. These vehicles included 2 trucks, a black GMC Sierra and a blue Ford F-150. Witness Donald Schneider told the court that his blue Ford F-150 was stolen on the 6th of August 2014. He admitted that he had left the vehicle unlocked when he was doing some landscaping work. When he returned to the vehicle 5 to 10 minutes later, it was gone. The vehicle didn't turn up again until the 17th of September 2014, when a PC found the blue Ford truck with a smashed driver's side window, and there was blood on the shards of glass. Schneider noted a lot of differences between his truck and the truck he saw before him. The mirrors were smashed, there were strange patterns on the seats, and it looked like the vehicle had been thoroughly cleaned. With the seemingly endless list of Crown witnesses and the secret recordings, it was clear that the Crown were working hard, despite their adversities, to prove to the jury that Raymond Cormier was indeed guilty. We have to bear in mind that the burden of proof rests with the prosecution, meaning that the prosecution must prove guilt. It is not for the defence to prove innocence. With this in mind, in the nearly 3-week trial, the defence did not present a single shred of evidence. The defence criticised a number of aspects of the Crown's case. So, firstly, they criticised the fact that the evidence was circumstantial, with no forensic or eyewitness evidence to directly connect their client, Raymond Cormier, to Tina's death. Which leads me to their second criticism, that no cause of death was ever established by the medical examiner. The defence argued that the Crown's case was built on inferences from the recordings. They said that the memories of the various witnesses, specifically the witnesses who claimed to have seen Cormier with the same duvet that Tina's body was wrapped up in, were inaccurate, suggesting to the jury that there were other potential suspects who could have been responsible for Tina's death. Bearing in mind that the threshold in the criminal courts is beyond all reasonable doubt, what verdict would you have delivered? Here are some of my thoughts. So, the fact there's no cause of death, how, from the defence point of view, they're going to say, well, how can the Crown definitively say she was murdered and by whom if they cannot point to how she died? You've got no DNA so you can't say if she was sexually assaulted or anything. There's no DNA on the duvet either. Witnesses can say that Raymond Cormier knew her, but can't place them together on the night in question. The only thing I would say is the Crown's motive does sound plausible, and you have got these weird recordings, but is it enough to prove beyond all reasonable doubt? In a CBC News article from the 22nd of February 2018, it was reported that Raymond Cormier stared straight ahead as the verdict was read out. After it was delivered, there were tears and gasps as the words "not guilty" hung in the air of the packed courtroom. Tina's family was shocked and horrified. Her mother Valentina swore as she left the courtroom, saying, quote, "Fuck you if you think you can get away with this," whilst Thelma Favell just kept crying, saying, "My baby," over and over. Grand Chief Sheila North said, quote, "We've all failed her. We as a nation need to do better." Grand Chief North was just one of the Indigenous leaders in Manitoba who criticised the systems that failed Tina Fontaine. On the steps of the courtroom, Grand Chief North continued, quote, "It was a tremendously sad day for our people. This is not the outcome anybody wanted. The systems, everything that was involved in Tina's life, failed her. We've all failed her. We as a nation need to do better for our young people. It might not be this accused person that took her life, but someone took her life. That fact remains, and we must get to the bottom of it." It was reported that the jury had deliberated for around 13 hours before delivering their verdict, with their verdict leaving many grief-stricken. When she heard the verdict, the Federal Crown Indigenous Relations Minister, Carolyn Bennett, tweeted the following, quote, "My thoughts are with Tina Fontaine's family. Tina's is a tragic story that demonstrates the failures of all the systems for Indigenous children and youth on every level. We need to do better. We need to fix this." But did they fix it? Did anything actually change? When speaking to a reporter from CBC News, Tina's cousin, Rose Fontaine, said she was afraid of being taken. This was 1 year after Tina's death, and this young woman was still scared, suggesting that enough still hadn't been done to protect young Indigenous women. In fact, Rose said she believed that the streets had gotten worse in the years since Tina's death. This article, which I've linked in the show notes, was really important for me to share because it shows the devastation a loss like Tina's can cause for a family. Rose and her sister Katie Fontaine recalled how, quote, "Some family went to drugs, some family just stopped talking to each other. Just seems like everybody is growing apart." Katie, the elder of the two sisters, told the reporter that she was worried about her younger sisters going out at night. The sisters were happy that the Bear Clan had banded together and were patrolling the streets again, but they knew that the Bear Clan couldn't be everywhere, protecting everyone at the same time. Rose told the reporter that she herself had been approached by men looking for sex. She is just 15 years old. Rose recalled, quote, "I went to go see my friend. I was taking a shortcut and a guy was asking to take me somewhere. I said no, and kept backing up slowly. We were talking for like 5 minutes. I tried to walk away and he tried to grab me by my leather jacket. I ran away and he stopped me again and said, 'I have money.' I said, 'I don't care about your money.'" Tina's case led the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs to create the First Nations Family Advocate Office, which is headed by Cora Morgan. 5 years after Tina's death, Morgan told CBC News that she feared another Tina would be found because nothing in society had changed as they had hoped it would. She said that the issues had only worsened, as confirmed by the accounts of Rosie and Katie Fontaine. I think Tina's case was tragic because it seemed like she fell through the cracks. Each time she should have been saved, she was unfortunately let down one way or another. Morgan says that these gaps have only widened since Tina's death. Morgan says that child poverty is rife, with the number of people reported missing forever increasing year after year. After Tina's death, recommendations were made to improve areas including justice, education, mental health, and child welfare. It was reported that investments had been made to try and improve addiction, mental health services, and sexual exploitation responses. However, all of these things are clearly not enough. In an interview with CBC News from March 2019, Raymond Cormier denied sexually exploiting and killing Tina Fontaine, but admitted that he did provide her with cannabis. He seemed to justify his acts by saying that it was only cannabis he supplied her with, and not a harder drug. He expressly denied any involvement with Tina's death, saying, quote, "I was the one who had the most convenient background. My history, the 92 convictions, in and out of jail, homeless, they handpicked me. There are people out there who might think that I got away with something. I didn't get away with nothing." It should be noted that according to a report by the Children's Advocate, Tina had tested positive for amphetamines. She denied using the drug with Cormier, although his name was mentioned in the report. According to the report, 70% of youth who were exploited in Manitoba were Indigenous, and 80% of those were victims. Thelma Favell demanded that Raymond Cormier be charged with supplying Tina with drugs. It seems as though she wanted him held responsible for what happened to Tina in any way. She didn't want to think that he had got away scot-free. Grand Chief North agreed, saying, quote, "He should face charges for it, for supplying drugs to a minor. The danger he put Tina in, he should face some time for that." So here's the problem, and it's the same in the UK. If you are charged with a crime you committed in 1980, for example, the relevant case law will be the law that was in force at the time you committed the crime. Applying that to this case, federal prosecutor Robin Parker said that any charges now laid against Raymond Cormier would be under the law that applied in 2014 when the crime was committed. This would be before the Cannabis Act came into effect. The Cannabis Act made it a crime to supply minors with cannabis. Parker went on to say that they could possibly charge Cormier with trafficking marijuana, but that it would be hard to prove. The Crown also has to weigh up whether any prosecution they are intending to pursue is in the public interest. Parker told reporters that of the two possible crimes that Raymond Cormier could have been charged with, of course they pursued the more serious second-degree murder charge as opposed to the drug charge. Interestingly, according to the CBC News article, at the time of Fontaine's death in 2014, supplying her with drugs was an aggravating factor in her case, which may have caused the judge to increase Cormier's prison time when sentencing, had he been found guilty. But, under today's law, he could have been given a 14-year prison sentence. A member of staff at Winnipeg's Street Reach program, Jennifer Richardson, told reporters that drugs were often used to exploit young and possibly vulnerable people in society. Quote, "In my experience, oftentimes adult males are luring children through the auspices of come to a party, but their intent is to sexually exploit them. They offer a great time. They offer drugs and alcohol. They offer a place to stay. They offer understanding. They offer love. But their intent, in cases I've investigated, is to exploit children, is to have sex with children." During the trial, the secret recordings were played to Cormier, where he seems to suggest a sexual relationship with Tina. Cormier said that there were words missing and that the Crown had cherry-picked the dialogue. It was reported at this time that police were still investigating the death of Tina Fontaine after Raymond Cormier was found not guilty. Police say that it is not a cold case, nor will it be classified as such in the foreseeable future. Before this episode ends, I want to finish by continuing the conversation regarding missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada. I think I owe it to Tina. To be clear, a lot of the facts I'm about to discuss are taken from Wikipedia. So, one of the biggest overall issues was that Canada did not maintain a database for missing people until 2010. Yes, 2010. This posed a problem when it came to tracking and monitoring the rate at which Indigenous people were reported missing and murdered. In a report from June 2019, it was stated that there was no reliable estimate of the numbers of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and individuals who were two-spirited, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and aromantic in Canada. According to a 2007 study by the province of Saskatchewan, Indigenous women made up 6% of the population in that province, but made up a staggering 60% of the missing persons cases. One of the most important reports is entitled Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women, a National Operational Overview, which was released in May 2014 and went right back to 1951. I'm not going to go through all the statistics, but I will link the page in the show notes for you to look at. One of the most crucial findings concerned the 2014 and 2015 Royal Canadian Mounted Police reports, which identified incomplete causes of homicides of Indigenous women and girls in Canada, which we saw in the case of Tina Fontaine. Another thing which really shocked me was that there was a statistic that Indigenous men were responsible for 70% of the murders of Indigenous women and girls. This is simply not true. There is no factual basis for this. According to a CBC News article from the 16th of February 2016, Canada's Minister for the Status of Women, Patty Hajdu, said that it was estimated that the number of Indigenous women and girls who had gone missing or who had been murdered in Canada since the 70s was unclear, but could be as high as 4,000. This was based on a report by the Native Women's Association of Canada and data collected by the Walk for Justice initiative. The RCMP estimated much lower numbers, namely 1,000. It was reported that Walk for Justice began collecting the names of Indigenous women who had been murdered and who were missing, but they stopped counting when they got to 4,232. I'm sad to say that, unfortunately, there seemed to be a history of underreporting by law enforcement of cases of murdered and missing Indigenous women. It was said that thousands of such cases were not properly investigated due to police bias. For example, the 49 victims of killer Robert Picton. The last thing I want to talk about is the final report from the 3rd of June 2019. Marion Buller, the inquiry's chief commissioner, said that the high level of violence against Indigenous women and girls was, quote, caused by state actions and inactions rooted in colonialism and colonial ideologies. To prepare for the report, CBC News reported that the Commission held numerous gatherings, including 24 hearings across Canada. The Commission collected statements from 750 people. They held visits in 8 correctional facilities. They led 4 guided dialogues and held 8 validations. During 15 community hearings, it was said that 2,380 people participated, including family members and survivors of violence who shared their stories. 84 expert witnesses, elders and knowledge keepers, frontline workers and officials were also consulted for the report. The findings of the report were shocking. We've talked about some of the findings already, but it was clear from this report that Indigenous communities were under-prioritised and under-resourced, which meant that more individuals could slip through the cracks, just as Tina did. To quote from the report, deaths and disappearances of Indigenous women, girls, and 2SLGBTQIA people are marked by indifference, specifically prejudice, stereotypes, and inaccurate beliefs and attitudes about Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA persons negatively influence police investigations, and therefore deaths and disappearances are investigated and treated differently from other cases. I'm going to end by just talking about some of the calls for reforms. So these include acknowledging the rights of Indigenous peoples in terms of their culture as an inherent right, recognising Indigenous languages as official languages and creating educational opportunities that incorporate Indigenous language, educating the general public and those within social services about anti-racism and anti-sexism, and implement social movements based on confronting stereotypes. Supporting the increase in representation of Indigenous peoples in the media, providing financial support of resources and specialised care provided by the government to family or community members of missing children and murdered Indigenous women. Child welfare services ensuring a family member or close friend will care for Indigenous children. The new caregivers will then receive financial support equal to the amount of a foster family. Reading and understanding the final report itself and acknowledge the land lived upon, allowing for Indigenous girls and women to generate their individual self-determined solutions. And that is the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for joining me today. The Student's Verdict is a bi-weekly podcast, so follow us on social media to hear about our next episode. The Student's Verdict can be found anywhere you listen to podcasts, including YouTube, Spreaker, and iHeartRadio. While you're there, why not check out Mask of Sanity podcast? Next week's episode is going to be really, really special. You aren't going to want to miss it. See you on the next one, and remember to keep living free.
Are you struggling to lose weight and keep it off? Tired of wasting time and money on starvation diets that lead to more frustration and stress? If there was a weight loss solution that could actually work for you, would you try it? Then head to Golo.com.
I'm Steve. I lost 138 pounds in 9 months on Golo.
I'm Amber. I've lost 128 pounds with Golo.
If you're ready to take back control of your life, head to Golo.com now and see how Golo can work for you. That's Golo.com.
My sleep is way better. My inflammation has gone way down. Golo saved my life. I was way overweight. That's what set me down the path. I wanted to make sure I lived for my kid.
I have literally tried everything. I was on the verge of getting gastric bypass surgery, and I saw the Golo commercial, and it was the last thing I tried because it worked.
Join over 2 million people who found a better way to lose weight with Golo. Your healthier and happier life begins at Golo.com. That's Golo.com. Again, Golo.com.
Everybody, and welcome to episode 12 of the Student's Verdict podcast. Thank you so much for joining me for today's episode. For our new listeners, hi, my name is Emily and I'm your host. If you haven't already, please go and listen to some of our earlier episodes, which include cases such as the disappearance of Marlene Oakes, the McMartin preschool abuse scandal, and the case of missing and murdered teenager Tina Fontaine. Please follow us on Instagram at The Student Verdict Pod and on Twitter at Student Verdict. As always, resources used in this episode will be linked in the show notes. Today's case is very special. Today, we will be covering the missing persons case of Kelly Bergdorf, who disappeared from her place of work on the 18th of June, 1982. Kelly was working at the Imperial Gas Station on South Main Street, Route 11 in Harrisonburg, Virginia, where she was working on her own. On the 18th of June, she was working the overnight shift, during which time she made 3 increasingly urgent phone calls to police. She phoned them to complain of a man who was harassing her. The third phone call she made ended abruptly, and when police attended the gas station,
They couldn't find Kelly. That was 38 years ago, and her family still has no answers. During this episode, I will be speaking with Elaine, Kelly's younger sister. I'd like to welcome to the show a very special guest, Elaine. Thank you so much for joining me today. Elaine, can you please introduce yourself and just tell me a little bit about you and your family?
Yes, my name is Elaine. I live in the state of Virginia, and my family is a first family. We have a sister that was abducted 38 years ago this past year, and has never been found, nor has the person who did this been found. The case has recently been reopened by a young detective who did a very good job, and we've just been waiting for 38 years, basically, for answers.
That is a really long time to have to wait to find out what happened. And this is your sister Kelly. Can you tell me what Kelly was like? I think she was 2 years older than you, wasn't she?
Yes. Actually, 2 years of 1 month exactly. She was born August 30th, I was born September 30th. So.
That's sweet.
Kelly was a young, she was, I guess, the most tomboyish of all of us. She didn't fear anything. She wanted to protect herself for her stature. She was short. Very smart. Wonderful sister. I was pretty close to her because we shared a bedroom all our lives until just before she got married and had her child. So it's kind of odd not to have a room with her anymore. Once she moved out of the house, it was even more different because she wasn't getting downstairs anymore. But I still went to her house every weekend, just about as many weekends as I could, and hung out with her and my niece and just had a good time. She was a pretty good sister.
And as you say, I understand that at the time that she disappeared, she'd got married, she had a daughter, and she moved out of the family home.
Yes.
And how many sisters? There's 4 of you, I want to say.
There's 3 sisters and also a foster sister that my mom and dad took in for a few years, but she was to me and my sister. She was just like one of us. You would think was raised with us as similar as she is to some of us.
And I understand that, again, at the time that she disappeared, Kelly was, she was going to, or she had enrolled in community college, is that right?
Yes.
And what was she studying, do you know?
I think she wanted to start studying nursing, become a nurse. And she did a lot before she ever got that chance.
And can you remember, I don't want to obviously sort of upset you, but can you remember the last time that you saw Kelly?
Yes.
And where was that? Was that at your home?
No, that was at the store. This is our first part. Not at the place she lived there. But the next time I saw Kelly, I think it was home to continue on. I had kind of had a small spat with one of her older sisters. Nothing big, just a sister thing.
Yeah.
And it was that big, so Kelly and I walked into the bathroom where we were working. And as always, she did laugh and moving up there and said to me, and the very last thing that I said to her was, I love you. And I'll see you this weekend. And that was the last time I saw her.
I understand that we'll talk a bit more about the location, where she disappeared from. I understand that you and your sisters, you all worked at this gas station.
Yeah, they full time there, but I come in and help like off the shelves. I had a little job. And that's what I was doing that day in Kelly's way. Just got the shelves and helping them out a little bit. But her and my other two sisters worked there full time as cashiers. My one sister managed store should come in.
Okay, and what was this place like? And sort of what can you remember from working there? I know this was a while back, but
It was just a little convenience store. Gas, like a little small gas station that they sold snacks, drinks, cigarettes, the basics. It was on a main highway. And back then, our town wasn't as big as the city. I lived away from it. It's a whole lot better now than it was back then. It was still a college town, but not quite as big as the village that we had since then.
was it quite? You say it was on a highway. Was it quite isolated?
No, it was within the city limits. That time of night, it kind of was because nobody was out and about. There's a few other businesses around it. It was 2 miles, maybe 2 or 3 miles from downtown, where the petrol station was and courthouse and all the business stuff. So maybe a few miles from there.
And how far was it from, say, your family home or Kelly's home to the gas station?
20 minutes or more. She lived out
Not too far then.
She lived out in the country, so it was about 20-30 minutes away from where she was living at the time. And having a good time. Minutes to go back 10 minutes from where my mom and dad were staying.
And again, I know this is sort of quite upsetting to talk about, but can you describe the day that Kelly disappeared? This would have been the 18th of June 1982, so obviously we are talking a long time ago. But can you remember that day?
Yes. I was staying with my 2 older sisters in an apartment, and I remember being woken to Kelly's gone, they can't find her. We start waking up and like, was that before? And I heard Mom again, she came by. Back then we didn't have cell phones, and my sister didn't have a house phone, so my mom and dad had to stop them first. And they continued on back to the store, and we got dressed and went to the store directly after. So we were there probably about 5 a.m. and 4:30 and 5 a.m.
And when you got there, what was the first thing that you did?
I went inside, and I don't know, I guess I just had to look for myself.
Yeah.
It was a restaurant. And there was, the thing that bothers us is there was no tape, like a crime scene tape. They were not including fingerprints. I forget how long I was there before this, but I went there. It was daylight already, and I remember walking behind the store over here, behind the store, like her grass is good. And I don't know why, but I just walked back there. I just thinking maybe if something happened, she'd go back there. But we just sat and waited, actually, just, it was all we could do.
Were there a lot of officers and sort of forensics there when you arrived?
No, just a few officers. I guess the boss, the lieutenant, he came a little while later, and like I said, and I wondered why they didn't take it off and take fingerprints.
Yeah.
Every time they said the reason they didn't take fingerprints is there have been too many. I don't care. Go through all these fingerprints. That's not an excuse in my book.
No, I would have thought that fingerprints would have at least provided you with a possible list of suspects that you could sort of cross off, if they had an alibi later.
That's what we considered. When she made the phone calls, apparently the last phone call, and then did the record, and you hear like a little background noise, and the phone hangs up. So we used to say that that's not when the person got her. And we just say, you grab the phone, just say the phone's going to put on it, they didn't even test that. They didn't test anything.
When you got there, did the store look, did anything anything look unusual in the store, or did it look completely normal?
Well, it looked completely normal. She had a magazine laying on the counter that she was reading. Back then you could smoke inside the establishment. And she had later slipped out the ashtray, I guess, to go make the phone call. One of the phone calls, but it had burned all the way down. She had a pack of cigarettes and money in it, still in there. Her purse was still there. Everything, it's just like she had went to the bathroom or she just took a walk in the morning. Everything on hers was still sitting right there.
Did she have, I presume she had car keys and a vehicle?
No.
Oh, she didn't? Okay. So you've mentioned these phone calls, which to me were really quite scary when I think about if I was at an establishment on my own. There were 3 phone calls, I think I'm right in saying.
Yes.
And from what I've read, they sort of seem to become she was increasingly sort of more scared with each phone call that she made to the police.
Yes, especially the last one. You can hear the nervousness. I have to say, Kelly wasn't an easy person to get nervous. I guess you could say unless something was really wrong. So that's how you can tell something was whatever this guy did, with the phone calls and coming to the store and everything, it really did scare her. So there was reason to be scared. Now that it's done.
Am I right in thinking, I think I've read this, that actually Kelly wasn't supposed to work that night. It was one of your sisters who was supposed to work, but she swapped shifts with them.
Yes, I think Kelly had an appointment. I'm not positive on this. I'd have to ask the sister that she switched with. But it was very rare that Kelly worked her shift. And my other sister liked that shift. So yes, that was her favorite shift. But Kelly had an appointment, I believe, is why they switched shifts. So she would still get her hours and be off the day for her appointment.
What time was her shift supposed to end? Do you know?
Probably 10. I think she worked 10 to 6 that night. It would have been 6 o'clock. I'm not positive of what that third shift worked back then.
So these phone calls, I don't have a time for the first call, or the second one, but I know that she called the police twice to report that there was a male customer who was harassing her, and as she was working alone, I think she just wanted the police to sort of be aware and keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
And
he asked that in every call, which is someone to keep an eye on me.
Yeah, and nobody attended until, is it the 3rd time?
The actual very first call, the officer says he was there 2 minutes after that, but we have no video. They didn't have dash cams back then. So we're still concerned and we question how quickly we really did get there.
Because that 3rd phone call, that came in, I think, at 2:30 a.m. and she was, as you said, she sounded frightened. I think she was receiving, from what I've read, anonymous and obscene phone calls.
Yes, and also in one of the calls she described somebody come in, the same guy. She assumed it was the same guy. Came in dressed inappropriately, so we don't know if he flashed her or if maybe he just had his pants down. We don't know what she meant by it.
And did you or your other sisters, have you ever received phone calls, strange phone calls like that when you worked at the gas station? No. So it's
nearby.
So it was, that's okay, it was just that night that these strange phone calls happened.
Yes, as far as that store goes, as far as I know, I don't recall my other sisters saying anything, but there was a store a couple blocks over that female clerk was being harassed by thermals, and she is the one that was, and I guess it came in that store as well, trying to be inappropriate. And she's the one that gave a description of the car and of the person, but we don't know if that's the same one. It's just kind of too much of a coincidence for it not to be.
And what did you, I mean, do you know anything about the man who was reportedly harassing Kelly on the night that she disappeared, or do you have any suspicions as to who it might have been? I know you can't mention names.
They have a few persons of interest at this point, and the one I knew of from school, of acquaintances that knew of this guy, but I guess they questioned him, and they've talked to him several times, but there's nothing to connect him that we can find as far as DNA or anything like that.
And what do you know of the police investigation as it was then and now? I mean, were there witnesses? You said there was no CCTV. Any forensic evidence?
If there was, we won't know because they didn't test forensics, they didn't collect anything. I mean, they took Kelly's personal belongings that were laying there.
Yeah.
And I guess to see if they can get anything off that, and that turned up nothing, I guess. Maybe since then released her first and everything to the family. Investigation today. So far, I have more confidence about this case and what's being done about it than I have in 38 years. Because in the beginning, the one lead detective, there was times where years later, when my daughter Kelly was in kindergarten, I would walk her to school, and this man lived in a house right across the street, and I'd have to drive her to school. And he would really do anything and everything to run from me so that he'd go behind the house or he'd go back in the house. So he was a jerk. I mean, that's all I can say. He was not. He gave us no hope or anything.
And what about this new detective? He's what, the complete opposite?
It's a young lady. He is totally the complete opposite. She will answer my phone calls if I need to call her. We just did a story I did in July on our local news station, and it received several tips. But she, for some reason, makes me feel like somebody cares in that department. She knows that they messed up from the get-go. She's got fresh eyes. She's got an eager attitude. She just pounding the pavement. She doesn't know how to leave this unsolved any longer than it has to. And I'm really impressed with her.
I mean, that's all you want as a family, isn't it? Somebody who listens and who you think is fighting your case, basically.
Yeah.
That's really great. So, do you know what she's? You've said she doesn't want this case to remain unsolved for, as you say, 38 years. Do you know what she sort of plans on doing in the future?
From the tips that were received here recently, she's going to take it into the course. She's already started doing that. She organized the files because she got that they were not even chronologically in order. I saw the box. It looked like they were just thrown in the box. Like, we can't do anything about this. It's too rough. That's the feeling I've always had. But now, I was talking to a person, I spoke with her several times, and she has compassion, she has determination, And I'm really hopeful that something on that goes eventually.
And without mentioning names again, were there either at the time or now any persons of interest in Kelly's case?
There's been several, yes. Nothing has panned out, of course, but with the names that she's got, I don't know them because given her investigation, she doesn't want stuff slipped out. But she has hope that something's going to come out of these leads that she just received.
Okay, well that will explain. My next question for you is going to be why haven't charges been brought against them? But if they're new persons of interest, that's potentially quite, I don't want to say exciting, but that's hopefully a step in the right direction.
Yes, and they can't really charge anyone yet because they don't have any forensic evidence. But she's questioning even other witnesses that have come forward to say stuff. And like I said, I don't know what those things have been said. She's given me a little bit of info, but not enough to where I can say for sure that these people know things. Because some of the tips that she received after the news were basically, oh, I think I saw a truck roll that night, or just little things that they can't describe it or anything like that. So they, of course, they check into it, but how can you check into? I think I saw a truck that night.
Now, from what we've discussed, you've got Kelly going to work. You've got these three alarming phone calls to the police. And it said that the police officer, after the third phone call, he arrived 2 minutes later, and it is as if Kelly has almost like she's just walked out. I mean, her cigarette was on the side, magazine, purse, etc. And it's like she sort of disappeared. Were there any witnesses who claim to have seen anything at that? I'm trying to imagine a busy highway, as you say, it was late at night, so I suppose it would be.
Yeah, it was a little busy back then. It was a kind of quiet highway at night back then.
It strikes me as so bizarre, absolutely bizarre. Do you or your family have any theories as to what might have happened?
No, not really. There's theories that we have that we don't let out in public.
Of course.
I'm trying to say this without. My dad has had a gut feeling from the beginning, and I got that gut feeling a little while later about what could have happened. And of course, we may know something of what happened, but so far, we haven't proved that yet. We're hoping too soon. Because like I said, after this last news story, the lady that did the news story on our local news, she's fantastic. She did a whole segment instead of just a minute or two. She did a nice segment of it, and that really put it out there even more. So we'll have to see how that goes. We're hoping to touch somebody's conscience, I guess you could say. Now that everybody's almost 30 years older, and we're hopefully that maybe it's somebody that is sick and maybe dying one day. I'm just using speculation here. That maybe somebody would give a deathbed confession, or that's all our hopes right there. You look at every scenario. How can this person go 38 years and not have a conscience enough to say, hey, I've got to let this off my mind? I don't see how a person can do that for 38 years and go to sleep every night and live their life. And I mean, I'm not trying to be cruel, but whoever did this or knows about it, I hope they're suffering. I hope their conscience is like really messed up, and eventually they get too much with it and tell what happened.
No, it's it's a very good question. How do you live with something like this for 38 years without needing to burst? You know, I don't know. How are your family doing now?
We're doing okay. It's still hard, and I still miss her every day without her. I guess sometimes I look back and think, well, she's a grandmother. She never got to personally be my. She could have 2 grandchildren right now. She does, but she didn't get to experience that. She didn't get to experience becoming an aunt. To going to school. This person took everything. Everything away from her. She removed all of her nieces and nephews and her grandsons are wonderful little boys. And her oldest grandson looks like her. It's so uncanny how much he looks like her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and she didn't get to experience that. She didn't get to the joy of knowing what it feels like to be a grandparent, or knowing what it felt like to, like we did when her daughter was born, we got to become aunts, and she never did. That was an exciting day, and I was like 14 years old, 13 or 14 when she had my niece, and it felt so cool to be in high school and be an aunt already, and it's been a lot of things you think about that she didn't get to do, and they took her away from us, and it's not fair to anybody but a family like mine. It's not fair.
With you don't have to sort of give me specific details, but how is Kelly's daughter doing? Because I think she was only about 5 when
it's 4 years old. 4 years old. That's another thing. Kelly didn't get to experience her. She was excited because Terry was starting school that year, and she didn't get that joy of her child's first day of school. Her child's graduation, her child's marriage, her graduating, from high school and going to college for a few years. And she handles it in her own way. She doesn't talk about it much. She doesn't remember a whole lot because she was only a young child. But we'll tell her what picture she has of her mother for her, like, when she's mad or upset, she gets that real pouty look and stays quiet for a little bit. So we kind of pick on her about that, like, oh, that's how your mother used to do. Or her characteristics as far as her features are like Kelly's. So when I talked to her in July, we saw her in person in July. She's doing okay. She's doing the best she can to deal with it currently.
there is an organisation that you wanted to talk about, who you said has been a sort of great support for you and your family.
Yes, I've got the shirt on. The Aware Foundation. It was founded by Kenny Gerald, and he is wonderful for not just my family, but he goes out down in the paper all the time for missing persons all over the country. And he lives here in Virginia. The company or foundation is based in Virginia. But even if he has to stay up all night long, I noticed the post this morning. He put, it's 4 a.m. and I'm still working. We had a 2-year-old missing local here yesterday, but they found her. Her father taken from her. Everybody's safe. But him and his organization, they put out flyers. They support the families. Like, I needed to talk, so I called him yesterday. He's right here. He's right back. They do events, which this year is kind of sad they haven't been able to because of COVID-19.
Yeah.
He came up 2 years ago and I decided to organize just to make a vigil for Kelly. And actually that's how I met him, a vigil for the missing in our valley a few years back. But he came 2 hour drive here to be at this event and help me do this event, and it was really nice. Our friends got to come through. Anybody that wanted to come, I had put it on Facebook, and we just enjoyed talking about Kelly and all kinds of memories. And it was just a nice day, and that's what he does. He does that and also other events, around the valley. He stays on the phone with the rest of his family. It just $1 wanted to go all the way into something solid, even if it's like mine for 38 years and still going. And still have to put it out there.
It must be, I don't know if the word is comforting, but to have somebody or a group of people who have gone through the same thing that you and your family have gone through, as you say, whether it is a case like Kelly's that was 38 years ago or whether it happened yesterday, that feeling to be able to sort of talk about it with others who understand must be an amazing resource.
It is, because everybody that knew Kelly that I went to school with, at least they say, I can't imagine how you feel. And it's like about someone saying, oh, this, I know how you feel. Well, unless you've been through this, maybe don't. So I'm glad we don't get a lot of that, because I would probably say something rude, and I'm not a rude person. But we have people at this foundation, and he actually connected me with a young girl yesterday, that they found her sister's remains already, but they haven't arrested any of the person who was or solved that part of it yet. But she's been pushing for her sister as hard as I've been pushing for mine, and he felt that she's been having a hard time. So he connected me with her yesterday, and we spoke to her on Messenger yesterday, and it just feels it's a bad situation to feel good to have someone to talk to.
Yeah.
If that's the right way to say it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
At least she knows how I feel that someone took her sister's life and took away anything and everything from her as well. So it's nice to connect with people like that, to have their support, even if you don't talk to them, even if it's just hey, I hope you're having a good day on a post or something like that.
If I can ask this question, with you said that lady's case, they found her sister's remains and but they haven't arrested anyone. Really, if you just want answers, Kelly's case is really unusual in as far as it does just seem like she walked out of the gas station.
Yeah, sort of like that show, Trace.
Yes.
That's what baffles me, is like, like imagine disappearing at a person, in the box, that they're gone, but that person can come back into that box. Well, Kelly just disappeared, and there's no trace, not even any paths that lead to where, which way they went. We don't know if they went north or south when they left. The mountains we have here, there's so many places that this person could have taken her. So many rivers, so many quarries. It's just insane, the things you think about. Well, even when I traveled from here to UVA, I still find myself looking over the ridges, like over the mountains, and thinking, it should be out there. She's somewhere out there, and I'm not going to give up until we figure this out.
If anyone has a tip or any information, what are the best contact details that they should reach out to?
I should write them down. Harrisonburg, Virginia Police Department, and Eric Weatherall is the lady who is in charge of this case. I don't know if this will let me go look at my contacts without cutting us off.
Well, what I can do, I can add them in the show notes if that's easier.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm also going to add the details for the Aware Foundation as well, so that people can have a look at that as well, because that sounds like an amazing organisation.
Yeah, they can. Anyone who has Facebook can look up the Aware Foundation itself, and the cover is their banner. So I don't think it's too hard to find. I'm not sure if there's any other foundations out there from the Aware Foundation, but it's, like I said, based in Virginia, so that would be another thing to look for. But if they search on Facebook for the Aware Foundation, it should come up.
Before we end, Elaine, is there anything else that you wanted to say or to share?
I thank you for and I'm grateful for the coverage that people do with my family. And I don't think anybody but the person of interest, if they see this, I just wish somebody would tell something. If they know something in almost 40 years, let it out. Just use your own conscience and let it go and let us know that where my sister is. I would love to be able to lay her to rest in peace before my parents leave this world. That's my biggest thing. I want it done for the family, but many people want my dad.
I hope I can't even imagine.
And it was Mother's Day weekend. And I thought we told her I'd see her that weekend because there was spaghetti dinner for my dad for Mother's Day. And she'd already broke her gift and made it in the dining room. So I think Father's Day is still hard for him. So we try to do what we can to make it better when we can. They live 6 hours from me right now, which thank God is better than 15 when they went to Florida. But no, if somebody knows something, I wish they would just go ahead and say something. It's hard to describe what that feeling would be like if it happened. I don't know how elated I'm going to be, or I think it's going to be kind of surreal. Because I'm going to want to be angry, but I'm also going to be happy that the body can be laid to rest and that we can have some kind of justice.
It seems to me it is a double-edged sword, isn't it? In as far as you will have answers, which is obviously what you all desperately want, but similarly, it's gonna be painful as well. If anyone has any information, I'm going to leave the relevant contact details in the show notes. I will also leave a link to the Aware Foundation. Please go and give it a look. I'd like to say a huge thank you to Elaine for taking the time to speak with me today. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you, and keep in touch.
Of course I will. Thank you so much, and I will speak to you soon, Elaine.
All right, thank you. You have a wonderful day.
If you have any information that might help Kelly's family get some answers, I've left the details of the Harrisonburg Police Department in the show notes. I've also left a link to the Aware Foundation's Facebook page. They do such great work, so please go and check them out. Thank you so much for joining me today. The Student's Verdict is a bi-weekly podcast, so follow us on social media to hear about our next episode. See you on the next one. This episode is dedicated to Kelly and her family.
Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery needs to be replaced, our professional parts people can help you find the right superstar battery for your vehicle and budget. Don't wait. Get your battery tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey guys,
This is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out there. I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun, Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from, with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
No purchase necessary. VGW. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18 plus.
Mother of four, Sandra Phillips took a job as a sex shop manager to support her family. On the 14th of June, 1985, the area manager attended the shop at 2 p.m. and was surprised to find it closed. When he opened the door of the shop, his surprise turned to horror as the body of Sandra Phillips laid there, surrounded by magazines and videos. She had been sexually assaulted and then strangled. 2 brothers would be arrested, and one would confess, but not everything is Hello everybody, and welcome to episode 13 of the Students' Verdict podcast. Thank you so much for joining me on another true crime adventure. To all of you new listeners, hi, my name is Emily and I'm your host. If you haven't already, please go and listen to some of our earlier episodes, which include cases such as the disappearance of Marlene Oakes, the missing persons case of Kelly Berg-Dove, the McMartin preschool abuse scandal, and the case of Tina Fontaine. Please follow us on Instagram at the Student Verdict Pod and on Twitter at Student Verdict. If you like the show, please consider leaving us a review. It honestly does make such a difference. If you don't like us, then please keep your comments to yourselves. Now, before we get into today's episode, I want to tell you about something super exciting, and that is the launch of the Students' Verdict merchandise. Yay! In the first collection, you'll find t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, etc. in a variety of colours with our new logo. And I might be biased, but I'm going to say they're perfect for this spooky season. I'll include a link in the show notes for you to check it out. If you do buy anything, please tweet me a picture at Student Verdict, tag me on Instagram at the Student Verdict Pod, and on the Students' Verdict Facebook page. The final thing I have to tell you before we start is I'm going to ask you to wait until the end of the episode to hear about a very exciting upcoming episode. You aren't going to want to miss this. With all of that said, let's jump into today's episode. Our sad story begins in Swansea in Wales. On Dilwyn Street, there was a shop called the Private Shop because of what it sold. It was a sex shop. Mother of four, Sandra Phillips, took a manager position at the private shop to boost her family's low income. On what seemed like a normal working day in June 1985, the area manager, Anthony Williams, was shocked and confused when he attended the shop at 2 p.m. to find it closed. He managed to unlock the shop using his spare set of keys, and what he discovered inside was a horrific scene. Sandra Phillips's body was laying in a pool of blood and was surrounded by magazines and videos. Following an autopsy, it would be revealed that she had been sexually assaulted, hit around the head, and finally strangled. Petrol had been sprayed around the shop, but for whatever reason, the shop had not been set on fire. When police arrived at the scene, it was discovered that 2 items were missing from the store: Sandra's set of keys and an old-fashioned phone which was believed to have been the cause of Sandra's head injuries. These items have never been recovered. As news spread of a supposed robbery gone wrong at the private shop, outside a crowd began to build. It was made up of the public and journalists.
And in that group were two brothers, Paul and Wayne Darville. The brothers were homeless and reportedly spent their time drinking cider and staying in hostels. As part of the police inquiry, the two brothers, who were known to police for petty crimes, were brought in for questioning regarding the death of Sandra Phillips. Some killers, such as Leopold and Loeb, relive their crimes by returning to the crime scene and by following the investigation. Is it possible that the Darville brothers were reliving Sandra's murder by attending the crime scene and watching the police and forensic teams work? Or did they just see a crowd and want to know what was going on? So you get an idea of what Paul and Wayne Darville were like. It was reported that Wayne once robbed a man in the street and took £19 from the man's wallet. He then gave £14 back, saying that he would return the remaining £5 later. That's really strange, right? So, with that in mind, police questioned the two brothers regarding Sandra's murder. As the questioning continued, Wayne Darville began to confess. In fact, he claimed that his brother Paul had murdered Sandra Phillips and he had been a witness. It should be noted that Paul Darville maintained his innocence throughout the interrogation. The brothers were charged with the murder of Sandra Phillips, and after an 8-week trial at Swansea Crown Court, during which the Crown alleged that it was a robbery gone wrong, the pair were sentenced to life in prison on the 19th of June 1986. The judge recommended that Paul serve at least 20 years and Wayne 15 years. But the case didn't stop there, otherwise this would be a really short episode. So on the 14th of July 1992, having served 7 years of their sentence, the two Darville brothers were freed from prison. Not because they had served their time, but because the Court of Appeal had quashed their convictions. After a 2-day appeal hearing, the Crown accepted that they were unable to fight the defence's appeal. This was because, during the proceedings, some irregularities came up that just could not be explained away. When the BBC programme Rough Justice took on the case, the Darville brothers' leave to appeal had already been turned down once in November 1987. But it was Rough Justice who, when looking further into the case, found some shocking, quote-unquote, irregularities. To start with, there was Wayne Darville's confession. As part of his confession, Wayne told police that he had taken a St. Christopher's medal off the victim, Sandra Phillips, but it later transpired that she never had one in the first place. He told police that he had stolen a collection box from the shop. However, further inquiries revealed that this collection box had come from a different shop entirely. Finally, Wayne told the police during his confession that he would take them to where the murder weapon was, but no murder weapon was ever found. Something that I thought was quite interesting was that Wayne had been a student at a special needs school. His former teacher, Byron Dole, recalled that as a boy, Wayne was a fantasist who craved attention. His teacher said, quote, he was forever confessing to things he hadn't done. If he confessed, the teacher's problem was solved and he was happy. A family friend of the Darvilles, John William, told reporters that Wayne had previously confessed to the murder of a dentist, which he had seen on the news, and he had confessed to robberies he had not committed, all because, as the teacher said, he liked to help. Another odd thing about Wayne's confession was that it was strikingly similar to another confession he made to a robbery. When he confessed to both the murder and the robbery, both times Wayne said that it was Paul who committed the crime which he, Wayne, had witnessed. Some of the things he said, down to the words he used, were also strikingly similar. Something else in this case which just didn't make sense was the forensic evidence.
You'll remember that Sandra's body was found lying in a pool of blood, with blood spattered around the shop. It therefore would have been nearly impossible for the killer to have avoided getting blood on their clothing. When the Darvold brothers were arrested, police conducted forensic tests on the brothers' clothes. The tests came back negative. No forensic evidence, fibers, fingerprints, blood or petrol traces could connect the brothers to the crime scene. During the original investigation, witnesses told police that they had seen the Darvolds before and after Sandra Phillips's murder, and that both brothers had been wearing the same clothes the entire time. It should be noted as well that they wouldn't have been able to access the hostel in the day, so wouldn't have been able to get changed there. We're going to take a quick break here to tell you about an amazing podcast, Drink, Drunk, Dead, hosted by Emily and Joel. Please give their trailer a listen, and if you give their podcast a listen, which you definitely should, and you're not sure where to start, I recommend the Russian sleep experiment episode.
Obsessed with UFOs and extraterrestrials?
Convinced there's a chupacabra in your backyard?
Is your doppelganger ruining your life?
Do you love all things haunted related?
If you answered yes to any,
or none of these,
then these are the mostly sensible, slightly drunken ramblings for you.
Mr. Clark.
I'm Emily.
And I'm Joel. We're the hosts of Drink, Drunk, Dead. Join us,
our two cats, Emmett and Otto, and our house ghost.
Every week as we have a few drinks, discuss all things paranormal,
and
raise a toast
to our ghosts.
When researching this case, I found myself wondering what makes an innocent individual confess to a crime they know they didn't commit. Wayne Darvell is just one of a number of people in history who have admitted to committing crimes, only to withdraw that confession later. One of the most well-known instances of this was the 10 Rillington Place murders. In this case, Timothy Evans confessed to murdering his wife and young daughter. He was later convicted and hanged on the basis of his confession, which was contradictory in many ways, and the evidence of John Christie, the man who actually committed the horrific crimes. So why would Timothy Evans and so many others confess when they know they didn't do it? I came across an article by Science Magazine which talks about psychologist Dr. Paul Cassin. Dr. Cassin is a psychologist at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City. I'll put the link in the show notes if you'd like to read this article for yourself. But in the article, Dr. Cassin explains that interrogation techniques combine psychological pressures and escape hatches that can easily cause an innocent person to confess. Dr. Cassin states that more than a quarter of the 365 people exonerated in recent decades by the non-profit Innocence Project had confessed to their alleged crime. The article discusses the case of one such individual by the name of Hugh Burton, who, at the age of 16, confessed to killing his mother. While still in shock, having discovered his mother's body, Burton was interrogated by police, and after hours in the interrogation room, he finally told the police what they wanted to hear. He later recanted his confession, but was not released from prison until 20 years into his sentence. Burton's case was the first time someone had been exonerated on the basis of the scientific analysis of interrogation. Discussed in the article are some of the interrogation techniques police adopt when interviewing a suspect. One thing they do is to tell a suspect that they have a witness to the crime, which can cause the suspect to doubt their own version of events. This witness is, of course, fictitious. In another example set out in the article, Marty Tankleff found his parents stabbed in the kitchen. His mother was dying and his dad was in a coma. Police falsely told Tankleff that his father had been able to identify him as having committed the crime before he passed away. This is particularly shocking when you learn that his father died without ever regaining consciousness. Having heard this from the police, Tankleff confessed to the crimes and wasn't released from prison for 19 years. Another technique used is to tell a suspect that the police were awaiting new evidence, such as DNA evidence. Cassin explained that some desperate suspects, looking to get out of the interrogation room as soon as possible, would confess to the crime, believing that the evidence would later clear them. Unfortunately, in many cases, this didn't happen, and the individual would be convicted on the basis of their confession. Dr. Cassin identifies factors such as age, substance addiction, and mental impairment, which make individuals quicker to doubt their own memories. Youths are particularly vulnerable as they are very impressionable and intimidated by those in authority, such as police. One study discussed in this article, which I found particularly interesting, was conducted by Dr. Cassin. As part of the study, Dr. Cassin recruited a group of prisoners from the Massachusetts Penitentiary. He asked one half of the group to tell the truth about their crimes on video, and he asked the other half to lie, saying that they had committed someone else's crime. He then showed the videos to two groups. One group was made up of college students, and the other was made up of police officers. Results of the study showed that although neither group was particularly skilled at the art of truth detection, the students performed better than the police. What's interesting is that the police felt more certain about their conclusions than the students. When discussing this, Dr. Cassin said, quote, "That's a bad combination. Their training makes them less accurate and more confident at the same time." According to the Science magazine article, in 2012, Dr. Cassin and his colleagues published an analysis of 59 false confession cases from the Innocence Project. 49 of those involved other mistakes, such as eyewitness errors and mistaken forensics, a far higher proportion than in non-confession cases. While we're on the topic, here are some suggested reforms outlined in the article aimed at trying to overcome this issue. Firstly, it suggested that all forensic science should be blind, meaning the scientists should conduct their tests without any knowledge of the suspects. Another suggested reform is to prohibit the police from lying and to limit the duration of the interrogations. A simple yet effective reform would be to record all interrogations from start to finish. In the UK during the 1990s, there was a series of false conviction scandals. The police therefore moved to a system designed to, quote, "identify cognitive load, which can lead liars to stumble as they try to keep their stories straight." Police also record the entire interview, pausing only whilst a solicitor has a private consultation with their client. If you didn't know, I am police station accredited, meaning I can represent someone who is being interviewed by police. So I know about this. The interview is recorded on 3 discs generally. So the first disc is a working copy for the police. The second will be made available to the defence if the case should proceed to court. And the third is a master copy opened only if a judge so directs. The aim of this was to make the interview transparent. In Dr. Cassin's office, a poster hangs showing 28 faces made up of men, women,
adults, adolescents, white people, black people, Hispanic people. And the message of the poster is this, quote, look at how many different types of people there are, all of humanity. And what they have in common is that they all gave false confessions. There's no one kind of person who can give a false confession. It can happen to anybody. The irregularities that we spoke of earlier were raised before the Court of Appeal. The evidence of doctored confession statements and notes, and that of suppressed scientific evidence, was enough for the court to quash the brothers' convictions. Lord Justice Taylor, sitting with Mr. Justice Thomas and Mr. Justice Judge, told the court that the appeal would be allowed and the men freed. Outside the court, the brothers were reunited with their two other brothers, Robert and Derek. It's reported that Wayne Darville didn't hold any animosity, saying, quote, we have been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. I am very pleased it has come at last. I would like to thank everyone who has stood by us, family, friends, and lawyers. Paul Darville added, quote, it's great to be free. We can't wait to get home. I lost my hair through all the stress. I just want to go and have a pint of shandy. It's been a long time. In a statement, the Chief Constable of South Wales, Robert Lawrence, said he deeply regretted the wrongful convictions and promised that the murder inquiry would be reopened. But that wasn't it. In light of the shocking revelations at the Darville's appeal hearing, an inquiry was launched into all the records held at Swansea Police Station. Using ESDA testing, a specialised piece of equipment used to reveal indentations or impressions in paper, the police found that the detectives' notes from the interrogation of Wayne Darville were not contemporaneous notes as had been claimed. The notes hadn't been written until long after the interview, and the original notes had actually been destroyed. One detective who took part in the interview continued to claim that the notes were written up immediately after the interview. That was until it was found that he wrote the notes from the interview in a pocketbook he wasn't issued until 2 months after the interview. It was also found that important facts were kept from the defence during the course of the Darville's case. For example, the defence was not told that the examination of a palm print in blood actually excluded the brothers. It's alleged that the then head of South Wales CID ordered the fingerprint experts to stop further work on the print, and the photos and negatives were subsequently destroyed. The defence was also not told that the police had secretly taped the brothers talking in their cells. It was said that detectives had ignored warnings from two local uniformed officers who tried to explain that Wayne Darville had a history of confessing to things he hadn't done. As his teacher said, Wayne had a desire to please, and so would name himself and others in crimes if it earned him favour with the police, who he viewed as being in authority. If all of this isn't shocking enough, statements by two detectives who claimed to have seen the Darvilles at the murder scene on the day of Sandra's murder were proven to be false, because examination of the detectives' diaries showed that they had been elsewhere and were not at the scene of the murder. Finally, it's alleged that detectives planted an earring in the police car that took Wayne Darville to the police station. This earring was said to be similar to that worn by Sandra Phillips. With all of that, in February 1992, 7 detectives were suspended, of which 4 had allegedly been involved in other cases, for which 12 people had been convicted. Altogether, a total of 87 officers were named in over 50 complaints filed. As a result, a number of officers faced disciplinary hearings and possibly charges.
In an Evening Express article from the 10th of March 1993, it was reported that the CPS had announced that 3 police officers were to be prosecuted for conspiracy to pervert the course of justice in the murder case of Sandra Phillips, which led to the wrongful conviction of the Darwin brothers. In a BBC News article from the 31st of October 2002, it was reported that the investigation into Sandra Phillips's murder would be reopened. The review would be led by Albert Kirby, former head of Merseyside CID, who led the investigation into the death of toddler James Bulger. As we've seen in so many cases from the 1980s and earlier, forensics just weren't what they are today. Forensic techniques have taken great strides in the past 30 years, and it's hoped that these forensic techniques could provide some much-needed answers in Sandra's case. DS John Kerr from South Wales Police said, quote, "The murder of Sandra Phillips remains unsolved, and the review will focus on developments within the scientific world and developments in investigative techniques. Without a doubt, one of the main focuses will be the bloody handprint found at the scene. Police know it didn't belong to the Darwin brothers, nor did it belong to Sandra. Could it be that it belonged to the elusive killer?" Dick Williams, Sandra's brother, said, quote, "We welcome the review if it helps to identify who murdered Sandra." And that's the end of today's episode. But before you go, I want to tell you about an exciting project I've been involved in, along with 2 other podcasts. In 2008, the very talented actor who played Marcus Belby in the Harry Potter film franchise, Rob Knox, was stabbed to death outside a bar in Sidcup. Sadly, Rob is one of many victims of knife crime. And so, to bring light to this important topic, Rob's friends and family have come together to create the documentary Knox, the Rob Knox story. Myself, True Crime Fix, and Lady Justice podcasts will be bringing you Rob's story in a 3-part special. Join us on the 22nd of October 2020 as we discuss who Rob was, the night he died, and the trial of his killer. Thank you so much for joining me for today's episode. The Student's Verdict is a bi-weekly podcast, so follow us on social media to hear about our next episode. The Student's Verdict can be found anywhere you listen to podcasts, including Spreaker, YouTube, and iHeartRadio. While you're there, why not check out Emily and Joel at Drink Drunk Dead podcast. See you on the next one, and remember to keep living true.
Hello, it is Ryan, and we could all use an extra bright spot in our day, couldn't we? Just to make up for things like sitting in traffic, doing the dishes, counting your steps, all the mundane stuff. That is why I'm such a big fan of Chumba Casino. Chumba Casino has all your favorite social casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere with daily bonuses. That should make your day long. Actually, a lot. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com. That's ChumbaCasino.com.
There's only one road into Key West, but you won't believe where it can take you. Travel back in time to a city rich with history. Discover amazing artists and musicians. Taste seafood fresh off the bone. Or just kick back and soak up the island vibe. For more about Key West, visit FLAKeys.com. Key West, close to perfect, far from normal.
Hello, it is Ryan, and I was on a flight the other day playing one of my favorite social spin slot games on ChumbaCasino.com. I looked over the person sitting next to me, and you know what they were doing? They were also playing Chumba Casino. Coincidence? I think not. Everybody's loving having fun with it. Chumba Casino is home to hundreds of casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere, even at 30,000 feet. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com to claim your free welcome bonus. That's ChumbaCasino.com and live the Chumba life. No purchase necessary. See terms and conditions. 18+.
On the 24th of May 2008, 18-year-old Rob Knox was out celebrating. He had not long finished filming for Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, where he played the role of Marcus Belby. Landing that role was a huge break for Rob, who was clearly destined for great things, including appearing in the future Harry Potter film, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Unfortunately, the defendant was also out that night. After Jamie, Rob's brother, was threatened with a knife by the defendant, Rob stepped in as the protective older brother. As he and his friends attempted to disarm the defendant, Rob was stabbed 5 times. You see, unbeknownst to the group, the defendant had in fact been carrying 2 kitchen knives. 5 of Rob's friends also suffered serious injuries resulting from the confrontation. Despite the best efforts of paramedics and hospital staff, Rob ultimately lost his life. Welcome to this special episode of the Students' Verdict podcast. To all of you new listeners, hi, my name is Emily and I'm the host. Today we're going to be doing things a little bit differently. So it all started with one man, Aaron Truss, a close friend of Rob's, who has just finished directing a documentary about Rob's life and knife crime. It's called Knox, the Rob Knox Story. This documentary is going to be released soon, and let me tell you, you are not going to want to miss it. It's such a beautiful tribute to Rob that will have you feeling every emotion under the sun. Now, why am I telling you all this? Well, I'm very excited to tell you that myself, Chantel of Lady Justice Podcast, and Steve of True Crime Fix Podcast are collaborating to bring you, the listeners, the story of Rob Knox. True Crime Fix will tell you all about Rob and his life. You'll be hearing Colin, Rob's dad, and some of Rob's close friends and family. Lady Justice Podcast will tell you all about the night Rob died and the media attention around his case. Please listen to both these episodes before you stop listening. In this episode, I'll be talking about the trial and the aftermath. As I've said, to really get to know Rob Knox and his story, please make sure you listen to all 3 episodes. I've included all the important links in the show notes, so please go and check them out. Huge thank you to everyone who has helped us by doing interviews or providing us with the material we needed. That includes the band Taxi Joe, who very kindly provided us with the original music scores. With all of that said, let's jump into today's episode, which is dedicated to Rob Knox and the family and friends who missing. There were 45,627 offences involving knives or sharp instruments recorded by police in 2019, a 7% rise on year and 49% higher than 2011 when comparable records began, the Office for National Statistics said. Rob's story is unfortunately just one of many. I had the honour of speaking with a number of special guests for today's episode. These include Rob's father, Colin Knox,
former Detective Chief Inspector Damien Allais, Director Aaron Truss, and Executive Producer Joe Akers. The first person we're going to hear from is former DCI Damien Allais. Can you please introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about you and your life? And you were involved with as I've already explained, people often say, hey, just refer to them as defendant. Can you recall what defendant was charged with, and can you explain those charges in layman's terms?
Yes, I have the charges. The main charge was murder. Murder is obviously not the most serious offence. Victim. And murder is basically attempts to kill somebody really seriously. Death results. So it requires a degree of intent. The role of the charges in relation to victims of assault. So it was previously involved intent. It was really intent. And again, there was a death that resulted in circumstances, but both those charges, genealogical intent and not serious charges, are typically associated with serious assaults involving weapons, a serious injury results.
This case must have been difficult, or any case of this nature must be really difficult when you lost a life. In this case, it was Rob's. And as you say, a lot of people got injured at the same time. So it must have been a very trying case for everyone. How did the defendant come across to you during the course of both the investigation and during the trial?
Confusing scene for first responders in terms of investigating the events. To try and secure forensic evidence, identify witnesses, identify suspects, sometimes those sorts of actions difficult given the amount of evidence, the confusion, because of people panicking in the bar, not necessarily injured, but witness things happen. People obviously had left the scene as well before the police arrived, so we had access to witness evidence as well.
Yeah, where do I know it sounds silly, when you pull up to a scene like that, as you say, you have got people everywhere. You've got people who are sort of more of a help, maybe some who are not to any fault of their own, but more of a hindrance. Where do you start?
Well, first responding police officers, skill in censorship, good communication. You've got experienced officers at dealing with people stressed, injured, angry. It's really about taking command of that scene. So, sergeant, inspector, arrived. Even the young PC, they also demonstrate the exhaustion of taking command of the situation, identifying what the priorities are, those circumstances. stairs. And once started to find it is that we have opposite endings. Where do I put the tournaments? Because you can have more than one seat. Each of the classes, left-hand side applies somewhere else. Locations, then becomes unseen. So you can imagine in these circumstances, many victims, lots of confusion, lots of panic, and lots to take in. Often resources to classes will not just about step away or consider just try to deal with it the best way you can.
I would imagine in a case such as this, where you know about the number of injured, maybe there is description out there. The time element is really not on your side. Testosterone, I don't know. You get into a physical altercation and then you walk away. I think that's the moment when you can make a decision and you can choose, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And it obviously shows the wrong thing. How did he, the defendant in this case, propose to you? What did you make of his sort of behaviour?
Never ever demonstrated that he was right for his actions. And again, we just going back to the hands occurred. What's tragic in the circumstances is often these murders happen in the club, where people just get reason for scripture. They happen.
Yeah, because as you said, I think it could have ended so differently. It didn't need to end where it did, whether it's fueled by drugs. We don't know, every circumstance is different. But to go home and get 2 knives, you're going back there with Can you recall the defendant's previous convictions? Because these were quite shocking, I think, at the time of the trial.
Suffice it to say, and at the time of his arrest, he wasn't in possession of so, the distance of that would never have been 10 meters.
Now, I've read this in a newspaper, so going back to what you said about him being police bail, it was he was under investigation for a knife offence when he stabbed the dog. Now, I understand from this newspaper, I'm not sure how accurate it is, that the Met disciplined 2 officers and changed its procedure as a result of this case. Do you know what went wrong and how the procedure was changed?
So I guess the argument was that the actions of persons that affect us may not be prevented I don't recall any officers lost their jobs. I can't honestly recollect any discipline. The point is this, during my time, I do recollect terms I mentioned concept of threat risk is that certain procedures became automatic in terms of analysing what threats in front of you. So often we get reports involving individuals and suspects for offences and perhaps a high level of abuse and depending on the level is the type of offending it is, whether it's use of weapons or sex crime, because it's really about understanding what the potential risk is of offending at any point. So actually there is an imperative, there is a high level of risk to deal with what you want to do now, rather than waiting period of time, because most of these individuals are dangerous offenders or repeat offenders. So really the imperative is to deal with them now, so you have an issue about a period of time there's a suspect who moves in the condition, perhaps it's well to deal with it there and then, perhaps dissipate the rest of the
The defendant, in this case, as you've said, he did not guilty, which I was surprised at. I'm sure many people, from an outsider's point of view, the evidence looked quite overwhelming. Nevertheless, he pleaded not guilty. Are there any parts of the trial that stick in your mind?
I think, just to first of all, in terms of whether or not guilty, my view was what was proved in the investigation and security was used to look at the court was a judge, jury, two evidence, but my view was it was a strong prosecution case. That doesn't often preclude defendants who are charged with very serious offences often despite the facts. It's a strong prosecution case.
And in this trial, you've got the impression that it's more media attention. This whole case, I think.
Yeah, I think there was significant media attention because of his role, because of his favourite Harry Potter thing. I guess my jury member in the trial is the suspects who underestimate this, of the face of extreme men who were clearly quite traumatised at the prospect of giving evidence. They were frightened, they'd lost a friend. Sometimes you underestimate the impact the trial can have on witnesses and other victims, of course, because in this particular case, the witnesses, some witnesses were victims as well. They were very traumatised. So it's easy, from my perspective, to grasp the responsibility to the court, because the court to establish the impact court does have victims and victims' families and witnesses, because often it's very open. Sometimes it's months or even a year past the detection of the time the events occurred, the potentially level of trauma.
I have worked in I've found that tension as well. Never been in a case, so I can imagine, but that level of tension in a courtroom, you're bringing, as you said, you're bringing everybody back together again. The trauma that was experienced, as you say, victims, witnesses, and Rob's family, for example, and they have to be in a room with their attacker, their friend's killer, and potentially the defendant's family as well, all in one room, and the tension, sometimes you feel like you can cut it with a knife. And it's, I can't imagine it,
Yeah, it's the stakes are high for everyone, the victim's family, the defendant's family, and from my perspective, it's a lot of pressure in terms of being prosecuted. It was a high-profile case in relation to continue to work objectively in the interest of justice to make sure that the defendant still has a fair trial when you look at miscarriages of justice that both consenting victims and associated with so much miscarriage of justice already. Immediate public pressure is to achieve convictions. So you have to keep all these things in perspective and check. That makes the importance of change but nevertheless, there's a lot of pressure on counsel, solicitors, defendants, victims' families,
So, as we've said other times, he pleaded not guilty. And in some articles, they've said that he claimed to have been acting self-defense. It seems as though the defendant had got into a confrontation with Ron and his friends, I believe it was about a week before Rob died. That was the 16th of May 2008. Can you tell me a bit more about that incident?
Well, I mean, my recollection, exact detail certainly investigation and police altercation, but of course, in terms of anybody bringing these skills to self-defense, Larry mentions the incident with primarily has determined the facts that occurred on the night of the murder itself. So, if we think about that logically, we also know about the fact that there was another education that night is being projected from the bar. It accuses I mean, in those circumstances, any suggestion that any vehicle self-defense is a viable reference to defense is probably this goes to
I also read that he claimed he was attacked by Rob and his friends and had simply been protecting himself, pulling the knives to try and scare people away. And that people sort of said they bizarre. But as you say, I suppose he has to say something. If you're completely guilty, you have to say something, don't you?
Absolutely.
As you say, you had to say something, and he mentioned, or an article mentioned, that the defendant claimed to have been battered with a piece of wood. Yet he said that as Rob and his friends ran at him, the knife was catching on them, but they kept running into him. Did he suffer any injuries? I haven't read that he did.
Yeah, well, my recollection is that
in that instance, if you've gone home, you are out of danger in any event. So why not just stay at home? If you're sort of worried about your life or your safety, you should, why don't you just stay at home? The defendant received a life sentence with a minimum term of 20 years. The judge said, and this is just a snippet of a quote, he said that the defendant was a highly dangerous man who was a very significant risk to the public or serious harm. The judge went on to say that he didn't think it was proved that the defendant intended to kill Rob, but that he just didn't care whether he died or not. Did you think this was accurate? Do you think the sentence was sufficient?
in terms of the judges, I may not be right, but certainly the use of life is intense procedure, which of course is sufficient to eventually death results. And in terms of the sentence, he received a minimum term of 20 years, which is a significant sentence. So yeah, you kind of, my recollection is because he was under the age of 21, which considered the offence. The sentence would have been mitigated and got close consideration when it comes to
Came in when the sentence was handed down. Did the defendant show any signs of remorse? Sounds
I think he's very sort of described
when he was younger,
he described me as being just quite an angry person. Just never demonstrated my actual remorse, passion. Through that process, which I was through to he was convicted.
even when he had the his family, with him there was just no remorse whatsoever. Just shocking. But then, as you say, if he did those anger management courses when he was younger, if he's a very angry individual, it might be that that's why he decided I'm going to go home, get the knives and come back. But the reasonable person might have just gone home. You don't know what goes on through someone's head, I suppose. Moving away from the trial a little bit, over the course of your career, did you see the statistics around knife crime change? And I suppose if you did see an increase in those cases, how did that affect you and your team? No, absolutely. What do you think can be done to try and combat knife crime? Because I know it's particularly prevalent among young
council violence, chances are you will end up using it. If you carry a knife, it's likely to become a victim as well. So it's a really complex debate. There's been a lot of controversy around the tactic of stop and search. That decreased significantly during the period of Theresa May as Home Secretary. There was a big debate around was successful in terms of how many searches result, tangible results, such as drugs as being looked for. And as a consequence of that, disagreeing with democracy in relation to science and knowledge confidence. Frankly, stop the use of tactic. My experience was research criminals behave. They're opportunists. If they see an opportunity to modify their tactics, and certainly when those are tried, those wounds felt that they had to be authentic because they knew that the cops were researching. So, it's understandable. Quite right, it's important that if that tactic is used, it's used more. So it's used in a way that demonstrates confidence in the police. It's difficult because often people are searching the types of individuals that maybe they not be for the police anymore because they've not been convictions of crime. They want something. It can be confrontational in occasions, but nevertheless, it's important that the tactic that's used is more effective to push is a reasonable prayer. As much as possible, the encounter leaves a positive mark in terms of the human interaction.
Absolutely. Something that you said, that people believe it's down to the police. Now, in my head, if the police are having to take a knife off somebody, by that point it's already too late. I feel like it has to sort of start. Don't get me wrong, I don't have the answers. Absolutely don't have the answers. But to me, it should be that they're not carrying them in the first place, where the magic wand maybe. But, does that make sense? That it shouldn't be for the police to kind of clean up.
Police have a role in terms of prevention and and indeed they do engage in those types of activities. Some people try and present campaigns. There's education. But equally, it's about parental control, parental role. If you're free, the first point is what's she doing out at that time of night?
Yeah.
Possession of a knife. There's some really good work to be done in lecture statements where that situation will occur, where the person is viewed as a risk factor. We then need to sit down and help the sorts of social services and parenting. But also we do some of our roles and say your child's at risk because of their care. That's a ritual. So it's about managing the risk to that child and that person.
As you say, the risk of being either an attacker or a victim, generally speaking. I mean, it doesn't even bear thinking about someone that you love, that you care about as your child, or brother or sister. Are there any final thoughts that you have that you'd like to share with those listening, whether it's about Rob or trial, microphone, anything at all?
In terms of anti-micro messages on that, but really what it did for me and how to school was the fact that it happened to Robbie, it happened to anyone, and also that split second, because there was a dispute over I think somebody's lost their life, they're very much lost their life over it, and it happened to anyone, and just the impact as well in terms of some of the people who end up being convicted of murder. They're in their lives as well. They go to prison for some reason. So the impact on their family and they feel like a license for the rest of their lives. Lots of people say, care about the individual. If you take a step back, what's the whole impact on society? Do we want to be in a position where we're banging on people? We should be focusing on prevention and stuff like that in the first place. So I think it's a really good point. Societal perspective. We do more to deter because young people, if you think about doers visiting, they can have tragic circumstances.
Yeah, I think that's why Rob's parents, they sort of going to schools. I think that's why Rob's story is so important. As you say, Rob could have been anyone. Anybody can get into an argument with a mom. So I think that's a very sort of sobering point to end on. Damien, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me today. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. My next interview is with Joe Akers, who is one of the executive producers of Knox, the Rob Knox story. He is also one of the incredible musicians who makes up Taxi Joe, who created the song heard at the beginning. I'd like to welcome to the show today's special guest, Joe Akers. Thank you so much for joining me today. So, Joe, can you please introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about you?
Okay, so introduce the I also yeah, it's been a kind of my experience we met same year he died, so kind of super close. We've had some great times together. We made a short film with Sarah and I since we were very young, and this is kind of just another one of those things that we do, you know. But it's been a long job for us. So you know, I'm personally, just sort of everything. And this is my first documentary, so I'm really looking forward to discovering.
Yeah, particularly I suppose because you've got that personal connection as well. I think that's what's lovely about this documentary. The amount of people involved, family, friends. There's such a personal touch on it. I suppose that's how you got involved in this project then, is through knowing Rob and the family.
Yeah, so we, as I say, we made and shortly after I finished making the film, just the idea that someone so young was through the years when they moved the family, set up an organization, they collected various different things, focus on they've made the ROTHSCHILD film festival, of which I played at, and had a couple of films at so yeah, it's been kind of like involved on that kind of level.
That's nice though. Again, I think that personal touch radiates through the documentary. And speaking of which, what can you tell us about Rob Knox documentary?
The documentary itself is, I think it's quite special in terms of true crime, because as you say, it is friends and family. So a large percentage of the production team there is this essence of obviously because you get to know Rob, feel Robin, which was something that we were really aware of. I think a lot of documentaries should tend to focus more on the and
So true, so true.
and it's all about how they do it, what kind of person do this, and kind of taking a different route because of it's such a fantastic thing. And I don't just say this like really special to know. And I wanted to show some of the impact it had on the family and the friends. And the fact that, 12 years later, we're still talking about it.
It is, and it was being fortunate enough to have been able to the documentary. I obviously didn't know Rob personally, and yet you did feel this connection. So there's these various footage, old footage. For example, you found yourself laughing along. You found yourself just having such a great time, as if you were a friend, and yet obviously then it sort of turns to this tragedy. And obviously the other important part of the documentary was talking about the impact of knife crime on society. I thought was amazing. And one of the aspects of the documentary that is quite hard to see is the trial aspect. Now, I know you weren't at the trial, but what can you tell us, having sort of seen it through the documentary and interviewed various people? What can you tell us about the defendant's trial?
Yeah, as you say, encountered. So we kind of got like an overview of piecing together what happened because we're from the same area. So with regards to the trial, it seemed to be there was this sense throughout Rob's family and friends that even though the defendant was caught there with the knives, they had other witnesses who do the deed. There was this sense that he must have done that. And there was that kind of sense that it was kind of edge of seat that they didn't want to believe that it was a done deal, even though they all knew because they saw it, they were all there and we could all saw it. And we would think it's back to right. Then he goes, almost everything in the air. And he starts the defense laws acting in self-defense, that you're surrounded, and trying to paint this picture some sort of gang the sense that the whole story of the trial is taken with a sense of resentment of the trial because it yourself seems so obvious that he's guilty of what he means.
Yeah, and having worked in the sector, I know that a lot of families, victims, until that verdict comes in, you can be 99% sure, 99% sure that it's going to be a guilty verdict. But until that verdict actually comes in, sometimes you get cases where it's a complete curveball. And actually, to plead guilty, judges very much value you plead guilty because you save the victim or the victim's family from having to go through and experience what can be a very traumatic trial. So you can be, I mean, I work in criminal defence. I know that both prosecution and defence they can get quite nasty because that's their job. But as a witness, I know that some of the witnesses in the defendant's case who were witnesses for the prosecution had a really tough time. I think that was discussed in the documentary, that they actually had quite a traumatic time having to relive those events, even in interviews just with you guys linked to the documentary. It came across really hard.
One day in particular, I was interviewing Jamie Robertson's brother, Joe, who was there, but he actually was there himself. And I think we interviewed him as well.
Yes.
The day we interviewed both of them was Jamie and I we were just in because it was just so tragic to bring it back. The sense that these young guys they were still kids. Saturday, and they thought they were just going to tell a story. And then they gave people the bar by the defense, which is, let's just say, their job. But these are kids, they're not prepared. And especially since the attack that the defense decided to take. They closed in on him, he was cornered. The deal was complete fantasy because he actually was 2 miles home. He actually been hurt saying, so, there's some really chilling details read out in these trial self-driving team this week. Part of it used in some way being responsible and they were leaving that
Respect. So I really, really want people to watch the documentary because, as we say, they do talk about being having to go through this trial. And I think I can imagine what that trial looked like. So for the listeners who don't know, burden of proof is obviously on the prosecution in any criminal case. They have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. However, if a defendant then argues self-defense, they claim self-defense, then the burden of proof shifts. So it's then on the defense to prove self-defense. And so I can actually imagine how that line of questioning must have gone. I imagine it was absolutely brutal. As you say, for young people who just thought, because when you go to the police will ask you questions, you tell your story. You're not, no one questions your story. In the trial, however, you think, oh, I'm just going to go tell my story like I did in the police station. Unfortunately, it's just not like that. And so I can imagine how traumatic that must have been for them.
Jamie says that. He says, I just thought I was making a mistake. I realised that there's a point on the issue because there's a point earlier on in the night where the defendant is holding the knife to his head and Jamie's in the dark with friends a bit closer to see how Nick hits get a bit closer basically and the defence lawyer kept saying it's all the defendant trying to make out that yeah, which wasn't the case.
I think it was, as you say, it was not the evidence against the defendant in this case was stacked against him. And to me, this is an attempt, it's a clutching at straws type case where maybe the defendant, when I spoke to DCI Elaine, he said that sometimes because these guys in these circumstances know they have so much to lose, they're looking at life in prison, they just try their luck anyway. And I think that's probably what this was. But I don't want to end talking about the defendant. About something a lot more positive, which has come out of something quite tragic. What can you tell us about the Rob Knox Foundation?
That's a good Foundation. And it's a nice change of pace. The foundation itself is fantastic, and it's such a legacy because they've worked with other organisations to kind of try and bring stuff to non-violence in the UK, and this is kind of like a part of that. But then there's the other side where they kind of try and it's one thing to say it's not having it, it's right, you know, do something else, you know, thinking another path. You know, sure, there's another way, and the ROTHSCHILD Foundation does that. It gives opportunities to young people to get involved in the arts, particularly in film and TV and stuff. So they've got the academy where they teach young people how to use film and put together things and make their own movies. There's the festival, film festival, which actually I think got multiple countries sending in their offerings. They're getting involved in the community, you know, and give young people a shot, which I think is just fantastic. that's what he was bringing up about going for and his first couple of TV jobs himself. When he was very, very young kid, and like right to TV and stuff. So it like kind of carries that on. You know, how they young people, teenagers to figure that out for themselves. And it has those implications. So I can't justify it enough. Such a fantastic
I love that Rob's passion, as you say, he managed to get those jobs himself, which is just incredible. In the documentary, you get to see a couple of scenes, samples of his work. Most notably, Harry Potter. And I love that out of something tragic, something awful, his family and friends have been able to create something Rob's absolutely passionate about as well, but they've been able to create something so that hopefully these young people won't fall victim like Rob did. They can channel their energy into something amazing rather than being out and hopefully not getting involved in any knife crime. They can be channeling their energy into something amazing, and you never know, they might get their break like Rob did through the film festival. You just don't know with these things, but I just think it's amazing that family and friends, rather than wallowing in grief, which I'm sure they feel that loss every minute, and yet rather than, I mean, you see it when Colin in the documentary talks about Rob, you feel that loss, and yet rather than following it, they created something amazing, and I think it's incredible.
You get an outbreak there. I feel like the pain hasn't gone away. Neither has Rob's presence, which,
yes,
that's the trade-off we have to make there.
Exactly, and it's something that absolutely emulates Rob, which is a film festival. I mean, it's amazing. Are there any final thoughts that you'd like to share with those who are listening?
Wow. Final thoughts. Yeah, I think something that really stayed there in my that there's a sense we started it, and as we went through it, things have changed, and it became something else entirely. And I think through speaking to people about youth violence and how people get to that place, we discovered that there's no one pathway, there's no one fix all, and ultimately we found through it shows that we all need to think about ourselves and about each other, and notice things and work together as a community, as magic communities, to keep ourselves safe. It's way more fundamental than just I think, yeah, I'm going to leave one final thought with me. Just consider those around you. Because anyone can do this.
And I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me. And everyone needs to check out this documentary for sure.
Thank you so much, Jay.
Thank you very much.
This episode ended up being so long, I've had to split it into 2 parts. So please go listen to part 2 now, where I interview the documentary's director, Aaron Truss, and what knocks us down.
Okay, round 2. Name something that's not boring.
Laundry? A book club. Computer solitaire, huh?
Sorry, we were looking for Chumba Casino. That's right. ChumbaCasino.com has over 100 casino-style games. Join today and play for free for your chance to win some serious prizes. ChumbaCasino.com.
He was a close friend of Rob's and has been heavily involved in Rob's foundation. I'd like to introduce you to the man who brought myself, Lady Justice podcast, and True Politics podcast together, Aaron Truss. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. Can you please introduce yourself and just tell us a bit about you?
So, my name is Aaron Truss. I am the director of Obviously Remote Story. I was very close friends with Rob, and I'm extremely honoured to be bringing his story to the big screen.
And what part did you play in the
So, I was the director I am the director and editor, as well as executive producer of Long Story.
Being responsibility and documentary then. How did you sort of touched upon it with friends with Rob? Is this how you got involved in this project?
So Colin was felt that Colin got in touch with me just to basically update me on an ongoing project, a documentary about Rob's life. And I'd been interviewed for it back in 2012, but there hadn't been much news on it. I wasn't really sure what status the film was in. It kind of went into a radio silence for a bit. Colin and I discussed the idea of just taking a look at what had been on film already. And immediately I knew there was something within the project that could be something great. Not just telling Rob's story, but also highlighting knife porn. This was about 2018 and knife porn had started rising. It was in the news more than it had been in previous years. It was one of those feelings where I just kind of felt like we need to do this film, we need to tell Rob's story. And like telling Rob's story, you're also telling Kevin's stories. We believe in knife crime, knife violence in the UK. So it kind of went hand in glove really. There was no question about getting involved in this project. And after a couple of dummy runs with some of the previous footage, Colin basically turned around to me and said, I'm going to do your job, I want you to direct and tell this, which is a huge responsibility because I've never done anything long form before. My experience of being making short form content, Dad's Army, Climbers, Dollar, a lot of special features, documentary special features for Blu-ray home releases, that kind of thing, music videos as well. So this was a big endeavour. I felt that at this point in my career, if I was going to ever embark on a feature film, then I would be so proud to have it be about my friend Rob.
Can I ask you this? When you set about doing a project such as this, how much of emotional time did it take you? All of those in this project.
This was extremely draining production, just in terms of the sheer fact that I never always know if it was a day. I often think about here the good times we had, but when you open that can of worms, then you have to go through everything, not just his life, because Rob had, as strong as Rob's life was, he had a fantastic life, he had a fantastic family, he had a fantastic group of friends, which I was lucky to be a part of. Without going into the specific area of taking the project, because I am going to have to help Rob. He died. I am going to have to help the bad things that happened to Rob and his family. That, to me, gave me complete anxiety. There were lots of sleepless nights. My girlfriend, bless her, she had to give me a lot of mood swings, just because you are reliving it essentially, only piecing everything that happened together for audiences to see in a way that people can understand. But when you do go down that hole, it's very hard to get out of. I'm sitting here at my computer editing things together as we're filming as well, so I can get a good idea of sequences, how they should play down. And for example, we get to the hospital and Rob is pronounced dead, and that took its toll on me. There's some interviews with Colin and Sally and Jamie, which just knock the wind out of you, and you can't help but just down tools and walk away from it, because it is so hard. And I didn't think it would be as hard as it would be, because obviously I lived some aspect of the events that happened to Rob. wasn't there. I have my own experiences of how I found out about it, what it meant to me. But to reel in it through Nick Jones, to reel in through Jamie, that was really hard. I'm not going to lie, it does, again, I said, kept me up in me laying in bed. This is in my head, but also going back to actually having a picture of her. And it really is hard, but at the end of the day, when you look at the first run of the film, when we put it together, which was last year, we watched it all back with the family, and we had a few little screenings for Rose friends, Rose family. And I don't know what's harder, the documentary together on my own, sitting in my office doing it, or having to watch it all the way through with Jamie, with Rob's family, and it was extremely hard because as a storyteller and a person who wrote all this together, you know certain bits are coming in. We felt that would reduce the stress, and we had to make it as realistic, as truthful as possible. So that was hard.
I think having I think I can only imagine because as a viewer who had no personal connection, you get this sort of happy when we're talking about, I mean, as you said, had a short life, but crammed so much in. I couldn't believe it with all the sacrifice that he did. There's that sort of, there is that happiness, that joy watching that on the screen. And then there are those, it's just a complete roller coaster as well. Feel yourself going. So to, I think it's a testament to everybody involved in it, that they were willing to relive something quite traumatic, so Jamie and to the bigger aim, I suppose, of creating awareness. That's what this whole project is about. So I think that's absolutely incredible documentary. What can you tell us about this documentary without giving away any spoilers?
Okay, that's a tough question. I think I can tell you quite a bit about the documentary actually. You were mentioning getting close to Rob as a viewer, as an audience member, and that was something that Colin and I agreed with at the very start of the project when I joined on. I made it a mission of mine to find as much photos, find as much photos as I could, find as much footage of Rob with that career, as well as home videos, things like that. Home videos are fantastic. There's nothing there where I had never seen before. Rob's family hadn't seen for years just because they were in an attic somewhere gathering dust. To play it all back and watch it was one of the highlights of working with him because obviously I knew Rob very well. To see him on holiday, to see him Cinderella, thank you to Nicky because I did chase that footage for a long time.
Definitely worth the chasing.
Definitely. And it just became something that Colin and I decided that as much more as possible. And the way to build the narrative, we were very conscious that we didn't want to true crime documentary where we focus too much on the negative because then your character and his the colour and the shape of him just becomes someone who died. We didn't want that. We wanted people to be the main character of the film as a story. To comedy, we wanted people to actually go through the heartbreak, the moments that we lose Rob. We thought that was very important to keep in there, but it would only was an angel. He was quite cheeky. There is a lot of flesh and texture there that just needed to be included. I think that's why the documentary made so well, because he isn't just someone on the face of the sun who is come down, Harry Potter to come down in the prime of his life. This is someone that you follow essentially from birth to wanting to be an actor, getting the job done, and when Rob gets the gig in Harry Potter, we celebrate him. It's an exciting part of the film. We think we're right together because we know we got it, but the journey we take just makes the events that unfold more poignant and a great series.
This project is one of things I spoke to Joe, and what Joe and I were talking about this, and what's incredible is that this is it. These are family members, friends that I've seen so close to them, such a bright light alive, and yet they've taken something so tragic and they've turned it into, they've charged all their energy into this documentary, but also ROTHSCHILD Foundation. Can you tell the listeners about the purpose of this foundation?
Well, the ROTHSCHILD Foundation came into existence a year after Robert died. I believe that it takes a year for a charity to become a charity, as far as I'm thinking. I think it's still the same rules right now. It wasn't called the ROTHSCHILD Foundation when it started, but eventually it became a bit of a monster because Rob's death was a huge wake-up call, simply because of the connection to Harry Potter and the which was. So the foundation started finding its feet when it tapped into wanting harsher sentences on people who carry knives in the UK, and that was something that Colin and Sally became their mission for the next couple of years, working on the ground, going to tend down in the street, really getting to the heart of the issues. That eventually began to branch out to the art side of things as well, which Colin pretty much gets himself, which was the Rock Film Festival, which is the ROTHSCHILD Foundation, which does a fantastic job. I'll get to that in a bit. Rock's Film Academy, which probably does even more than the film festival, to be honest. But the foundation itself originally was to highlight knife crime in the UK, visit schools, visit prisons, talking to people about there is something that has really affected a lot of people. If you're not affected by knife crime, then it's just not going to affect you at all, really. It's one of those things where unless you know someone, it doesn't become very real. So that was the job of the foundation at the very beginning. It was going out there using Rob's name, using his image from Harry Potter to spread the word. And I'm very happy to say that it's still going to this day, 12 years later. The foundation is still doing a fantastic job speaking to people, visiting schools. And the foundation with the film festival and the film academy, they're still going strong as well. So I think that's just a testament to Rob's name and his legacy.
Absolutely. I love the idea of there being this phenomenon. And you and I have spoken before. You said that you get entries from all over the globe, all over the globe. You get entries in films of all different genres, styles, ages, etc. I think knowing that Rob was a lover of the arts, drama, I think that is an amazing way, amazing tribute to something. I think that's
wanted to support the foundation or take part fully in the cost, how can they do so?
Okay, so if you want to know more about ROL and the foundation, the best place to go is to repost.org. This will have the English fantastic. So repost.org has all the information about ROL, his family, there's some photos there. They're also available on Facebook and Twitter. So you can find out more information about what the foundation does, who they're working with. I believe Colin is starting a blog on repost.org, so he'll be able to keep posted on developments with the foundation, especially the documentary as well. The documentary has its own social presence. On Twitter, you can find it at #RockNoxville, or on Facebook, it's RockNox Documentary. So we operate, it's just, we operate slightly differently to the foundation, but we felt it was very important to keep those aspects separate, because otherwise it's just gets too complicated. But yeah, if you want to find out about the foundation or the documentary, we are on socials.
Okay. And are there any final thoughts that you have that you'd like to share with those who are listening?
I would like to thank everyone who's listening to this podcast right now. It's been an absolute pleasure with you, Emily, Eve, Chantel, on this. As you know, we do podcasts, and it would be fantastic to be able to tell your story with massive episode. Actually, it's amazing. It just blows my mind how lovely the true crime community is. I'm very new to it, so I never wanted the documentary to be true crime, but actually it's very true crime, and I'm still learning the ropes as well as many people at the moment. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's listening to this podcast, who's given us the time of day. Yeah, thank you, and I can't wait to show you the documentary.
And you really need to those who are listening, to watch this documentary. All of this is thanks to Aaron, who we're thankful to have you, because you're one who brought us together to collaborate on this project. And I think, even though we're three separate podcasts, the fact that you can come together and tell your story and hopefully raise awareness about documentary, documentation, but also there is the more serious issues around life. I'll leave the link in the show notes to please even if you just go share it, whatever. Huge thank you to Aaron for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Just to add, we also have a trailer on YouTube.
I'll put that in the show notes as well.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Thank you.
The final person we're going to hear from is Rob's father, Colin Cox. There's a reason why I'd like to associate you with Ross. When I was interviewing Colin, it was such a emotional, thought-provoking conversation, but just wanted I'd like to introduce you to the show a very, very special guest, Colin Cox. Thank you so much for joining me today, Colin. Could you please introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about you? Still going to be posted on this episode. Can you tell those about and what he was like? I love that there's that dual aspect there, as you say, because I was saying to Aaron and I said to Joe as well, I find it so commendable that in your brief, because it would have been very easy, I would imagine, for you to just not want to get out of bed anymore, given everything that you'd been through, that the simple things in life would have been, you just weren't interested in eating, sleeping, you just couldn't do it. And yet to take something so tragic and so horrible, I would say I commend you for turning it into something positive. The fact that you go into prison and talk to people who have done some not good things in society, to be mildly, and speak to them, try and appeal to their better natures and say, look, you've done a bad thing, that doesn't mean that you have to stay being sort of quote unquote a bad person. I think that's incredible. And I think it takes a lot of courage as well. No, and I think, as you said, things, part of that is that it's coming from you, glorified, as you said, you're not being sort of guided, quote unquote, for any sort of political, don't get involved in that sort of realm. I think
It's about 2,500 people around it, not just main. That number's gone up since last year. Now, the reason why I'm shocked is because there happens to be a basis
Time for any other business.
I know he's been stabbed and he's dead, but I'd actually thumped walls. I was literally screaming my head off thumping walls. And then I found out that he fell. So there was a second house. And
Well, I don't think they'd be allowed to in any event, but it's the humanity of the lack thereof of humanity that's shocking, I think.
There's a collective time. It is. It's respected.
I can sort of add on to the point you just made. There's two things that have really stood out to me based on our conversation today. One of which is when you said about that list of 20 things that people love. Value those 20 things. If you really love those 20 things, protect them. Because as soon as you go to prison, as you said, they're gone. You have to be responsible for yourself, as you said. A loved one, if you've got a loved one who carries a knife, it might be that they kill someone, God forbid, but it also might be that if if you report it to the police, it might be that you're actually saving them. You just don't know. Yeah. Sharing the story with the times because it is so good. And you shared such intimate details. But the one thing, so I am going to be putting details of the foundation and the academy in the show notes of the podcast. So please, anyone listening, go and have a look, support them if you can, because Rob's story is just one of so many, and if we can do anything to try and combat knife crime, it'll be safer for the children, for our loved ones, and we can hopefully try and stop these kind of horrible, hideous acts from happening. So thank you so much, Colin, for today. No problem at all. We're currently, to those listening, we're currently at an hour and 17. Honestly, you've just got so many like gold nuggets on it that nobody wants to. We just want to let you talk. Yeah.
Yeah.
And all the upstairs are not only sometimes
Yes.
I turned around and then said, "Oh, girls and yes."
Such an amazing tribute. I love that.
So I do have a that's something that
See, I don't need to say anything else. Thank you so much for this. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to take away from what Paul has said, so I'm just going to say that's the end of this special bonus episode. Thank you so much for joining me today. The Student's Verdict is a bi-weekly podcast, so follow us on social media to hear about our next episode. I will also let you all know when the documentary comes out. Please make sure that you watch it. It's amazing. See you on the next one.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is Kevin speaking. Got clear running in the weather spot. We're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes out of luck. So you sit back, you enjoy people right now.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Hey guys, it is Ryan. I'm not sure if you know this about me, but I'm a bit of a fun fanatic when I can. I like to work, but I like fun too. It's a thing. And now the truth is out there. I can tell you about my favorite place to have fun, Chumba Casino. They have hundreds of social casino-style games to choose from, with new games released each week. You can play for free anytime, anywhere, and each day brings a new chance to collect daily bonuses. So join me in the fun. Sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com.
You stylish kid. Your 500 easy phone likes. Truck this way is available. So see you Toyota today. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome to the Student's Garden. Tonight, I'm going to tell you the story starts in on this night, two serial killers, abducted their fifth and final victim, Shirley and Lynette. The pair had kidnapped, raped, tortured and killed 5 teenage girls who appeared on the trucks. They are witness known as the Toolbox Killers because the instruments they used to torture their victims were items you would normally find in the house. Into this story, I need to warn you, this episode contains graphic details, sexual assault, suicide, torture, and murder. It's not suitable for all listeners, and listener discretion is therefore strongly advised. If you like the show, please consider leaving us a review. If you don't like us, then please keep your friends to yourselves. Our main sources for this episode are Wikipedia and ViralRabbi, both of which are linked in the show notes. Please check there for a full list of resources. Before we start the episode, a quick reminder to listen to our Roblox 3-part special, where I collaborated with True Crime Fix and Lady Justice podcast to bring you one man's incredible story. We discuss who Roblox was, beyond him just being an incredible thinker who started cancer. We talk about the night he died, the trial of his killer, and the legacy he has left behind. There are a couple of exciting things to also know. The first, which I am super excited about, is the launch of the Students' Verdict merchandise. We're doing t-shirts, hoodies, sweatshirts, multiple colours with the new logo. Perfect for this season. I'll include a link in the show notes if you want to check it out. If you do buy anything, please keep the picture at Student Verdict, tag me on Instagram at Student Verdict Pod and on Students Verdict Facebook page. The other thing to tell you is that we are now on Patreon. If you'd like to support the show, we have 4 tiers ranging from £3 to £20 a month. You can find the link to our Patreon page in the show notes. Each tier comes with a variety of perks from a shout out to bonus content, so please check it out. Any support is hugely appreciated. Just a heads up before we start, this is going to be a long episode, so honestly I'd go grab yourselves a drink, some snacks, and get some comfy clothes on. Now, let's get on with the episode. I'm going to start this episode with a quote from Joe Hill's novel, Maybe all the schemes of the devil were nothing compared to one man. Our Halloween tale begins with 2 babies, Lawrence Whitaker and Roy Norris. Lawrence Sigmund Whitaker was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on the 27th of September 1940. His birth was not well received, as his parents had chosen to not have children. As an unwanted child, he was placed in an orphanage and was later adopted by a couple, Mr. and Mrs. George Whitaker. It's reported that George Whitaker, Lawrence's adopted father, worked in the aviation industry. Because of the nature of his father's work, the family was often uprooted and moved around the US, which didn't really allow Lawrence time to settle anywhere for very long.
for the family again. Roy Lewis Norris was born in Greeley, Colorado on February 1948. His conception came as a surprise. He was conceived during a time when it was frowned upon to have a child outside of marriage. Norris's parents therefore quickly married to avoid the social stigma. It was more of a marriage of convenience rather than consent. Norris moved between living with his parents, his father, a scrapyard worker, and his mother, a drug-addicted housewife, and foster care. From young ages, both Whittaker and Norris displayed concerning signs. Whittaker first became known to police when he was just 12 years old and he was arrested for shoplifting. And this was just the start. He went on to build up a bit of a community for himself over the next 12 years. He was arrested for shoplifting again and petty theft, which got him involved with the juvenile authorities. Whittaker would later claim to have committed these crimes to compensate for the lack of love he received from his parents. Norris was extremely troubled. He reported having been neglected by his own biological family and by many of the foster families he was placed with. He claimed to have been denied sufficient food and clothing. He also claimed he was sexually abused while staying with one of his foster families. When Norris was just 16 years old, he visited the home of a female relative. He was, at this time, in his 20s. He began speaking to her in a sexually suggestive way, which made her really uncomfortable, so she told him to leave. She notified Norris's father, who threatened his son physically. As a response to this, Norris stole his father's car and drove into the Rocky Mountains, where he attempted to commit suicide by injecting pure air into an artery in his arm. He was later apprehended as a runaway and was returned to his parents, who welcomed their son back with open arms by saying that he and his sister were unwanted and that they would be getting a divorce when both children reached adolescence. A year later, Norris dropped out of school and joined the US Navy. He was stationed in 1965 and was deployed to Vietnam in 1969. He didn't see active combat during his tour of duty and was honorably discharged from the Navy after one tour of duty. Whittaker, who was reportedly very smart with an IQ of 138, was bored of school and dropped out of high school in 1957. Within a year of dropping out, Whittaker was arrested for hit and run, car theft, and evasive arrest. He was sent to the California Youth Authority, where he remained until he was 18 years old. Upon his release from this institution, as with Norris, Whittaker was not welcomed back by his adoptive parents, who had actually disowned him and relocated to another state altogether. He would never see his adoptive parents again. So let's delve into their criminal history. Shortly after Whittaker was released from the California Youth Authority, he was arrested again for transporting a stolen vehicle across state lines. He was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment in August 1959 and was sent to the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. During this sentence, he was transferred to a medical center for federal prisoners in Springfield, Missouri, where he served the remainder of his time. Whittaker was released in 1960, but was soon back to his old ways, committing crimes. Within months of his release, he was arrested for robbery in Los Angeles, and in May 1961, he was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment. While serving this sentence, he was diagnosed by a prison psychiatrist as being highly manipulative and having, quote, considerable concealed hostility. So, jump forward to 1963. Whittaker is released on parole, having served only 2 years of his sentence. By October 1964, however, he was back inside again for a parole violation. Whittaker underwent further examinations by two psychiatrists, who both classified him as a borderline psychopath, echoing what the first psychiatrist said, which is that Whittaker was highly manipulative and was unable to acknowledge the consequences of his actions. He was prescribed antipsychotic medication. Whittaker had told the psychiatrist that his crimes made him feel important, and that circumstantial matters pertaining to his environment and upbringing meant he couldn't resist committing crimes. A year later, he was released again. It's 1967 now, and a month after his release, Whittaker was arrested again for theft and for leaving the scene of an accident. He was sentenced to 5 years, but only served 3, being released in 1970. Roy Norris was arrested for his first sexual offence in November 1969. He was charged with rape and assault with attempt to commit rape, resulting from 2 separate incidents. In the latter incident, Norris had attempted to force his way into the car of a lone woman. In February 1970, Norris tried to trick a woman into letting him into her home. She refused, so he attempted to break into her house, causing the woman to phone the police. Thankfully, the police arrived before Norris got the opportunity to hurt them. Less than 3 months later, Roy Norris was diagnosed by military psychologists with a severe schizoid personality. This type of personality is characterized by a lack of interest in social relationships, a tendency toward a solitary or sheltered lifestyle, secretiveness, emotional coldness, detachment, and apathy. Because of his quote-unquote psychological problems, that's how he put it, Norris was given an administrative discharge. In May 1970, Norris, who was on bail at this time, attacked a female student at San Diego State University in the store. Just to warn you, this next part is pretty graphic. He struck the woman on the back of the head with a rock. He did it again and again until she slumped to her knees. He then repeatedly beat her head against the sidewalk while kneeling on her back. Norris was later charged with assault with a deadly weapon and was sentenced to 5 years imprisonment. He was to serve this at the Atascadero State Hospital, where he was classified as a disordered sex offender. By 1971, Whittaker, who had only been released the year before, was arrested for burglary. Again being released. At the 1974, Whittaker did his worst offence so far, when he stabbed a supermarket employee who refused him to steal. It's reported that the supermarket employee had seen Whittaker's steal escape, so followed him outside into the shop's car park. He politely confronted Whittaker by asking whether he had forgotten to pay. Whittaker then stabbed the member of staff in the chest before trying to flee. He was wrestled to the ground by 2 other supermarket employees and was arrested for assault with an attempt to commit murder. I'm very happy to say that Gary Louis, the victim in this case, did indeed survive the attack. Whittaker was convicted of a lesser charge of assault with a deadly weapon and was sent to the California Men's Colony in San Luis Obispo. Roy Norris was released from the Atascadero State Hospital in 1975 with 5 years probation. Apparently, doctors declared Norris as an individual who was of, quote, no further danger to others. How well. 3 months after his release, Norris tried to convince a woman to have a ride on his motorbike with him. When she declined his offer for a lift, Norris grabbed the 27-year-old scarf, twisting it and twisting it around her neck. As he did so, he told her he was going to rape her before dragging her into some bushes. The woman later said that she did not resist the rape in the hope that she would survive the attack. It wasn't until 1 month later that the woman saw the same type of motorcycle. She knew police had been unable to find her attacker, so he was out there. Then she noticed the number plate. It was the same motorbike. She gave the number plate to police. Roy Norris was arrested for rape. He was tried and convicted 1 year later and was sent to the California men's colony in San Luis Obispo. This is where the lives of these two men collided. They didn't become acquainted straight away. In fact, it wasn't until around a year into Norris's sentence that he and Whittaker became very interested. It's said that Whittaker's initial impression of Norris was that he was savvy, a man who was largely associated with hardened criminals, guys who dealt drugs in prisons and rode motorcycle gangs. Norris and Whittaker actually became close friends after Norris taught Whittaker how to construct jewellery. I mean, how innocent is that? They met making jewellery and then went on to commit some of the most horrific crimes imaginable. Their friendship was sealed when Whittaker saved Norris from being attacked by another inmate on at least 2 occasions. That friendship that started with making jewellery took a very dark turn in 1978 when the pair realised that they shared a common interest. I hate calling it that, but that is what it was, an interest. Whittaker and Norris had a shared interest in sexual violence and misogyny. Norris confided to Whittaker that his biggest turn-on was seeing a frightened young woman, hence why he had committed so many sexual offences in the past. It's said that although he'd never been convicted of any sexual offences, Whittaker had considered raping a woman and had determined that he would have to kill her after, so as to not leave a witness. It was from here that the two began to hatch a deadly plan to assault and murder teenage girls once they were freed and back in society. This was such a sick plan. They planned to murder one girl of each teenage year, 13 to 19 years old. All they had to do now was wait until they were both released, and then meet up on the outside. It didn't take long before Whittaker was released on the 15th of October 1970. It actually seemed like Whittaker was going to do really well on the outside. He found a job as a machinist, which earned him a good wage of around $1,000, and he began making friends with people in the neighborhood who considered him to be generous and helpful for his donations to the Salvation Army. On one occasion, he bought loads of fast food and wine, which he distributed to the homeless community in downtown Los Angeles. It's a bit weird, but Whittaker was popular with teens as he'd drive them to his place, where he'd provide them with beer and marijuana. Norris was released exactly 3 months after Whittaker, on the 15th of January 1979. After his release, he moved to his mother's home in Redondo Beach and soon found employment as an electrician in Compton. It all seemed to be going okay. That wasn't until a letter came through Norris's door. In late February, the pair met at a hotel and rekindled their monstrous plan. The first step of this plan was to get a vehicle. The pair had worked out that a car wouldn't meet their needs, and that a van would be better. In order to carry out their task, they wanted a vehicle that had a large passenger-sized sliding door. With such a door, they could pull up close to their victims, slide it open, and drag their victim inside. Whittaker and Norris nicknamed their van Murder Van. The next thing the pair planned to do was practice. Between February and June 1979, Whittaker and Norris picked up over 20 female hitchhikers. They didn't attack these girls in any way because they were practicing their bruises, the ways to lure the girls into their van voluntarily and without drawing attention. By doing this, they could learn what did and didn't work. In late April, the pair discovered a secluded road in the San Gabriel Mountains, a mountain range located in northern Los Angeles County and western San Bernardino County, California. The road was a fire road and so was gated and locked. Whittaker broke the lock with a crowbar and attached his own lock in its place. Now, we're going to take a quick break here to play a trailer for you. It's a podcast I think you'll really enjoy. Ye Old Crime. Give them a listen and leave them a review. It really does make all the difference in the world.
I'm Lindsay Valenti. And I'm Madison Stanko. And we're the hosts of Ye Old Crime, where we discuss the funny, hey man, he's a nice guy. And be like, no, he's disgusting. He has hooves. Strange. There are EVPs of spirits saying, get out, in a room where patients committed suicide. And obscure crimes of yesteryear. Here, Justin. Here's your first phallic amulet. Join us Wednesdays wherever you listen to podcasts, and we'll see you next time with another tale as old as crime.
There's a lot of information about these crimes out there because of accounts written by Whittaker. In one of his entries, he states that he and Norris installed a bed in the rear of the van, and under it they put tools, clothes, and a cooler filled with beer and soft drinks. Their first victim was 16-year-old Lucinda Lynn Schaefer. On the 24th of June, 1979, Schaefer was last seen leaving St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church in Torrance, where she had attended a youth meeting. She had been walking back to her grandmother's house at around 7:46 p.m. when Norris noticed her and pointed her out to Whittaker, saying, "There's a cute little blonde." They tried to entice Schaefer into their van by offering her a lift of marijuana, but she declined their offers and continued walking. Whittaker and Norris drove further ahead of where Lucinda Schaefer had been walking and parked up. Norris got out of the van, opened the passenger side sliding door, and leaned in, meaning his head and shoulders were obscured from view. As Schaefer passed the van, Norris briefly chatted to her before dragging her into the van and closing the door. To muffle the teen's screams, Whittaker turned the radio to full volume. Norris bound Lucinda's arms and legs and gagged her with duct tape. The van then sped towards the San Gabriel Mountains. Realizing her screams weren't being heard, Schaefer regained her composure. About her, Whittaker wrote that she, quote, displayed a magnificent state of self-control and composed acceptance of the conditions of which she had no control. She shed no tears, offered no resistance, and expressed no great concern for her safety. I guess she knew what was coming. This is going to get graphic now, so I'm going to reiterate my earlier trigger warning and advise you to please exercise discretion. With that said, the two men drove Lucinda Schaefer to the fire road in the San Gabriel Mountains. When they arrived, it was Norris who first greeted the team, having instructed Whittaker to take a walk and return in 1 hour. Upon his return, Whittaker then raped Schaefer in Norris's absence. Norris then sexually assaulted the girl again. It was during this attack that Schaefer asked her whether they intended to kill her. Norris told her no. Schaefer's one request was to be allowed time to pray before she was killed. It's unclear exactly what happened next, as Whittaker and Norris gave differing accounts, but it's said that there was an argument about what to do with Schaefer. Both men later said that during the argument, it was the other who said they should kill her. Schaefer begged for a second to pray before Norris tried to manually strangle her, but the look in her eyes freaked him out, and he ran out of the van to throw up. Whittaker then manually strangled Schaefer until she collapsed and began convulsing. During the attack on Schaefer, Whittaker dropped his cigarette, which burned a hole in his shirt and scarred his chest. He grabbed a wire coconut, twisting it around the girl's neck with some pliers until her convulsions stopped. Schaefer was never afforded the time to pray for death. The pair then wrapped Lucinda Schaefer's body in a plastic shower curtain and threw her over a steep canyon Whittaker had selected. Lucinda Lynn Schaefer's body has never been found. On the 8th of July 1979, just 2 weeks after Schaefer's murder, Whittaker and Norris saw 18-year-old Andrea Joy Hall hitchhiking along the Pacific Coast Highway. Hall grew up in Akron, Ohio, and moved to Los Angeles, California in February 1978. At the time of her disappearance, she didn't have a job but earned some money by donating blood. At the time Whittaker and Norris saw Andrea Hall, she was hitchhiking to visit her boyfriend in Wilmington. As she walked along the highway, the men began to pull their van over when another vehicle pulled over and offered her a lift, which she accepted. I wish that this was the turning point in Andrea's story, that she ended up being rescued by some weird twist of fate or luck. But rather than moving on, Whittaker and Norris began following the vehicle that had picked up Andrea until she got out at Redondo Beach. Norris hid to try and trick Hall into thinking that Whittaker was alone. Whittaker offered Hall a cold drink from the cooler at the back of the van, and as she went to get the drink, Norris tried to force Andrea into the vehicle. She fought back, but had to give up when Norris began twisting her arm behind her back, hurting her. She was then bound and gagged by Norris. The pair took the 18-year-old to the San Gabriel Mountains, just as they had done with Schaefer. She was raped, as Schaefer had been, twice by Whittaker and once by Norris. During Whittaker's second attack, he panicked because he thought he saw headlights approaching them. He held his hand over Hall's mouth so she couldn't make a sound, and he dragged her into the bushes. Norris set off in the van, searching for the elusive vehicle. When he returned, they took the poor teen further into the mountains. Whittaker then made Andrea walk uphill naked, where he forced her to perform oral sex on him. He also took Polaroid pictures of her, but the torment didn't end there. The men then drove Hall to a third location, where Whittaker again walked her up a hill. He had instructed Norris to drive to a nearby store to purchase alcohol, leaving him and the terrified teen alone. He took more Polaroid pictures, exploiting his victim's fear, and took photos of her terrified face as she begged for her life. Having later seen the Polaroids, Norris described Andrea's face in the photos as being of sheer terror. As some sort of sick challenge, Whittaker told Hall he planned to kill her, but still he told her she should come up with as many reasons as she could as to why she should be allowed to live. He's dangling hope in front of her face, knowing full well that regardless of whatever reasons she came up with, she was never going to change his mind, and he was always going to kill her. As she scrambled for reasons, Whittaker thrust an ice pick through her ear, before doing the same to the other ear. He then strangled her and threw her body off the cliff. Andrea Joy Hall's body has never been found. On the 3rd of September 1979, the murderous pair saw their next two victims, Jackie Doris Gilliam and Jacqueline Laura Lamb. These would also be their youngest victims at just 15 and 13 years old respectively. The girls had been hitchhiking along the Pacific Coast Highway before resting at a bus stop near Hermosa Beach. It was here that Whittaker and Norris spotted them. The men offered the girls a ride, which they accepted. Norris offered them marijuana, which they also accepted. The girls began to panic when they saw Whittaker had steered the van on the highway, heading towards the San Gabriel Mountains. When they asked what was going on, Whittaker and Norris tried to palm them off with excuses, but the girls were growing increasingly alarmed. Out of desperation, 13-year-old Jacqueline Lamb tried to open the sliding door of the van, so Norris hit her on the back of the head with a bag filled with lead weights. She fell to the floor unconscious. Norris then turned his attention to 15-year-old Gilliam. As he bound and gagged Jackie Gilliam, Lamb regained consciousness. She again attempted to escape. Norris grabbed her, twisting her arm behind her back, dragging her back into the van. As the situation got more and more out of hand, the men worried that witnesses might see them, so Whittaker stopped the van, and as Norris wrestled with Lamb, he punched Gilliam in the face. The two men then bound and gagged both girls. The men continued to drive the van to the San Gabriel Mountains, where they held the girls for 2 days. During these 2 days, Lamb and Gilliam were repeatedly sexually and physically abused by Norris and Whittaker. During the nights, one of the men would sleep, whilst the other acted as a lookout, and then they would swim. As we've seen before with other victims, Whittaker took Lamb up the hill and forced her to pose for pornographic pictures. Whittaker seemed obsessed with the idea of photographing his victims. He even asked Norris to take photos of himself and Gilliam, both clothed and nude. Whittaker raped Gilliam 3 times. During the first instance, he taped recorded the attack. During the assault, Whittaker reportedly forced Gilliam to pretend she was his cousin. He told the young teen that she should feel free to express her pain. The recording has never been found, but it was supposedly buried in a cemetery. The depravity shown by these men seems to be exacerbated with each victim. This next part is particularly brutal, so if you'd like to skip ahead a bit, I honestly don't blame you. Whittaker tortured Gilliam in a way I can't begin to imagine. He stabbed her breasts with an ice pick, and he used pliers to tear off part of her nipple. After 2 days of repeated violence and sexual assaults, Lamb and Gilliam were murdered. Norris would later claim to have suggested that Gilliam be killed quickly, as she had been quite cooperative with her attackers. But Whittaker said, quote, "No, they only die once anyway." Gilliam was struck in the ears with an ice pick and was then strangled to death. Lamb was then forced out of the van. Whittaker shouted at her, quote, "You wanted to stay a virgin, now you can die a virgin." Norris then struck her round the head with a sledgehammer. Whittaker then strangled her until he was sure she was dead. The men were therefore horrified when the girl's eyes opened. Norris again hit the young girl over the head, and Whittaker again strangled her. The girls' bodies were thrown. During Halloween of 1979, Whittaker and Norris abducted 16-year-old Shirley Lynette Ledford. Ledford had been hitchhiking home from a Halloween party when she unfortunately accepted a ride home from Whittaker and Norris. Ledford felt comfortable accepting the lift from the man because she actually recognised Whittaker, who had regularly attended the restaurant where she held a part-time job. Once she was in the van, Norris offered Ledford marijuana, but she declined. Whittaker drove the van, whilst Norris produced a knife. He then bound and gagged Ledford with construction tape. Whittaker and Norris swapped places, and Norris drove around for about an hour, whilst Whittaker got in the back of the van with Ledford. He began by removing the tape, tormenting the 16-year-old by slapping her, mocking her. It escalated as he began punching her, repeatedly shouting for her to say something. As Ledford began screaming, he ordered for her to scream louder. She continued to scream, hoping somebody, anybody, would hear her. Whittaker continued to hit her, asking, "What's the matter? Don't you like to scream?" As the poor girl began to cry, she pleaded with Whittaker, asking him not to touch her. This seemed to make Whittaker mad. He ordered her to scream as loud as she wanted. Then he struck her with a hammer. He then hit her breasts with his fists before torturing her with pliers. During this assault, he raped and sodomized Ledford. She tried to plead for him to stop, as Whittaker is heard rooting around in the toolbox with the pliers or the sledgehammer. That's right, Whittaker recorded his attack on Ledford. He had switched the tape recorder on as he got into the back of the van. Norris would later recall just hearing screaming, constant screaming from the back of the van. This recording was recovered, and having briefly read the transcript when I was researching this case, it might be one of the most traumatic and scarring recordings ever made. Norris eventually switched places with Whittaker, switching on the tape recorder again. Norris shouted at Ledford, telling her to scream or he would make her scream. In response, Ledford said she would scream, but only if he stopped hitting her. She then let out several high-pitched shrieks. Norris struck Ledford with a sledgehammer, breaking her elbow. She pleaded with him, "Don't hit me again." Norris ignored her pleas for mercy and went on to strike her 25 times with the same elbow he had already broken. When she continued to scream and cry, he asked her, "What are you snivelling about?" 2 hours after she got into the van, Norris killed Ledford by strangling her with a wire coat hanger, which he tightened with pliers. Ledford did not react when she was being strangled.